Hello again, child of God. It's so good to have you back. And if you're new here, welcome to a place where your heart can finally breathe. Tonight's video is for anyone who has been feeling restless, overwhelmed, or carried away by the busyness of life. For anyone whose mind won't quiet when they long for calm. For anyone who is tired of holding on to tension, stress, or thoughts that refuse to slow down. Maybe lately you have been waking up unsettled. Maybe you have been going to bed wishing you could release everything weighing on you. Maybe you have been trying to trust God, trying to surrender, trying to find peace. But the noise keeps returning louder than before. And maybe you clicked on this video because you are tired of pretending everything is okay. Tired of carrying the weight alone. Tired of feeling like your heart is always one step ahead of the rest you long for. If that is you, you are in the right place tonight. You do not need to force anything here. You do not need to hide how you feel. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to breathe. Let God's word steady your spirit, quiet your thoughts, and remind you that you are not alone in seeking peace. Now, take a slow breath. Let this quiet moment wrap softly around you. Imagine the gentle presence of God drawing near, not with pressure, but with tenderness. He sees the burdens you carried today, the questions you tucked into the corners of your mind, the exhaustion behind your eyes, and still, He welcomes you just as you are. With every inhale, imagine His peace moving through the tired places inside you. With every exhale, release the tension you no longer need to carry. You do not have to be strong tonight. God is the strength that holds you. His presence is the calm that surrounds you. His love is the rest your heart has been searching for. You are seen. You are loved. You are safe in His presence. Before we continue, feel free to comment below where you are watching from and how I can pray for you tonight. Our community lifts each other up every single day, and your voice matters here. And if this moment brings peace to your spirit, I invite you to support this ministry. You can subscribe, share this video, leave a comment, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a night of God's gentle comfort. Every small action helps this message reach someone who needs it, just as much as you do. Now let your heart settle. Let God meet you right where you are. You are not alone tonight. Hey, child of God, take a moment to settle into the quiet that surrounds you now. The day may have filled your mind with noise, expectations, questions, and thoughts that ran faster than your heart could follow. But here, in this gentle space, you do not need to chase anything. You do not need to solve anything. You are stepping into a softer world, one where the presence of God begins to hush the noise inside you. Let your breathing slow down. Feel your shoulders release the tension they have been holding. Feel the weight behind your eyes begin to soften. As you breathe, imagine all the scattered thoughts gathering like dust in the wind, slowly drifting away as God speaks calm into your spirit. His calm is not forced. It arrives like a warm breeze, subtle yet undeniable, touching the deepest part of you. You have carried so many unspoken worries, thoughts that spun in circles, fears that whispered louder when the world became quiet, concerns about tomorrow that made your heart feel heavy today. But you do not need to carry them alone, child of God. The one who formed your soul understands every anxious thought long before it reaches your lips. He is not surprised by your fears, and He is not disappointed in your struggle. He responds with compassion. Let your heart hear this truth. God draws near to you not because you are strong, but because you are precious to Him. He comes close to the weary. He leans toward the overwhelmed. He surrounds the anxious with His peace. Even now, He is weaving stillness into your soul, slowly untangling the knots created by the noise of the day. Picture yourself sitting beside still waters, the kind described in Scripture. Imagine the way the surface reflects the sky, undisturbed and quiet. This is the peace God offers you. Not a peace that depends on circumstances, but a peace that flows from His unchanging love. Let this image settle over your thoughts. Let it wash away the chaos within you. You may feel like your mind has been running without rest, jumping from one worry to another. But God invites you to pause, to breathe, to simply exist in His presence without performing, without explaining, without justifying your tiredness. He already knows. He already understands, and He is here to hold what feels too big for you to handle. As the stillness deepens, release one burden at a time. Imagine placing your fears into the hands of God. Feel the relief as you set them down. Feel your chest lighten. Feel your thoughts slow their pace. God is not asking you to fix every part of your life tonight. He is asking you to rest while He works in ways you cannot see. Let the quiet become healing instead of uncomfortable. Some silence feels empty, but this silence is full of God's presence, full of His comfort, full of His assurance that He is with you in the hidden places of your heart. Allow yourself to trust this. Allow yourself to rest in it. And child of God, if thoughts try to rise again, let them drift away like clouds passing across a gentle sky. You do not need to hold on to them. You do not need to follow them. You can stay here in the quiet embrace of your Father. His voice is not demanding. It is soft. It is patient. It is kind. It reminds you that you are safe, that you belong, that your soul can finally breathe again. Now let this truth settle deeply inside you. God is not far from you. He is closer than your breath. He is guiding your thoughts toward peace. He is calming the noise within you so you can hear His heart more clearly. And His heart for you is full of tenderness. Rest now, child of God. Let the noise fade. Let your soul quiet down. Let the presence of the Lord wrap around you like a soft blanket in the night. You are not alone in this silence. God is with you, and His peace is beginning to fill every corner of your being. When you are ready, allow your eyes to grow heavy. Let your breathing settle into a slow rhythm. Let your heart rest in the truth that God is watching over you. Tonight, the noise does not win. Peace does, and that peace is yours. Hey, child of God, as you settle into this gentle moment, allow your heart to acknowledge something you often try to hide. You are tired, not just the kind of tired that comes from a long day, but the deep, quiet weariness that settles in the soul when life has been heavier than expected. That hidden exhaustion you carry does not go unnoticed. God sees it. He sees you. You do not need to push past your limits right now. You do not need to pretend that everything is fine or that your strength has no end. Tonight, you are allowed to be exactly as you are. You are allowed to feel the weight of your emotions. You are allowed to breathe a little slower, speak a little softer, and let your heart rest in the presence of the One who never grows weary. Let your breathing fall into a natural rhythm. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. With every breath, feel a small portion of your heaviness loosening its grip on your chest. You have been carrying burdens that were never meant to be held alone. You have tried to stay strong for others, tried to remain composed, tried to hold together pieces of yourself that felt like they were slipping. But tonight, The pressure melts away, not because circumstances changed, but because you no longer face them without comfort. God sees you when you wake up already feeling tired. He sees you when your mind tries to be brave, even when your heart feels fragile. He sees the moments you quietly hold back tears, so no one will worry. He sees the silent battles you fight within your thoughts, and in every one of those moments, He looks at you with compassion, not judgment. Let that truth settle gently over your spirit. You are not invisible to Him. You are not overlooked. You are not forgotten in the crowd of His creation. There is a unique tenderness in the way God looks at you, especially when you feel worn down. His love does not diminish when your strength fades. In fact, His love draws even closer because He delights in being your refuge. Imagine for a moment that God places His hand lightly over your heart, not to demand, not to correct, but to comfort. Feel the warmth of His presence resting on the very place where your exhaustion lives. Feel how His nearness softens the tension inside you, how His kindness calms the trembling places you've kept hidden. You do not need to explain your fatigue to Him. He understands it more deeply than you understand it yourself. The world often expects constant effort, constant movement, constant coping. But God invites you into rest. He invites you to let your weary soul lean against His strength. You do not have to hold yourself upright tonight. Let Him hold you. Let Him be the one who carries the weight you cannot. Close your eyes for a moment, child of God, and picture a quiet hillside at dusk. The sky is soft, the air cool, the world gentle. You are sitting beside the shepherd who knows your name. His voice is calm. His presence is steady. He does not rush you. He does not push you. He simply sits with you, letting your heart breathe in His peace. This is what it feels like to be seen by God. Your weariness is not a flaw. It is a sign that you have been trying, caring, loving, enduring. And God honors that. He honors the effort you make even when life feels overwhelming. He honors your sensitive heart. He honors the tears you never let fall. He honors the courage it takes for you to keep going. Let this truth flow softly through you. God sees your weariness, and He responds with comfort, not criticism. He whispers, "Come to me. Rest here. Let me renew your spirit. Let me be the strength you cannot find on your own." As the night deepens around you, allow the tired parts of your soul to soften. Let the weight you carry begin to loosen. Let God's presence wrap around you like a warm blanket. Feel the gentle release, the quiet unclenching, the slow surrender into peace. You do not need to be anything other than His child in this moment. You do not need to impress Him. You do not need to perform. You only need to rest and receive His comfort. Even as your eyelids grow heavy and your breath becomes slower, remember this: the God who sees your weariness also sees your worth. Rest now, child of God. Let Him watch over you. Let His peace settle into every corner of your being. You are seen. You are loved. You are held. And tonight, you can finally rest. Hey, child of God, let your heart slow down as you enter this quiet space. You have walked through another day with its own mix of emotions, responsibilities, and moments that linger in your thoughts even now. But tonight, you are invited to step away from the weight of the day and into the gentle presence of the shepherd who watches over your soul. You do not come to Him as someone who must be strong. You come simply as one who is loved. Take a slow breath. Feel the air fill your lungs, then release it gently. As your breathing settles, imagine yourself in a peaceful valley at the edge of evening. The sky carries soft colors, and the world around you has grown calm. In the distance, you hear nothing but the quiet rustle of wind moving through the grass. There is no pressure here, no expectations, no voices pulling you in 100 directions. Only stillness, only safety. In this valley, the shepherd stands near you. His presence is steady, patient, and strong. He is not hurried, and he is not distracted. His eyes rest on you with a kindness that feels deeper than words. He knows the parts of you that feel stretched thin. He knows the fears that hide behind your silence. He knows the thoughts that make it difficult to rest. And yet, his presence brings peace instead of demand, gentleness instead of pressure. Take another breath, child of God. Let the presence of the shepherd draw near. Feel how the tension you carry quietly begins to loosen. You are not being asked to figure out your future tonight. You are simply being invited to rest your tired soul in the one who leads you beside still waters. He is not only the God who commands the universe, he is the shepherd who cares for every detail of your heart. Picture him sitting beside you in the quiet valley, close enough that you can feel his nearness. He does not speak loudly. He simply lets his presence comfort you. When your thoughts begin to wander toward worries, he gently brings you back to peace. When your heart feels overwhelmed, he places his hand over the places that ache the most. When you feel lost inside your own mind, he guides you back to stillness. You are safe with him. You are understood. You are held without judgment. Let your spirit lean into that truth. Let your shoulders relax. Let your heartbeat settle into a softer rhythm. The shepherd's voice is not forceful. It is calm and steady. He whispers to your soul, "You are mine. You are not forgotten. You are not alone in the valley. I walk with you." As you sit with him, imagine the gentle breeze passing over you, carrying away burdens you have held too tightly. Let it take the worries you could not control. Let it lift the disappointments you kept hidden. Let it soften the fears that made your heart feel fragile. With each breath, release one small fragment of the weight you have been carrying. You are not meant to shoulder everything alone. You are meant to rest in his care. The shepherd leads you not with demands, but with love. He guides you not through force, but through peace. He protects you not with distance, but with closeness. And tonight, he invites you to place every heavy thought into his hands. Feel the relief that begins to rise within you as you do. Feel the way your spirit gently begins to settle. Feel the comfort of knowing that the one who watches over you never grows tired, never loses sight of you, and never abandons his own. Let the valley grow quieter in your imagination. Let the sky dim into a peaceful darkness. Let the world slow down until nothing remains but you and the shepherd. This stillness is holy. It is a gift from God to your weary heart. Here, you are allowed to stop running. Here, you are allowed to rest your head against his presence and let go of everything you tried to hold together. You belong to him, and belonging brings peace. As your breath deepens and your eyelids grow heavier, rest in the truth that the shepherd watches over you even now. He guards your dreams. He calms your thoughts. He sings peace into the quiet places of your soul. You can sleep without fear because he is near. You can let go because he holds you. Rest now, child of God. Lay down in the softness of his presence. Let his peace settle over you like a warm blanket. The shepherd is here, and because he is here, you are safe. Hey, child of God, before you move another thought, take one slow, gentle breath. Let the air fill your lungs with calm. and let it leave your body carrying the tension you have held onto all day. This moment is not rushed. This moment is not demanding anything from you. It exists simply to give your weary soul a place to breathe again. You have walked through many storms inside your mind. Some storms were loud and obvious, but others were quiet, the kind that swirl beneath the surface where no one else can see them. Fear often hides in those deeper places, whispering questions, stirring uncertainty, making your heart beat a little faster than it should. But tonight, you are invited to release fear gently, not by force, but by resting in the presence of God who promises peace. Imagine yourself sitting in a quiet room, dimly lit by a soft glow. The world outside has grown silent. The only sound you hear is the rhythm of your breathing, slow and steady. With each inhale, picture God pouring His peace into you like warm light. With each exhale, imagine fear sliding off your shoulders and dissolving into nothingness. You are safe here. You are seen. You are held by the one who knows the depth of your fears and meets them with compassion. Fear often tells you that you are alone in your struggles, but listen closely, child of God. The voice of fear is never telling the truth. God has never left you. He has walked beside you in every anxious thought, every trembling moment, every quiet tear you wiped away when no one was watching. He is not distant from your pain. He enters into it with you and brings His peace into places that feel too fragile to touch. Let your mind settle on this truth. Peace is not something you must chase. It is something God gives. It flows not from your strength, but from His presence. It rests not on your ability to control everything, but on His promise to hold everything together. Even the things you cannot understand, even the things you cannot fix, even the parts of your life that still feel unresolved. Take another breath. Feel it soften the tightness in your body. Feel it travel through your chest, releasing the fears that tried to cling to your heart. God is not disappointed in your fear. He is not surprised by it. He knows that being human means being vulnerable, and He meets your vulnerability with gentle strength. He does not say, "Do better." He says, "Come closer." Imagine now that God places His hand lightly over your heart. Feel the warmth of His touch. Feel how His presence quiets the restless thoughts that have been spinning inside you. His peace is not loud. It does not shout. It arrives slowly, like dawn breaking across a dark horizon. At first soft, then steady, then filling the whole sky. Allow this peace to sink deeper into the parts of you that feel unsettled. Let it enter the doubts you try to hide. Let it calm the fears you have carried for too long. Let it quiet the tremors inside your chest. God's peace is stronger than the storm. His presence is greater than the fear. And tonight, He is breathing peace into your very soul. Child of God, if this moment is bringing rest to your heart, allow it to continue flowing. Let peace become your rhythm. Let surrender become your breath. And as this calm settles deeper, I want to gently invite you into something small, yet meaningful. If these moments of peace have been helping your soul, you are welcome to continue this journey with me. Subscribing or sharing this quiet space can help bring comfort to others who lie awake in the same battles you face. It is not a request, only an invitation. Only if your heart feels led. Now let your breath grow slower. Feel the peace of God resting upon you like a soft blanket. Fear loses its voice in the presence of perfect love. Anxiety quiets when God holds the heart gently. Tonight, that heart is yours. Settle deeper into the quiet now. Let your eyelids grow heavy. Let your spirit sink into rest. God is breathing peace into you. God is holding the fear for you. You are safe, child of God. You are deeply loved. You can release your fear tonight and rest in the peace that only He can give. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let your heart settle into this soft quiet. Tonight is not about trying harder or proving that you are worthy. Tonight is about laying down the weight that has been pressing against your spirit, especially the weight called guilt. It is a silent burden, one that lingers long after the moment has passed, tightening around your thoughts, whispering that you should have done better, been better, known better. But here, in this stillness, God meets you with compassion instead of condemnation. Let your breathing slow. Feel the air move through your chest with ease, as if God Himself is guiding each inhale, steadying each exhale. Allow the tension to melt, even if only a little at first. Guilt often feels like a shadow that grows the longer you stare at it. But when you bring it into the presence of God, the shadow begins to dissolve, replaced by the warm light of mercy. You may carry guilt for words spoken in frustration, for decisions you regret, for moments when fear outweighed faith, for choices that now feel heavy in your memory. Or perhaps your guilt is quieter, drifting beneath the surface, shaping the way you see yourself. But hear this truth gently whispered to your spirit. God knows every part of your story, and He still calls you His beloved. You do not need to hide from Him. You do not need to pretend that the guilt isn't there. God invites you to bring it into the open, not so He can scold you, but so He can free you. His heart toward you is not harsh. It is not disappointed. It is not distant. His heart is tender, patient, and full of compassion for the very places you struggle with the most. Imagine yourself standing beside a quiet river. The water is slow and peaceful. The sky reflects softly in its surface. In your hands, imagine a small stone, smooth and cool. This stone represents the guilt you have been holding. Notice how heavy it feels, even though it looks small from the outside. That is how guilt often works. It appears small, but weighs heavily on the heart. Take a breath, and now imagine placing that stone into the hands of Jesus. See the way He accepts it without hesitation, without question, without any trace of disappointment. His hands are steady and kind. He does not flinch at the weight you offer Him, because He already carried it long before you realized you could give it to Him. As He receives it, notice the relief that begins to rise in your chest. The heaviness loosens. The tightness softens. Guilt loses its grip. Not because you earned forgiveness, but because forgiveness flows naturally from the heart of God, who delights in restoring His children. Let this truth settle deeply into your spirit. Guilt is not your identity. You are not defined by the moments you regret. You are defined by the mercy of God, by the love that meets you where you fall and lifts you where you cannot stand on your own. His forgiveness is not partial. It is complete. His grace does not hesitate. It embraces you fully. If your thoughts begin to wander toward shame, gently guide them back to grace. If you hear the voice of accusation rising, let the voice of God speak louder, whispering, "You are forgiven, you are loved, you are mine." Let these words echo softly within you, calming your spirit, steadying your breath, soothing the ache that guilt once held tightly. Now picture the river again. The stone you placed in Jesus' hands is no longer there. He has cast it into the depths, where it cannot be retrieved, cannot accuse you, cannot follow you. The water carries it away, and with it, the heaviness you once held. Your heart feels lighter now, freer, softer. This is what it means to rest in grace. Allow this calm to fill you. Let your shoulders loosen. Let your thoughts quiet. Let your soul rest in the knowing that God sees you not through the lens of guilt, but through the beauty of redemption. Even now, He looks at you with joy, not disappointment. You are His child, fully welcomed, fully cherished. As your breath becomes slower and your eyelids grow heavier, let this peace guide you into rest. You are forgiven, child of God, completely, deeply, tenderly. In this gentle night, let guilt fade away and allow your heart to sleep in the safety of God's mercy. Hey, child of God, let your heart slow down as you enter this quiet moment. Let the noise of the day fade softly into the background. You have carried thoughts, questions, and uncertainties that weighed heavily on your mind. Yet tonight, there is a gentle light drawing near to you. A light that does not expose to shame, but reveals truth that brings comfort. It is the light of God's truth, soft enough to soothe, yet strong enough to steady your spirit. Take a slow breath. Feel the stillness begin to settle over you. God's truth does not arrive like lightning or thunder. It comes like dawn breaking through the darkness, slow and steady, warming the cold places inside your heart. For some time, you may have wandered through shadows of worry or confusion, unsure which direction to take. But the truth of God has a way of finding you even when you feel lost. Imagine yourself sitting in a room where a single candle glows. The flame flickers gently, casting warm light over everything it touches. It does not push or demand, it simply shines. That is how God's truth works. It does not overwhelm you. It does not rush you. It softly illuminates the path before you, one step at a time. There may be areas of your life where you have felt uncertain or unseen, places where you have doubted your worth, moments where your thoughts tried to deceive you, telling you that you are not enough, that you are alone, that things will not change. But God's truth speaks a different message. His truth says you are loved. His truth says you are chosen. His truth says you are carried. And His truth says He is with you in every moment, even the quiet ones like this. Let your breathing grow steady. With every inhale, imagine receiving light. With every exhale, imagine releasing the lies that have weighed heavily on your spirit. God's truth gently replaces the confusion that once filled your mind. The doubts begin to dissolve. The fears begin to loosen. The heaviness begins to lift. You do not need to fear the truth of God. It was never meant to wound you. It was meant to free you. His truth reveals who you really are, not who your worries say you are. His truth reveals the beauty of your soul, not the mistakes you regret. His truth brings order to the chaos inside your thoughts and reminds you that you belong to Him. Imagine God standing near you now, His presence warm like the light of that candle. He places His hand gently on your back, steadying you. Not to push you forward, not to pull you back, but to reassure you that you are not walking alone. His voice, calm and steady, whispers softly into the quiet, "You are mine. You are loved. You are safe in my truth." Let these words sink deeper into the layers of your spirit. You may have tried for a long time to prove your worth, to earn love, to be accepted. But God's truth tells you that you already are accepted. You are already enough. You are already seen fully, known completely, and loved unconditionally. Nothing you face can diminish His love for you. Take another breath. Feel the warmth spread through your chest, loosening the tension you have been holding. Let the gentle light of God's truth fill the places where darkness once settled. not with force, but with grace, not with pressure, but with patience. Sometimes the truth you need most is simple. You are not alone. God is with you. He walks beside you. He guards your heart. He lifts your spirit. He speaks truth over you even when your own thoughts speak fear. And tonight, He is shining His gentle light over you, clearing the fog, calming the worries, and restoring your peace. Let this moment become a sanctuary where your soul can rest. The lies lose their power here. The confusion fades. The doubts grow quiet. What remains is God's steady truth holding you together, comforting you from the inside out. As your breath deepens and your eyes grow heavy, rest in the soft glow of His presence. Let His truth be the last thing your heart remembers tonight. You are loved, you are held, and His light will guide you through every shadow. Rest now, child of God. You are safe in the gentle light of His truth. Hey, child of God, let yourself settle into this gentle moment. Take a soft breath and allow the weight of the day to loosen its grip on your heart. You do not need to adjust anything about yourself right now. You do not need to hide what feels messy or pretend you are stronger than you feel. Tonight is a place where you can come exactly as you are. No masks, no pressure, no expectations. Only the quiet presence of God welcoming you with open arms. Let your breathing fall into a slow, peaceful rhythm. As you inhale, feel the invitation of rest gently calling you closer. As you exhale, release the tension that has lingered in your mind, your body, and your spirit. This is a sacred space where your soul can breathe without fear of being misunderstood. There are days when life makes you feel like you must hold everything together to be worthy of love. Days when you push down your emotions because you fear they are too much. Days when your mistakes echo louder in your mind than any truth spoken over you. But God does not ask you to come to Him polished. He does not wait for you to have everything figured out. He simply says, "Come to me. Bring the pieces. Bring the pain. Bring the parts of yourself you hide from others. Bring it all." Imagine yourself walking into a warm, quiet room. The air is still. The light is soft. There is no judgment here, no rush, no harsh voices. Only peace, only safety, only acceptance. And in the center of that room is Jesus, waiting for you with a gentle smile. Not because you have earned His affection, but because His heart has always been drawn to yours. As you step closer, He does not ask where you have been. He does not ask why you struggled. He does not ask why you doubted or felt afraid. He simply welcomes you. His presence is warm, steady, and calm. Like a soft blanket wrapped around your spirit, you feel the tension begin to melt. Not because your circumstances suddenly changed, but because you finally stopped running from the one who understands you fully. Take another breath. Let it soften the places inside you that feel tight. Let it bring comfort to the places that feel fragile. Healing begins here, not through striving, but through resting in the presence of God. You are not being asked to heal yourself. You are being invited to stay close to the one who heals gently, slowly, deeply. Sometimes healing is not dramatic. Sometimes it begins in moments like this, in the quiet acceptance of being fully seen and still fully loved. Sometimes it happens when you allow yourself to lay down the armor you've been wearing for too long. Armor made of self-protection, fear, guilt, or disappointment. Tonight, you can set that armor aside. God is not here to wound you. He is here to restore you. Imagine Jesus placing His hand lightly over your heart. Feel the warmth spreading through your chest, calming the storm that has been swirling inside. His touch does not demand change. It inspires it. His presence does not force healing. It nurtures it. He whispers softly into your spirit, "Stay here. Let me care for you. Let me restore what you lost. Let me bring life back to the places that feel empty." You are not behind. You are not failing. You are not too broken, too late, or too difficult to heal. You are simply human, deeply loved by a God who cherishes every part of your journey. Healing has its own pace, and God walks alongside you with patience, never rushing, never pushing, always guiding with compassion. Take another slow breath. Feel the peace settling deeper into your soul. Feel the room around you grow warmer, calmer, softer. You are safe to stay here, safe to be vulnerable, safe to rest, safe to heal. Child of God, let this truth settle into the deepest part of your spirit. God loves you as you are, but He also stays with you as you heal. He does not abandon you in the process. He does not step away when the journey feels slow. He is the gentle companion, the quiet strength, the faithful presence that carries you one moment at a time. As your eyelids grow heavier and your body relaxes into rest, let your heart whisper its final surrender. "Here I am, Lord. Take me as I am. Heal me as you desire. Hold me through the night. Rest now, child of God. You are safe. You are loved. You are healing in His presence." Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let your spirit grow quiet. The night around you may feel still, but something even gentler is settling within your soul. It is the whisper of God's mercy, soft enough to calm your heart, yet strong enough to reach the deepest corners of your story. Mercy does not arrive with noise or demands. It arrives like a warm breeze at the end of a long day, touching everything inside you that feels tired or worn. Let your breathing find a peaceful rhythm. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. With each breath, feel the mercy of God beginning to rise around you, not as something distant, but as something close, comforting, and alive. His mercy is not based on your perfection or your strength. It flows from who He is: a Father who delights in compassion, a shepherd who searches for the wounded, a Savior who bends low to lift you. There are moments in your life when you have felt unworthy of love, moments when regrets echoed louder than hope, moments when you thought your mistakes defined you more than God's grace. But listen closely now. Mercy speaks a different truth. Mercy whispers, "You are forgiven, you are seen, you are still loved, and nothing in your past is stronger than the grace that covers you." Imagine yourself standing in a quiet meadow at sunset. The sky glows with soft gold and pale lavender. The air is cool and gentle. As you stand there, you feel a warm breeze brushing against your skin, wrapping around you with tenderness. This breeze carries the whisper of God's mercy. It does not accuse you. It does not remind you of your failures. It simply embraces you, reminding you that grace is bigger than every shadow you have walked through. Let your shoulders relax. Let your heart soften. You may have been hard on yourself for a long time, expecting more than what you could give, judging yourself more harshly than God ever would. But mercy invites you to let go of that weight. Mercy invites you to breathe again. Sometimes you think that to receive mercy, you must first prove yourself worthy. But that has never been how God works. His mercy goes ahead of your efforts. It meets you while you are still weary, still uncertain, still carrying the remnants of past mistakes. Mercy is not a reward. It is a gift that only asks to be received, not earned. Take another breath. Imagine God standing beside you in the meadow. His presence is calm, steady, and full of kindness. He places his hand over your heart, and you feel the warmth of his mercy spreading through you like soft light moving across the horizon. It fills the spaces where guilt once lived. It soothes the places where shame had taken root. It brings healing to wounds you no longer knew how to touch. Listen to the whisper rising from his heart to yours. It says, "You are not your mistakes. You are not your failures. You are not defined by the moments when you felt lost or broken. You are mine. You are loved. You are covered by grace that will never run dry." Let these whispers echo gently within you. Let them replace the harsh voices that have followed you. Let them calm the old memories that sometimes replay when the night grows quiet. Mercy does not rewrite your past, but it transforms its meaning. What once felt heavy now becomes a testimony of grace. What once felt final now becomes a place where healing begins. As the night deepens, imagine lying down in that quiet meadow, the soft grass beneath you, the sky dimming slowly above. The breeze continues to wash over you, carrying the steady rhythm of God's mercy. Feel it brushing through your thoughts. Feel it calming your breath. Feel it soothing every tired part of your spirit. You are not beyond mercy. You have never been beyond mercy. It was always waiting for you, even in the places where you felt furthest from God. And tonight, as you rest, mercy wraps around you like a blanket, warm, gentle, and full of promise. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let your thoughts slow. Let your heart rest in the truth that God's mercy is stronger than your weakness, deeper than your wounds, and closer than your breath. Sleep now, child of God. His mercy whispers over you. His love holds you. His grace restores you. And in this peaceful night, you are safe in Him. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle gently around you. Tonight, you are stepping into a space where your soul no longer needs to hide, where your heart no longer needs to pretend to be stronger than it feels. This is a sanctuary, the kind of sacred stillness where the presence of God wraps around you like warm light, reassuring you that you are safe. Let your breathing soften. Inhale peace. Exhale the tension you did not realize you were holding. Feel the heaviness in your shoulders melt just a little. Feel the tightness in your chest begin to loosen. You are entering a place where God receives you without judgment, without pressure, without expectation. He simply welcomes you just as you are. There are days when the world feels harsh and overwhelming, when your thoughts race ahead of your strength, when your heart aches for rest that feels out of reach. But here, in this gentle moment, you can lay all of it down. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to prove anything. God already knows the weight you carry, and He is here to hold you close. Imagine yourself sitting beside a quiet lake at dusk. The water is still, the air calm, the sky painted with colors that soothe the soul. As you sit there, you feel the presence of God settle beside you. He does not crowd you. He does not speak loudly. He simply allows His peace to fill the space around you. His presence becomes a shelter, a gentle reminder that even when the world feels uncertain, your soul is safe with Him. Take another breath. With every inhale, receive His calm. With every exhale, release the fear that has clung to your thoughts. You are allowed to rest now. The God who created the universe is watching over you with tenderness. He protects your mind. He guards your heart. He surrounds your spirit with a love that never wavers. There may have been moments in your life when you felt unseen or unheard. Moments when the pain inside you was deeper than words could express. Moments when you wondered if anyone noticed how much strength it took just to keep going. But God saw, God knew, God cared, and He cares even now. Let this truth sink softly into your spirit. You do not rest alone tonight. You are held, you are watched over, you are protected, you are safe. Picture the gentle ripples forming on the surface of the lake as a quiet breeze moves across it. That breeze carries the peace of God, brushing softly against your skin, whispering to the tired places inside you. His peace does not demand your understanding. It simply invites your surrender. Let that peace move through you. Let it calm the parts of you that felt restless all day. Let it steady your breath and soften your heart. You are allowed to let go. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to rest in the truth that God's presence is your safe place. And child of God, if this quiet space has been bringing peace to your heart, you are welcome to return anytime. If your spirit has been comforted, you may gently consider subscribing or sharing this moment of rest with someone else who needs it. Not out of obligation, but as a simple way of creating more spaces where weary souls can breathe again. Only if your heart feels led. Only if it feels natural in this peaceful moment. Now breathe again, slowly and deeply. Let your spirit settle. Feel the softness of God's presence resting over you like a warm blanket. He is not far. He is near, nearer than your own breath. And in His nearness, your soul is safe. Allow your eyes to grow heavy. Allow your thoughts to quiet. Allow your heart to rest in the truth that God is watching over you. You do not have to hold yourself together tonight. God is holding you. Sleep now, child of God. Rest in the safety of His love. Rest in the calm of His presence. Rest knowing that you are completely, tenderly, eternally safe here. Hey, child of God, let your breath slow down as you settle into this gentle moment. You have carried so much today, and even more in the days before this one. Some of the weight you bear is visible to others, but much of it lies quietly beneath the surface where only you and God can see. Tonight, you are invited to loosen your grip on the burdens that have been pressing against your heart. You are not meant to carry everything alone. Take a soft breath in. Let it fill your chest with calm. Exhale slowly, allowing a small portion of your burden to fall away. Even if it feels like only a tiny release, it matters. Every breath becomes a quiet surrender, a small act of trust. Some burdens come from responsibilities that never seem to end. Some come from people you deeply love. Some come from the quiet pressure you place on yourself, believing that you must hold everything together, that you must always be the strong one. But listen closely, child of God. You were never asked to carry the world on your shoulders. That weight belongs to a Savior, not to you. Imagine yourself standing at the base of a gentle hill. The evening light rests softly on the landscape. In your hands, you hold a bag filled with stones. Each stone represents a burden you have been carrying. Some stones are heavy with worry. Others are shaped by fear. Some are familiar regrets. Some are expectations you never asked for but somehow inherited. Take a moment to feel the weight of the bag. Let yourself acknowledge it without judgment. Holding it does not make you weak. In fact, you have held it longer than most would ever realize. But now imagine Jesus walking toward you, His steps steady and calm. As He reaches you, He does not question why you carried the bag. He does not point out its weight. He simply extends His hands. You watch as He opens the bag and begins lifting out the stones one by one. He takes the stone of fear. He takes the stone of regret. He takes the stone of pressure you silently placed upon yourself. He takes the stone of worry that kept you awake on nights like this. With every stone he removes, your shoulders grow lighter, your breath deeper, your spirit quieter. He looks at you with tenderness and says, "You don't have to carry what breaks you. Let me hold it for you." Take another slow breath. Feel how the absence of those stones brings a soft release inside your body. Your chest feels less tight. Your mind is not running as quickly. Your heart finally has space to breathe. This is what surrender feels like. Not weakness, but freedom. There are burdens that belong to your past, burdens that belong to others, and burdens that simply were never meant for your hands. And yet, for so long, you carried them because you thought you should. But God is whispering to you now, let it go. Not into nothingness, but into my hands. I am strong enough for what you cannot hold. Picture Jesus placing the last stone into his hands. The bag is empty now. He closes it gently, not as a dismissal of your struggle, but as a promise that he has taken what was once overwhelming. He does not hand the bag back to you. He lifts it onto his own shoulders. Then he stands beside you, not rushing you forward, not telling you to forget your past, but simply letting you feel the relief of finally being unburdened. His presence becomes a shelter, covering your tired spirit with peace. You are lighter now, not because life is suddenly perfect, but because you no longer carry it alone. Take another breath. Let it settle into the place where anxiety once lived. Feel your body soften. Feel your thoughts loosen. Feel the quiet rise within you. Burdens that once felt impossible now rest in the hands of the one who never grows weary. Child of God, you are allowed to rest tonight. You are allowed to step away from the weight. You are allowed to let Jesus carry what you cannot. And as you prepare to sleep, let your soul whisper its own quiet surrender. Lord, I give you what is too heavy for me. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let your heart feel light. Let your spirit rest in the truth that the one who holds the universe also holds your burdens, gently, completely, faithfully. Rest now, child of God. Your hands can let go. His hands will not. Hey, child of God, take a soft breath as you settle into this quiet moment. Let the weight of the day fall gently from your shoulders. Tonight, your heart is entering a space where grace flows freely, where wounds can begin to heal, and where forgiveness becomes a gentle doorway to freedom. Not the forced kind, not the pressured kind, but the kind that rises slowly from the presence of God, calming you from the inside out. Take another slow breath. Inhale peace. Exhale the tightness you carried. As the stillness grows around you, let your heart soften just a little. Forgiveness is not always easy. Sometimes it feels impossible. Sometimes the hurt runs deeper than words can describe, leaving echoes in your spirit long after the moment has passed. But forgiveness is not about pretending the pain didn't happen. It is about letting God hold what your heart can no longer bear. Imagine yourself standing beside a quiet stream. The sound of water flowing gently over smooth stones creates a rhythm that feels like a lullaby to your soul. The air is cool, and the world is calm. Each breath feels easier than the one before. In your hands, imagine you hold a small, folded piece of paper. On it is the weight of what you have struggled to forgive, whether it is someone else, yourself, or a moment that left a mark. Look at the paper for a moment. Feel how heavy it has been, even though it seems small. Forgiveness often feels like this, a small thing on the outside, but held tightly for so long that it begins to shape your spirit. You have carried this for days, months, maybe even years, and God sees the toll it has taken on your heart. Now imagine Jesus stepping beside you at the stream. His presence is peaceful, steady, and full of compassion. He does not ask you why you held on to the pain. He does not question your struggle. He simply looks at you with eyes full of understanding. Without speaking loudly, he extends his hand and gently asks, "Let me take this from you." You hesitate for a moment, not because you do not trust him, but because letting go feels vulnerable. Yet his kindness is like a warm breath on a cold morning. It softens your resistance. Slowly, you place the folded paper into his palm. He receives it with tenderness, as though it is the most delicate part of your heart. Watch as he kneels beside the stream. He places the paper on the surface of the water. The stream carries it away, slowly at first, then steadily, until it disappears downstream into a place where it cannot return, cannot cling to you, cannot live inside you anymore. Take another breath. Feel the relief that begins to rise in your chest. Forgiveness does not erase what happened, but it frees your heart from being its prisoner. It gives God room to heal what was broken. It gives you room to breathe again. Sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. The things you replay in your mind, the choices you wish you had made differently, the moments where fear or emotion spoke louder than wisdom. But child of God, you deserve the same grace that God lovingly gives to others. His forgiveness covers you completely, not partially, not conditionally, but fully. When you forgive yourself, you are agreeing with God's truth rather than the enemy's lies. Feel the stream's gentle sound moving through your thoughts, washing away resentment, regret, shame, and the belief that you must carry every wound forever. You are not meant to live bound by what happened. You are meant to live free in the mercy that God pours over you like living water. Let your shoulders relax. Let your heart lift. Let the quiet settle into your bones. Forgiveness is a journey, not a moment. It may take time, and that is okay. God walks with you through every step, guiding your heart toward peace. Now picture Jesus turning toward you once more. His expression is gentle, full of affection. He places his hand over your heart, and warmth spreads through your chest. He whispers softly, "You are free. You are loved. You are held." What once bound you no longer has the final word. Take a deep breath. Allow that truth to settle into your soul. Let the last remnants of heaviness loosen their grip. Let your heart feel light enough to rest. As your eyelids grow heavy and your spirit becomes calm, rest in the freedom that forgiveness brings. God is restoring you, renewing you, and filling you with a peace deeper than what you lost. Sleep now, child of God. You are free, you are forgiven, and you are gently held in the arms of grace. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let the quiet of this moment wrap softly around you. Tonight, you are invited into a kind of peace that only comes when you realize something deeply comforting. You are fully known by God, not partially, not from a distance, not only the polished parts you show the world. He knows every detail of your heart, every thought behind your eyes, every feeling you tucked away because you didn't know how to express it. And still, he loves you with a love that does not waver. Let your breathing slow. Let the air move in and out with ease, like waves gently touching the shore. With each breath, imagine the truth of God's knowledge settling into your spirit. Warm, steady, reassuring. You do not have to hide anything from him. You do not have to pretend. Being known by God is not something to fear. It is something that brings rest. There have been moments in your life when you felt invisible, moments when the world seemed too busy to notice your exhaustion or your quiet tears. Times when even the people closest to you misunderstood what you were feeling inside. Loneliness can grow in those places, filling the heart with silence that feels heavy and cold. But God has never missed a single moment of your life. He noticed the battles you fought in silence. He saw the times you kept going, even when your strength was fading. He understood the emotions you had no words for. He was present in every uncertainty, every disappointment, every fragile moment when your heart whispered for help. He knows you fully because He formed you carefully. Imagine yourself in a peaceful garden. The air is soft. The trees stand gently around you like guardians of stillness. Flowers sway lightly with the evening breeze. As you walk deeper into the garden, you find a quiet bench beneath a tree, and you sit down. Everything here feels safe and calm. Then you sense someone approaching, not with noise, but with presence. Jesus comes to sit beside you. He does not ask you to explain yourself. He already understands the thoughts you cannot articulate. He knows the emotions you try to control. He sees the dreams you hold quietly, the fears you push aside, the questions you carry in the depths of your soul. The comfort of being known by God comes from the fact that nothing about you surprises Him, and nothing about you changes His love. Take another breath. Feel the weight fall from your chest as you allow yourself to be seen. Not the version of you that feels pressured to be strong, but the real you, the tired you, the hopeful you, the hurting you, the longing you. All of you is welcomed by Him. Sometimes the deepest rest comes not from sleeping, but from no longer hiding. When you realize that God knows everything about you, yet still draws near with compassion, the walls around your heart begin to crumble. You no longer have to protect yourself from being misunderstood. You no longer have to fear disappointing Him. He already knows your strengths and your weaknesses. He knows your victories and your struggles, and He chooses you. Feel His presence like a warm light beside you on the bench. He looks at you gently, as though nothing in your story could ever make Him turn away. His expression is full of understanding, kindness, and unwavering tenderness. Being known by God means you never have to fear being alone in your thoughts again. Let this truth soften your spirit. God knows you completely, and He loves you completely. The comfort of this truth settles slowly, like a soft blanket placed over your shoulders. It warms the places where you felt unseen. It soothes the fears that whispered you were too much or not enough. It reassures you that even when you are silent, God hears your heart clearly. Take another slow breath. Feel the quiet garden around you, the gentle presence beside you, and the peace rising within you. Let the worries that once pressed heavily on your mind begin to fade. Let the noise of the day drift far away. You are safe. You are known. You are deeply loved. As your eyes grow heavy, rest in the assurance that God watches over you with understanding that goes beyond words. He knows the thoughts that trouble you. He knows the dreams that comfort you. He knows the prayers you have not spoken aloud, and He holds all of it with tenderness. Sleep now, child of God. Let yourself rest in the comfort of being known. Let your spirit breathe freely under the gentle gaze of the one who loves you more deeply than you can imagine. Hey, child of God. Take a slow breath and allow this quiet moment to settle gently into your spirit. You have been moving through life with so much weight on your shoulders, thoughts that spin, emotions that rise and fall. expectations that press against your heart. Tonight, you are invited to discover something deeply healing, the hidden strength found in stillness. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of peace. It is the place where God meets you when your heart grows weary. It is where His voice becomes clearer and your soul becomes lighter. Let your breathing fall into a calm rhythm. Inhale slowly, feeling the coolness of the air enter your body. Exhale gently, releasing the tension you did not even realize you were holding. As you breathe, imagine the world around you growing softer, quieter, less demanding. Feel yourself stepping into a space where nothing is urgent and nothing requires your attention except the presence of God. There are moments in life when the noise becomes overwhelming, when every thought collides with another, when your heart feels like it's beating too quickly, trying to keep up with the expectations of the day. But stillness, true, holy stillness, gives your soul permission to breathe again. It reminds you that strength is not found in constant effort. It is found in leaning into the one who carries you. Imagine yourself standing on the edge of a calm lake at dawn. The water is smooth and unbroken, reflecting the first soft colors of the morning sky. There is no wind, no chatter, no rush. Only silence, only peace. As you watch the gentle light spread across the horizon, you feel something settle inside you. The world is waking slowly, and your heart is allowed to do the same. In this peaceful moment, imagine Jesus standing beside you. He doesn't speak loudly. He doesn't rush. His presence alone brings stability to your weary soul. You feel the comfort of being near Him, the reassurance of knowing He is in control even when life feels uncertain. He places His hand over your heart, and the stillness deepens. Strength begins to rise, not the kind that demands your effort, but the kind that comes from resting in God's presence, the kind that builds quietly, like roots deepening beneath the soil, the kind that is steady, unshakable, and gentle. Take another slow breath. Let the stillness wash over your thoughts. Feel it calming the inner storms that once felt impossible to quiet. Every inhale becomes a reminder of God's nearness. Every exhale becomes a release of the burdens you were never meant to carry alone. Stillness teaches your heart to trust again. It teaches you to surrender the things that were never meant to rest in your hands. It teaches you to listen, to really listen to the soft whisper of God saying, "I am here." You do not have to be afraid. You do not have to force anything. You can rest in me. You may have believed that strength means pressing on, holding it together, never slowing down. But the deepest strength comes when you allow yourself to stop, when you let God steady your heart, when you realize that stillness does not make you weak, it makes you whole. Imagine sitting down beside the lake, the soft earth beneath you, the cool air brushing gently against your skin. Everything in creation seems to rest alongside you. The trees are quiet. The water is still. Even your heartbeat feels calmer. You whisper a prayer, not with your lips, but with your spirit. Lord, meet me here in the stillness. And He does. He sits beside you in the silence. He strengthens the parts of you that feel fragile. He fills the empty spaces with His presence. He speaks to your heart without needing words. Here, in the stillness, you realize something beautiful. You were never alone. You were never expected to carry life by your own strength. God has always been the one sustaining you. Take another breath, deeper this time. Let the stillness anchor you. Let it become the place where you find clarity, comfort, and courage. Let the quiet reveal the truth that God is working, even when you are resting. As your eyelids grow heavy and your spirit becomes peaceful, rest in the strength that rises from surrender. Rest in the safety of God's gentle presence. Rest knowing that stillness is not the absence of strength, it is the birthplace of it. Sleep now, child of God. The stillness is holding you. God is with you. And in this quiet night, strength is growing softly within your soul. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let this gentle night wrap softly around your tired spirit. You have walked through so much, more than most people will ever know, and yet here you are, still seeking peace, still longing for rest, still reaching toward the comfort of God's presence. Tonight, grace is drawing closer to you, not as something distant or mysterious, but as a warm embrace settling tenderly over your heart. Let your breathing fall into a calm, steady rhythm. Inhale the softness of this moment. Exhale the heaviness that tried to cling to you throughout the day. Feel your shoulders loosen. Feel your heartbeat slow. Feel grace beginning to hold you, not because you earned it, not because you managed everything perfectly, but because God delights in caring for you. Grace is one of the quietest gifts God gives. It doesn't arrive with thunder or applause. It comes like the glow of a candle in a dim room, lighting the darkness gently. It comes like a soft hand resting over yours. It comes like a whisper that says, "You are loved, even here. You are held, even now." Think for a moment about the weight you carried today, the worries you tried not to dwell on, the emotions you tucked away, the tasks that drained your strength, the disappointments you tried to push past. Grace sees all of it. Grace gathers every fragment of your exhaustion and wraps it in compassion. Imagine yourself lying beneath a quiet night sky. Above you, countless stars shimmer softly. The air is cool, the world is calm, and the vastness of the sky makes your worries feel smaller, lighter, easier to release. In this peaceful place, imagine Jesus sitting beside you, not far away, not hidden, but closer than your breath. He looks at you with gentle understanding. He knows the effort you gave today. He knows the battles you fought in silence. He knows the questions that weighed on your mind, the ones you were too tired to even speak. His presence alone becomes a comfort, a shelter for your weary soul. Take another breath. Feel His grace settling over you like a soft blanket. Grace does not judge you for being tired. Grace does not expect you to be strong when your heart feels fragile. Grace holds you exactly where you are and whispers, "Rest now. You are safe. You are mine." Maybe there are parts of your life that feel unfinished, unresolved, or overwhelming. Maybe there are things you wish you could change or understand, but grace does not demand that you solve everything before you sleep. Grace simply invites you to rest in the arms of the one who already knows the way forward. Let your thoughts quiet. Let your heart relax. Let your mind drift gently toward the peace that God is offering you. His grace is enough for your fears. His grace is enough for your weaknesses. His grace is enough for the moments you felt you weren't enough. And child of God, if this space has brought peace to your spirit, if this gentle moment has helped you breathe a little easier, you are welcome to continue this journey of rest and healing. If your heart feels led, you may subscribe or share these quiet nights so others who are hurting can find comfort too. There is no pressure, just a soft invitation, woven naturally into the stillness. Now, let your breath grow slower. Let your eyelids feel heavy. Let your soul lean fully into grace. Tonight, you are not holding yourself together by your own strength. Grace is holding you. Grace is carrying you. Grace is covering you like the warmest, softest blanket. Rest now, child of God. Let the night cradle your spirit. Let grace surround you. Let peace fill the spaces where fear once lived. You are held. You are loved. You are safe in the arms of the one who never lets you go. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the quiet of this moment settle into your soul. Some valleys in life feel deeper than others. Some seasons feel heavier, darker, or more uncertain. You may have walked through days when your strength felt thin, when hope seemed distant, when you wondered if anyone truly understood what was happening inside your heart. But tonight, allow yourself to rest in a truth that brings deep comfort. You do not walk through the valley alone. God walks with you. Let your breathing grow gentle. Inhale slowly. Exhale softly. With each breath, let the weight of the day fall away. Let the noise of your thoughts soften. Let the stillness around you feel like a warm shelter for your tired spirit. There are valleys that appear suddenly, without warning. Valleys of grief, valleys of stress, valleys of confusion. Valleys where the path seems hidden and every step feels uncertain. Yet in every valley, even the darkest one, God is not watching from a distance. He is beside you, steady, faithful, unshaken. Imagine yourself walking along a quiet path at dusk. The sky has dimmed into deep shades of blue and purple. The air is cool. Your steps feel slow, maybe even heavy. But then, you sense someone walking beside you. His presence is calm, reassuring, and familiar. It is Jesus. He does not rush you. He does not pressure you to move faster or pretend you are not tired. He matches your pace, walking step by step with you. You may not always see him clearly, but you can feel his nearness, the steady warmth, the quiet strength, the deep peace that begins to spread through your chest. Take another breath. Feel how his presence softens the tension inside you. Sometimes the valley makes you question your worth. Sometimes it makes you feel like you should be stronger or braver or more capable than you currently feel. But Jesus does not ask you to perform. He asks you to trust. He whispers, "I am with you. Let me carry what you cannot. Let me guide you where you cannot see. Let me steady your heart when fear begins to rise." In the valley, you may feel lost, but he knows the way. You may feel weak, but he is strong. You may feel uncertain, but he is constant. Valleys reveal your vulnerability, but they also reveal God's tenderness. Imagine Jesus placing his hand gentle but strong on your shoulder. The warmth spreads through your whole being. It steadies your breath. It calms the storm of thoughts you didn't even realize were swirling inside you. He does not say the valley will disappear. He says, "You will not face it alone." Let your spirit lean into that truth. Being accompanied by God changes everything. Even the darkest valley becomes a place where light can enter. Even the longest path becomes manageable when you are not walking it in your own strength. Think of the times you felt alone, when the valley echoed with silence. Even then, God was near. When the path twisted in ways you didn't expect, he was guiding your steps. When fear pressed against your chest, he whispered peace into your heart. When you didn't know how to pray, he interceded for you. You have never taken a single step without his presence beside you. Take another breath. Let it deepen the peace within you. Let it remind you that God does not abandon his children in their valleys. He becomes even more present, even more gentle, even more attentive. The valley may feel long, but it is not permanent. Seasons change, light returns, hope rises again, and through it all, God walks with you, not as a distant observer, but as a loving companion. He carries you when your strength fades. He comforts you when your heart aches. He leads you when your vision is clouded. He restores you when your spirit feels fragile. Now imagine the path ahead. It is still quiet, still soft, still lit only by the faint glow of evening. But it no longer feels frightening. It feels peaceful because Jesus is beside you, step for step, moment by moment. His presence is the safety your heart has been craving. As your eyelids grow heavy and your breath becomes slow, let your spirit rest in the truth that you are not walking through the valley alone tonight. The God who loves you is walking through it with you. He will not leave you. He will not let you fall. He will not let the valley defeat you. Rest now, child of God. Let the valley fade into the background as peace rises within you. You are not alone. You never have been. You never will be. God walks with you, steady, gentle, faithful through every valley, into every dawn. Hey, child of God. Take a gentle breath and let the stillness of this moment begin to soften your spirit. Tonight is not about everything you lost, everything that went wrong, or everything that has weighed on your soul. Tonight is about something quieter, something softer, something powerful enough to lift even the heaviest heart. Tonight is about hope, God's hope renewing you from the inside out. Let your breathing slow. Inhale deeply, letting fresh calm enter your body. Exhale slowly, releasing whatever has been clinging to your thoughts. With every breath, imagine hope rising gently within you, not as a distant dream, but as a warm light awakening inside your chest. There have been seasons in your life when hope felt out of reach, moments when disappointment dulled your spirit, times when your prayers felt unanswered and your future looked uncertain. Maybe you walked through days where your heart felt empty, where you wondered if things would ever shift, ever brighten, ever heal. But hope is not gone. It is not fragile. It is not limited by what you see. Hope is alive because God is alive, and His hope is not based on your circumstances. It flows from His character, steady and unwavering. Imagine yourself walking through a quiet forest at dawn. The sky above is still dim, but a soft glow begins to spread along the horizon. It is not fully bright yet, but it is enough to let you know that morning is coming. That feeling, the gentle promise of light, is what God's hope feels like. Hope does not rush you. It does not demand that you feel instantly better. It arrives slowly, like the first light breaking through a long night, touching the edges of your heart with warmth. Take another slow breath. Feel that glow begin to rise in you. Think of all the times you felt like giving up, yet somehow you kept going. Think of all the prayers you whispered through tears. Think of the moments when something inside you, something small yet sacred, told you to hold on. That was hope, sustained by God's hand, even when you didn't realize it. Hope is not wishful thinking. It is the quiet confidence that God is working in places you cannot see. It is the assurance that even when everything feels still, nothing is stagnant in His hands. Even now, He is weaving purpose through your pain, strength through your struggle, and healing through your waiting. Imagine Jesus standing beside you in the forest. The soft light touches His face, and His expression is warm, full of gentle assurance. He looks at you as though He sees not only who you are, but who you are becoming, as though He sees the beauty rising from the broken places, as though He sees the strength forming beneath your struggles. He places His hand lightly on your heart and whispers, "Hope is not lost. I am renewing you." Let those words sink deeply within you. You may not feel renewed all at once. Renewal often begins quietly, beneath the surface. Sometimes hope grows like a seed planted in darkness before it breaks through the soil. Sometimes hope comes as a whisper in the night before it becomes a song in the morning. Just because you cannot see the full picture does not mean God isn't painting it. Just because you cannot feel the entire healing does not mean God isn't working it. Hope grows quietly, faithfully, patiently. Take another breath. Feel hope stir inside you, not forced, not pressured, but gently awakened. The situations you face may not change overnight, but your heart can begin to shift now. Hope changes how you carry the weight. Hope reminds you that God is not finished with your story. Hope lifts your eyes toward the horizon when the night feels long. Let your spirit rest in this truth. God's hope does not disappoint. It does not fade. It does not fail. Even when you feel worn, hope holds you. Even when you feel tired, hope strengthens you. Even when you feel lost, hope guides you. Now imagine the forest brightening as the sun slowly rises. The shadows soften, the air warms, the world awakens, and inside your chest, the same awakening begins, a quiet renewal shaped by God's gentle hand. As your eyelids grow heavy and your breathing becomes slow and peaceful, rest knowing that hope is alive in you tonight. Not because you fought for it, but because God placed it there. A hope that renews, a hope that restores, a hope that carries you forward one soft, steady step at a time. Sleep now, child of God. Your heart is being renewed by hope, and tomorrow that hope will walk beside you, shining light where you once saw only shadows. Hey, child of God, take a soft breath and allow your heart to settle into this quiet moment. You have carried emotions that felt too heavy to speak aloud. You have wiped tears in silence, hiding them even from those who love you. But there is one who has seen every tear that has ever fallen from your eyes, every ache that trembled inside your chest, every moment when your strength felt thin. Tonight, rest in this truth. God holds your tears. Let your breathing slow. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. With every breath, imagine God's presence drawing closer, quiet, tender, overflowing with compassion. He is not distant from your pain. He is not unmoved by your sorrow. The God who created oceans holds your smallest tear with care. There are parts of your story that only God understands. Moments when grief tightened your throat. Moments when disappointment felt like a weight on your chest. Moments when fear whispered that you were alone. But God was there in every moment, gathering each tear as though it were precious, because to Him it is. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet room filled with soft golden light. The air is warm, still, peaceful. In your hands, you hold a small glass jar, empty, fragile, transparent. This jar represents all the tears you've shed. The tears that never received comfort, the ones you brushed away quickly, the ones that flowed when no one was watching. Now imagine Jesus walking toward you, His expression gentle, His steps slow and steady. He reaches out His hand. He does not ask you to stop crying. He does not tell you to be strong. He simply offers to carry what has been too heavy for you. You hand Him the jar. He holds it with tenderness, as though it contains something sacred. And He looks at you with compassion so deep it softens every ache in your soul. In His presence, your tears are not signs of weakness. They are proof that your heart still feels, still hopes, still loves, still longs. Take another breath. Allow the warmth in His eyes to soothe the cold places in your spirit. Jesus lifts the jar to His heart, and in that moment, something extraordinary happens. The jar begins to glow softly, one by one. Every tear inside transforms into light, warm, radiant, gentle. The sorrow that once felt overwhelming becomes something God is transforming into peace. He whispers to you, "I have seen every tear. I have held every sorrow. Nothing you feel is forgotten." Let that truth settle into you. You are not invisible. Your pain is not unnoticed. Your tears are not wasted. God keeps them because they matter. They are pieces of your story that He will redeem with tenderness. Think of the times you cried quietly, afraid to burden others. God was beside you. Think of the times you cried angrily, confused and overwhelmed. God held you. Think of the times you cried because something broke inside you. God collected those tears with care. He did not rush your healing. He did not shame your emotions. He let you feel, and He stayed with you through every moment. Take another slow breath. Feel the releasing in your chest. Feel the softness rising in your thoughts. Feel your heart quieting under God's gentle gaze. Pain may have shaped parts of your journey, but it does not define your story. God is the one who restores. He is the one who comforts. He is the one who turns tears into healing. Imagine Jesus placing the jar of glowing tears into His robe, close to His heart. They are safe now. You are safe. Nothing you have felt has been lost. Everything is held in love. Then Jesus sits beside you. He places His hand over yours, not to silence your feelings, but to remind you that you never walk through your sorrow alone. His presence becomes a blanket of peace, softening your breath, easing your mind, comforting the weary places within you. Take one last deep breath. Let the truth settle fully into your spirit. God holds your tears with tenderness, and He holds you with even greater love. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body relaxes into rest, let this be the whisper that carries you into sleep. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. Every tear you have ever cried is held in the hands of a loving God. You can rest now, child of God. Let peace wash over you. Let healing rise. Sleep in the comfort of the one who holds your heart gently, always. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let this moment become a sanctuary around your weary spirit. You have walked through noise, through pressure, through expectations you never voiced out loud. You have moved through a day that pulled at your heart in different directions. Some moments soft, some moments heavy, some moments too fast for your tired soul. But here, in this quiet night, God offers you something sacred. His calm, not the calm the world gives, not temporary quiet that can be broken by the next worry. God's calm is different. It is steady, deep, and unshaken. It settles the places inside you where fear once echoed. It touches the thoughts that kept circling in your mind. It holds you the way only divine peace can. Take another breath. Inhale slowly, letting peace enter the places where tension has lived too long. Exhale gently, releasing the heaviness you've been carrying in silence. Feel your shoulders lower, your breath deepen, your heart soften. Now imagine yourself standing inside a small wooden shelter on a gentle hillside. Outside, the wind is blowing softly, brushing through tall grass and carrying the cool scent of the evening. The world outside is still moving, but inside this shelter, everything feels quiet, warm, and safe. A lantern glows on the wall, casting soft light that feels like a hug for your soul. This is what God's calm feels like: protection without walls, peace without conditions, safety without explanation. As you settle into this quiet shelter, imagine Jesus entering the space. He doesn't hurry. His steps are slow, soft, steady. He sits beside you, not to question you, not to correct you, not to evaluate your strength. He simply comes to be near you, to share this calm with you. His presence does not push you. It does not demand anything. It simply fills the room with warmth, a warmth that reaches into places inside you that haven't felt peace in a long time. Take another breath. Feel your mind quiet under his presence. There are things you endured today that no one else understands fully. Thoughts you kept to yourself, tension you tried to ignore, worries that stuck with you even when you told yourself not to think about them. But Jesus understands all of it. He sees every layer of your heart, even the ones hidden beneath a brave face. And tonight, he whispers gently, "I am here. You are safe. Let my calm surround you." Imagine him placing his hand lightly on your shoulder. The warmth melts through you slowly, comforting the places where worry tightened your breath. You begin to feel grounded, steadied, anchored, not because life suddenly changed, but because you are no longer facing it alone. The wind outside the shelter continues to blow, but inside, the peace deepens. The calm becomes thicker, richer, like a soft blanket wrapped around your heart. You feel the Spirit of God resting over you, gentle, present, and full of compassion. Take another breath. Notice how your thoughts begin to slow. The noise in your mind grows quiet. Your heart finds a gentler rhythm. Peace becomes something you can feel, not just wish for. God's calm does not remove your challenges. It strengthens you to face them. It reminds you that you are not helpless, not abandoned, not forgotten. You are held by the one who controls the wind outside and the stillness within. Imagine Jesus now turning to face you, his voice soft and steady. Let your heart rest tonight. Let go of what you cannot control. Let my peace be enough for you. These words settle into your spirit like warm rain falling on thirsty ground. You begin to feel lighter. Something inside you loosens, something that has been tight for days, maybe even weeks. This is what the calm of God does. It frees you without forcing you. It heals you without rushing you. It holds you without ever letting go. Sit with this calm for a moment. Feel it flow through your breath, your thoughts, your entire being. Feel how deeply God cares for you, how tenderly he tends to your heart. Now, as your eyelids grow heavy and your body relaxes into rest, let this shelter become your refuge for the night. Let the calm of God wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let his presence quiet your fears. Let his peace guide your dreams. Let his love carry you into deep, restorative sleep. Rest now, child of God. You are safe in his shelter. You are surrounded by his calm. And through this night, he watches over you gently, lovingly, faithfully. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow the heaviness of this day to melt gently from your spirit. You have carried more than your heart was meant to hold alone. You have pushed through exhaustion, through worry, through the quiet ache that settles deep inside when life feels overwhelming. But tonight is not about struggle. Tonight is about being lifted gently, compassionately by the God who never stops holding you. Let your breathing soften. Inhale calm. Exhale the tension you hid behind your smile. Feel your chest loosen as you release everything crowding your thoughts. Let this moment become a soft refuge for your soul. There are days when life feels like it presses down on you, even when you try your best to stay hopeful. Days when disappointment drifts into your heart like a quiet shadow. Days when your prayers feel slow, hesitant, or tired. But the beautiful truth is that God does not need your strength in order to lift you. He needs only your openness, your simple willingness to be still and let him draw near. Imagine yourself sitting at the edge of a hillside at sunset. The sky is painted with warm pinks and deep golds. The air is cool, peaceful, almost holy in its quietness. As you sit there, your body relaxes into the earth beneath you. The horizon stretches wide, reminding you that your story does not end with today's worries. You feel a gentle presence beside you. Jesus sits next to you, not in a rush, not with urgency, but with quiet companionship. His gaze rests on the horizon, and his expression is filled with calm confidence. He knows where your journey is heading, even when you cannot see the path clearly. He knows the places where your heart was bruised. He knows the prayers you didn't have the strength to finish. You don't have to explain anything. He already understands. Take another breath, slow and deep. Feel the peace of his presence settling into the spaces where anxiety once echoed. Jesus turns to you and whispers softly, "Let your heart be lifted again, not by your effort, not by forcing yourself to be strong, but by allowing his love to gently rise within you like the morning sun spreading warmth across the horizon." Feel this lifting, not sudden, not dramatic, but soft. A slow unwinding of fear, a quiet loosening of heaviness, a gentle rising of hope. Your heart may not feel light yet, and that's okay. Healing often begins quietly. Hope often returns gradually. But even now, God is lifting you through his presence, his promises, his steady compassion that never runs out. Take another breath. Let it flow deep into your chest. Let your body relax into the truth that you are safe, seen, and supported. There is a renewal happening in you tonight, not by force, but by grace. You may not notice it immediately, but your heart is beginning to rise again. Your spirit is beginning to breathe again. Your hope is beginning to wake up again. The God who lifts the lowly is lifting you. As you sit with Jesus on this quiet hillside, the last light of sunset fades and the first stars appear. The world grows still. And in this stillness, you feel him gently holding your heart, not to control it, but to steady it. You are not falling apart. You are being lifted. You are not forgotten. You are cherished. You are not alone. You are deeply held by the one who loves you without measure. Child of God, if these moments have brought peace to you, if they have helped your heart breathe again, you are welcome to stay connected, to journey through more nights of rest and healing with us. You may gently consider subscribing, sharing, or leaving a comment so others who feel heavy can also find a place to rest. Only if you feel led, only if it feels natural in this peaceful moment. Now take one last slow breath. Let your eyelids grow heavy. Let your mind settle. Let your spirit lean fully into God's gentle lifting. Rest now, child of God. Your heart is rising. Your hope is returning. You are being lifted into peace, slowly and beautifully, by the one who never lets you go. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow the stillness of this night to settle gently around you. You may not realize it, but even now, even in this moment, God is strengthening you in quiet, hidden ways. Not with noise, not with pressure, not with demands, but with a calm, steady presence that fills the spaces where your spirit feels thin. Let your breathing fall into a gentle rhythm. Inhale peace. Exhale every tension that clings to your mind. Feel the weight of the day loosening its grip on your shoulders. Feel your thoughts beginning to soften, like ripples fading across calm water. There are times when you ask God for strength, expecting a surge of power, a sudden boldness, a dramatic shift. But often, his strength comes differently. It rises like dawn's slow quiet, soft at first. It settles into your soul without you noticing, until one day you realize you are standing where you once felt too weak to step. Strength is not always loud. Sometimes it is deeply silent. Sometimes it grows in the background while you simply breathe. Imagine yourself in a quiet forest clearing just before sunrise. The air is cool and gentle. The leaves rest without stirring. The world feels as though it is holding its breath. In the middle of this stillness, you sit on a smooth stone, your hands resting loosely in your lap. You feel tired, but also strangely safe. As you sit there, a soft light begins to spread, barely noticeable at first, then slowly warming the edges of the horizon. The sun is rising, but it does not rush. It moves at the pace of peace. And as it rises, you feel something rise within you too. This is how God strengthens you, quietly, tenderly, faithfully, not by forcing you forward, but by steadying your heart, not by removing every difficulty, but by remaining close through all of them. Take another slow breath. Feel the strength that is already forming beneath your weariness. Jesus comes and sits beside you in the clearing. His presence feels gentle, grounding, familiar. He doesn't ask you to explain anything. He doesn't ask you to try harder. He simply places his hand over yours, and immediately your heart rests deeper. He whispers, "Strength is growing in you, even when you cannot feel it." Let those words settle into the deepest places of your spirit. Think about the moments when you kept going even though you didn't know how. The days you carried yourself through exhaustion. The nights you cried but still woke to try again. The choices you made with trembling hands but faithful hearts. Those were not signs of weakness. They were signs of strength God placed within you. Strength is not just the ability to stand tall. Sometimes strength is the courage to rest. Sometimes it is the willingness to breathe through pain. Sometimes it is the quiet trust that God is holding what you cannot. You do not need to see or feel strength for it to be real. God is forming it in you through every prayer, every tear, every step, every moment of surrender. His strength becomes yours, not through striving, but through presence, through leaning gently into Him. Imagine Jesus now turning toward you, His eyes soft with understanding. He places His hand over your heart, and you feel warmth fill your chest, moving slowly outward like a gentle wave. This warmth is strength not loud, but lasting, not sudden, but deep, not forced, but given with affection. You begin to realize that strength does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it breathes. Sometimes it simply holds you until you can stand again. Take another breath. Feel that quiet strengthening happening even now, settling into your bones, calming your mind, steadying your spirit. As the sun in your forest clearing rises higher, the light becomes warmer, brighter, but still gentle. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, and inside you, the same awakening is taking place, a soft renewal, a tender empowerment, a quiet but steady courage God is weaving into your soul. Let your eyes grow heavy, let your heart rest, let your spirit lean fully into this truth. God is strengthening you in ways you cannot yet see. He is preparing you gently. He is holding you tenderly. He is shaping you quietly into someone who can endure, hope, and rise again. Sleep now, child of God. Let His quiet strength carry you into deep rest. Let His peace breathe through your dreams. Let His presence keep you safe through the night. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let this quiet moment settle softly over your heart. Tonight, you do not need to solve anything. You do not need to figure out tomorrow. You do not need to carry the weight of questions that feel too heavy. Tonight is simply about letting God breathe peace into the places where worry has been living inside you. Let your breathing slow. Inhale deeply, letting calm seep into the corners of your chest. Exhale slowly, releasing all the tension your body has been carrying without asking your permission. With each breath, imagine your worries loosening their grip on your spirit. Worry often arrives quietly. It slips into your thoughts during the day, hides beneath your smiles, and settles into your heart when night falls. It tells you lies about the future. It magnifies fears. It steals rest. But God's peace is stronger than worry, gentler, yet stronger, quieter, yet deeper. Imagine yourself sitting beside a small river at dusk. The water flows softly, its gentle rhythm soothing your mind. The air is cool and still, and the world around you feels calm, untouched by rush or expectation. This is a place where your heart can breathe again. As you sit there, you notice the surface of the water moving steadily, not hurried, not anxious. The river knows its path. It does not fear what is ahead. It simply flows, guided by the one who created its course. And in that simple movement, you begin to feel something stir inside you, an invitation to release your worries into the hands of God. Take another slow breath. Let the peace of this river wash over you. Suddenly, you sense a familiar presence beside you. Jesus sits down quietly, not interrupting your thoughts, not pushing you to speak. His nearness alone begins to soften the tightness in your chest. He looks at the river with you, allowing you to rest in silence. After a moment, he turns his gentle gaze toward you, and his voice soft as a whisper says, "Give me what weighs on you. Let me breathe peace where worry once lived." You feel something shift within you, not dramatically, not suddenly, but gently, as though a door inside your heart is being opened just enough to let light in. You realize that worry has asked you to be strong on your own, but God's peace invites you to lean on Him instead. Imagine holding your worries in your hands, not one by one, but all together. The expectations you fear you won't meet, the unknowns that trouble your sleep, the decisions that overwhelm you, the fears you never speak out loud. All of them. You offer them to Jesus. He receives them with tenderness, not frustration. He does not judge you for worrying. He knows your heart. He knows how deeply you care. He knows why certain things matter so much to you. His compassion surrounds every anxious thought like a warm blanket wrapping around a trembling soul. Now imagine Jesus leaning gently toward you. He places his hand over your heart. As he does, it feels like fresh air fills your chest, light, soft, warm. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts quiet, your pulse steadies. This is what it feels like when God breathes peace into you. Not forced, not rushed, just gifted with quiet love. Take another breath. Feel his peace spreading slowly through you, touching places that haven't rested in a long time. Worry may try to return, but tonight you will not face it alone. Peace is not the absence of problems, it is the presence of God, and He is here now, breathing calm into your weary heart. Let this truth soak into your spirit. You don't need to carry everything. You don't need to know how it will all turn out. You don't need to hold the future in your hands. You are held by the one who already knows the way. Imagine the river continuing its gentle path. It flows effortlessly, guided by God's design. Your life, too, is being guided, even through twists and unknowns. The one who directs the river is directing your steps. As your eyelids grow heavy, and your body sinks deeper into rest, let your last thoughts be soft ones. God is breathing peace into me. God is calming my fears. God is holding my heart steady. Rest now, child of God. Let peace settle like warm light inside your soul. Let every worry slip quietly from your hands into His. Let the night carry you gently as God watches over you with unwavering love. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and let the quiet of this moment soften your weary spirit. There are pieces of your heart you thought were gone forever, pieces worn down by disappointment, taken by sorrow, or hidden beneath years of trying to stay strong. But tonight, let this truth rest gently on your soul. God restores what your heart has lost, not halfway, not partially, fully, beautifully, tenderly. Let your breathing fall into a peaceful rhythm. Inhale calm. Exhale the heaviness you've carried through the day. Feel the tension in your shoulders melt a little. Feel your spirit begin to loosen from the weight of old wounds. Restoration is not instant. It is not loud. It does not rush. It begins quietly, like the slow return of warmth after a long winter. It begins in moments like this, moments when you allow God to draw close enough to touch the places you've kept hidden. Imagine yourself walking along a path lined with tall, swaying grass. The sun has just set, and the sky glows with the last traces of gold and rose. The air is cool, gentle, full of promise. You follow the path until you come upon a small, abandoned garden, once beautiful, now overgrown, forgotten, silent. This garden represents the parts of your heart you've given up on. Dreams that faded, joy that slipped away, hope that felt too fragile to hold. Pieces of yourself you thought would never bloom again. You step into the garden slowly. The soil feels dry beneath your feet. The vines wrap around broken branches. Yet something in this forgotten place pulls at you. Something familiar. Something sacred. Then you sense someone behind you. You turn, and Jesus is standing near the entrance of the garden. His expression is soft, full of understanding. He sees what this place represents. He sees what has been lost. He sees what has been wounded. And still, he steps into the garden with you, not afraid of the brokenness, not disappointed by the emptiness, not discouraged by the overgrown places. He kneels down, touches the dry soil, and smiles gently. This garden can bloom again. Those words settle into you like warm rain falling on thirsty ground. Restoration begins not when everything is perfect, but when you allow Jesus to enter the places that feel empty. He touches what feels too broken to save. He waters what feels too dry to grow. He brings life to what feels hopeless. Take another breath. Feel the hope beginning to stir within you, softly, quietly. Jesus begins to work in the garden with gentle hands, removing the dead branches, lifting the wilted leaves, turning the soil, planting seeds where you once felt nothing could grow. As he works, something inside you lightens. You begin to feel the possibility of newness, the hint of beauty returning, the whisper of joy waiting beneath the surface. He looks at you and says softly, "What you lost is not beyond my restoration." Let those words enter the deepest parts of your heart. Think of the joy you once had, the spark that dimmed under burden. God can restore it. Think of the hope you once carried, the hope that slipped through your fingers. God can renew it. Think of the love you once felt, the love that was wounded or disappointed. God can heal it. Think of the confidence you once walked with, the confidence shaken by life's storms. God can rebuild it. Restoration does not mean returning you to who you were. It means shaping you into who you were always meant to become: stronger, softer, deeper, more whole. Take another slow breath. Feel the garden inside you beginning to glow with possibility. Jesus stands and walks to your side. The garden still looks quiet, still looks bare, but you sense life beneath the surface. Seeds have been planted. Healing has begun. Restoration is already happening, even if you cannot see the full bloom yet. He places his hand on your heart and whispers, "I am restoring you, little by little. Trust the process. Rest in me." Your spirit softens, your thoughts quiet. Peace settles into the spaces where fear used to be. You realize that what felt lost forever is now in the hands of the one who brings life from ashes, beauty from brokenness, gardens from barren ground. As your eyelids grow heavy, allow this truth to cradle your soul. God is restoring you. What you lost is not gone. It is being renewed. It is being rebuilt. It is being shaped into something even more beautiful. Rest now, child of God. Sleep in the gentle promise of restoration. Your heart is not finished. Your story is not over. God is making all things new starting with you. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the softness of this moment to settle deeply into your spirit. You carry places within you that few people know about. Quiet places, hidden places, places you rarely speak of. These are the parts of your heart where unspoken fears live, where old memories linger, where exhaustion settles when you finally stop moving. And tonight, God is drawing near to those quiet places with healing in his hands. Let your breathing slow. Inhale peace. Exhale the heaviness that has been pressing against your heart. With each breath, imagine the presence of God filling the spaces inside you that have felt empty, tired, or forgotten. Some wounds do not shout, they whisper. Some fears do not roar. They sit silently in the background. Some pain does not break you loudly. It settles like a shadow, unnoticed by the world but deeply felt by your soul. God sees every shadow. God hears every whisper. God understands every quiet ache. Imagine yourself inside a small, dimly lit room. The walls are plain, the air still, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotion. This room represents the quiet places inside your heart, the ones you rarely let others enter. You stand in the center, feeling the weight of memories, disappointments, unanswered questions, and silent fears. Then you hear soft footsteps. Jesus enters the room. He does not turn away from what he sees. He is not uncomfortable with your vulnerability. He is not surprised by the heaviness you carry. Instead, he steps toward you with calm, steady compassion. His presence changes the atmosphere immediately. The room feels warmer, safer, softer. He looks around the room with eyes full of understanding, as if he recognizes every burden even before you mention it. Then he turns his gaze to you, not with disappointment, but with affection. You are not alone in this room anymore. Take a gentle breath. Feel the tension in your chest loosen. Jesus walks to one corner of the room, where a quiet ache has lived for a long time. Maybe an old memory, maybe a wound that never fully healed, maybe a loss you still feel. He kneels and places his hand over that invisible weight. Instantly, a soft warmth spreads through the space, dissolving the coldness that once lived there. This is what God's healing looks like. Not rushed, not forced, not demanding. It is gentle, patient, deliberate. He moves through the quiet places one by one, touching them with compassion, replacing heaviness with peace, fear with comfort, sorrow with tenderness. Take another breath. Feel the healing begin to spread within you. Jesus stands and walks to another part of the room, a place where insecurity once whispered lies to you. He places his hand there too. The lies lose their power. The doubts soften. The fear begins to unravel. Then he moves to the place where disappointment lived, the dreams you let go of, the prayers that seemed unanswered, the moments when life felt unfair. He touches that place with tenderness, and suddenly the disappointment doesn't feel as sharp. Something inside you begins to release slowly but surely. He moves to every hidden corner, every unspoken hurt, every quiet ache, every fragile piece of your heart. Nothing is too small for his attention. Nothing is too complicated for his healing. Nothing is too old for his restoration. Take another breath. Feel the room inside you becoming lighter, brighter, warmer. Finally, Jesus returns to you. He places his hand gently over your heart. The warmth spreads through your entire being, a healing that is not loud, but deep. Tears may come, not from sadness, but from relief. You do not have to hide anything from him. He heals the places you cannot put into words. You whisper to him in your heart, even if your lips do not move. Lord, heal what I cannot reach. And he answers softly, I already am. Let this truth sink into you completely. Healing does not always happen in moments of strength. Often, it happens in moments of surrender, in quiet rooms, in soft breaths, in silent prayers. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body begins to rest, imagine the entire room inside you glowing softly, every corner touched, every shadow lifted, every ache soothed, every unspoken weight gently carried by God himself. Rest now, child of God. The quiet places inside you are being healed. You are safe in his presence. You are held in his hands. You are loved into wholeness. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the stillness of this night settle gently over your heart. You have walked through days where every step felt uncertain, where your path seemed dim, where decisions weighed heavily on your spirit. You have carried questions without answers and moved forward even when you felt unsure. But tonight, rest in this comforting truth. God is guiding your steps, quietly, gently, faithfully. Let your breathing soften. Inhale calm. Exhale the tension wrapped around your thoughts. Feel the space around you grow quieter, warmer, more peaceful. Let your spirit settle like a leaf resting softly on still water. Uncertainty does not mean you are lost. Confusion does not mean God is absent. Hesitation does not mean you lack faith. It simply means you are human, walking through a world that often feels bigger than your strength. And yet, God walks with you in every step, steadying your heart, guiding your thoughts, holding your hand invisibly through every twist and turn. Imagine yourself on a winding path in a quiet forest. Trees rise tall on either side, their leaves whispering softly in the evening breeze. The light is dim, not dark, but not entirely clear either. You can only see a short distance ahead, and for a moment, the unknown makes your heart tremble. Then you feel a presence beside you. Jesus walks with you, not rushing, not pulling you forward, but matching your pace with perfect patience. He doesn't need you to move faster. He doesn't expect you to know the whole journey. He simply stays with you. You whisper, Lord, I don't know what to do next. He responds gently, then walk with me. Take another breath. Allow his nearness to bring comfort to your uncertainty. Jesus lifts a small lantern in his hand. The light is soft, not enough to illuminate the entire forest, but enough to brighten the next step. Only the next step. And somehow, that is enough. God does not reveal your path all at once because He wants to walk it with you. He wants you to trust His timing. He wants you to lean into His presence. He wants your heart to rest in His guidance, not your own understanding. As you walk, the lantern light moves with you, revealing just enough for you to take another step, then another, then another. The path is still winding, still uncertain, but it no longer feels frightening. Jesus is beside you, and His guidance becomes your peace. Take another slow breath. Feel your spirit beginning to loosen from the grip of anxious thoughts. Think of all the times you felt unsure but kept going anyway. That was God guiding you. Think of the moments when clarity came quietly, unexpectedly. That was God whispering wisdom into your heart. Think of the decisions you feared making, yet found peace after choosing. That was God steadying your spirit. His guidance is often subtle, like the faint glow of that lantern, but it is always present, always faithful. Jesus pauses for a moment and turns to you. His eyes shimmer with kindness. You don't have to know the whole way, He says. You only need to walk with me. Let those words settle deep into your heart. You don't need perfect clarity. You don't need perfect strength. You don't need to have everything figured out. You only need to keep walking with God, step by step. As you continue walking, the path begins to open just slightly. You notice patches of soft moss, the gentle shapes of trees, the outline of the forest easing into deeper peace. The unknown no longer feels like a threat. It feels like a journey you are not facing alone. Take another breath, slow and peaceful. Feel the promise of guidance settling into your bones. The God who guides you has never once been confused. He has never been uncertain. He has never hesitated in leading your heart. And He will not start now. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body sinks deeper into rest, imagine Jesus still walking beside you on that forest path. His lantern glows softly. His steps are steady. His presence is your comfort. The path ahead may still be unclear, but your guide is perfect. Your next step may feel small, but it is held in His hands. Your uncertainty may feel heavy, but His peace is stronger. Rest now, child of God. You do not walk alone. God is guiding every step, even the ones you cannot yet see. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow this peaceful moment to wash gently over your spirit. You have weathered storms, deep emotional storms, storms of fear, storms of pressure, storms of exhaustion that shook you more than you let anyone see. Some storms thunder loudly around you, others thunder quietly inside you. But tonight, God is coming close to quiet the storm within your heart. Let your breathing become soft and steady. Inhale peace. Exhale the stress that has wrapped itself around your thoughts. Feel the tension loosen from your neck, your shoulders, your chest. With each breath, imagine the inner storm growing quieter, calmer, softer. It's okay if the storm did not stop when you prayed. It's okay if you still feel shaken. It's okay if the noise inside you has felt louder than God's voice at times. Storms test our faith, but they do not scare God. Storms overwhelm us, but they never overwhelm Him. Imagine yourself standing on a small boat in the middle of a vast lake. The sky above is heavy with clouds. The wind pushes hard, rocking the boat. Waves rise, splashing against the sides, each one louder than the last. Your heart beats quickly. Your mind races. You try to steady yourself, but the storm feels too strong. This lake is your inner world, your thoughts, your fears, your emotions swirling all at once. This storm is what you've been carrying quietly, bravely, silently. Then, through the wind, you sense a presence approaching. Jesus steps into the boat. He does not panic. He does not rush. He does not look worried. His calm alone begins to change the atmosphere. He stands beside you, his hand gently touching your arm, grounding you. You feel your breath begin to slow. You feel your fear begin to soften. Jesus turns his face toward the storm, not with anger, but with authority rooted in love. He raises his hand and speaks a single gentle command: peace. Be still. The wind softens, the waves settle, the sky opens, the storm quiets. Not just around you, inside you. Take another slow breath. Feel God calming the storm within your soul. He is not just calming your circumstances. He is calming you. He is touching the places where fear once lived. He is steadying the thoughts that spiraled. He is quieting the emotions that overwhelmed you. The storm outside may not disappear immediately, but the storm inside you is already losing its power. Jesus sits beside you in the boat. His presence is warm, soothing, grounding. The water around you is now still reflecting the sky like a vast mirror. You watch as the ripples fade into glassy calm. He looks at you with eyes full of tenderness and says, "You are safe. You are mine. The storm will not break you. I am with you." Let that truth settle gently into your spirit. The storms you face do not define you. Your fear does not mean your faith is weak. Your trembling does not mean you have failed. God sees your storm, and he is not silent. He sees your shaking heart, and he draws closer, not to criticize, but to comfort. Take another breath. Let the inner waves soften until your spirit feels like that calm, lake still, peaceful, held by God's presence. Jesus rests his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through your chest, flowing into every place where anxiety once clung. This warmth is not temporary. It is his peace settling into your soul. He whispers, "Let me carry what overwhelms you. Let my peace fill the places your strength cannot reach." Slowly, beautifully, the storm inside you fades into quiet. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body relaxes into rest, let this be the truth that carries you into sleep. God is calming your storm. God is steadying your heart. God is giving you peace deeper than the waves that once frightened you. Rest now, child of God. The storm inside you is quiet. His presence is your calm. His love is your anchor. Sleep in the stillness of the one who never lets you drown. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and allow the soft quiet of this moment to wrap around your tired soul. There are times in life when loneliness settles into your heart, not just the kind that comes from being alone, but the deeper kind, the kind that whispers that you have been forgotten. Forgotten by people, forgotten by life, maybe even forgotten by God. But tonight, let this truth settle tenderly into your spirit. You are not forgotten, not for a moment, not in any season, not in any struggle. Let your breathing grow slow. Inhale peace. Exhale the ache of feeling unseen. The world may overlook you at times. People may forget the weight you carry. Even those you love may not notice the quiet battles you fight every day. But God sees you fully. He remembers every prayer you whispered, every tear you wiped away quickly, every act of courage you took when no one was watching. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet valley at twilight. The sky above you holds the last glow of the fading sun. The valley is vast, silent, still. For a moment, the emptiness feels overwhelming. You feel small in the wide landscape, as though your presence does not matter. Then, from across the valley, a soft light begins to appear. It is not the sun. It is not a star. It is a warm, golden light moving toward you. As it draws closer, You recognize the gentle figure of Jesus walking toward you, not hurried, not distant, not distracted. His eyes are fixed on you with unwavering focus, as if you are the reason he entered this valley. Because you are. When he reaches you, he pauses. His presence alone fills the valley with warmth. The emptiness you felt begins to dissolve in the light of his nearness. He looks at you with a mixture of tenderness and certainty, as if he knows exactly how long you've been carrying the weight of feeling forgotten. Then he speaks softly. I have never lost sight of you. Let those words rest deeply in your heart. The seasons that felt silent, he was there. The nights that felt empty, he was watching over you. The prayers that felt unanswered, he heard every single one. You are not forgotten. You are remembered with love that never weakens. Jesus reaches out his hand and gently touches your shoulder. The warmth spreads through your entire being, melting the coldness of loneliness, dissolving the ache of feeling overlooked. He whispers again, I know your steps, I know your tears, I know your heart. You are always in my care. Take another slow breath. Feel the reassurance flowing into the parts of your spirit that longed for acknowledgement. Sometimes you mistake silence for abandonment. Sometimes you mistake waiting for neglect. Sometimes you mistake stillness for being overlooked. But God's silence is never distance. His waiting is never rejection. His stillness is never forgetfulness. God's remembrance of you is deeper than anything the world can offer. Imagine Jesus lifting a small lantern. Light pours gently across the valley, illuminating not just where you stand, but forming a pathway ahead. You see now that you are not standing in emptiness. You are standing in a place God has been preparing to guide you through. There is purpose in this valley. There is growth in this silence. There is transformation in this waiting. You have not been forgotten. You have been held, shaped, and prepared. Take another deep breath. Let your heart soften as the truth sinks deeper. God's attention toward you has never wavered, not even once. Jesus steps closer. His presence feels like home warm, familiar, safe. He wraps his arms around you in a quiet embrace, and for the first time in a long while, you feel seen. Truly seen. Every burden, every question, every fear, every hope, every piece of your heart matters to him. As your eyes grow heavy and your breath becomes slow and peaceful, let this message echo gently inside you. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are deeply known, deeply cherished, deeply loved. Rest now, child of God. You are held in the remembrance of the one who never loses sight of you. Hey, child of God, take a deep, soft breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle gently over your heart. There are things you have been holding on to for a long time. Memories that hurt, expectations that weigh you down, worries that never stop circling your thoughts. Some of these things you carry openly. Others you hide deep inside, afraid to release them, unsure what will happen if you do. But tonight, let your heart absorb this truth. Some healing only begins when you finally let go. Not letting go in your own strength, not pretending it no longer hurts, not forcing yourself to forget. Letting go by placing it gently into God's hands, the safest place it could ever be. Let your breathing grow slow and steady. Inhale peace. Exhale the weight you no longer wish to carry. Feel your shoulders relax. Feel your chest loosen. Feel your spirit begin to open, ready to release what has been heavy for too long. Imagine yourself standing beside a calm lake under a twilight sky. The water is smooth, still, reflecting faint hints of pink and silver. The air is cool, comforting, The world around you feels hushed, as if it is inviting you to breathe deeply, to slow down, to surrender. In your hands, imagine you are holding a small stone. This stone represents what you've been carrying: a lingering hurt, a fear that shadows your peace, a memory that still stings, a burden you've been silently shouldering. The stone is cold, heavier than it appears. You realize you've held it for so long that your hands have adapted to its weight. It feels familiar, even though it drains you. Take another breath. Feel the heaviness of that stone. Then beside you, Jesus steps into the scene. His presence radiates warmth, calming even the deepest parts of you. He stands beside you, not rushing, not pushing, not forcing. He simply waits, inviting you to release what has been hurting you. He looks gently at your hands and says softly, "Let me hold what you were never meant to carry alone." You feel your grip tighten for a moment, not because you want to keep the weight, but because letting go feels vulnerable. It feels like releasing control. It feels like stepping into the unknown. The stone may be heavy, but it is familiar. You've learned to live with it, but God wants more for you than survival. He wants healing. He wants peace. He wants freedom. Slowly, your fingers loosen. You place the stone in Jesus' hands. The moment you let go, even before the stone leaves your palms entirely, you feel something shift inside you. A lightness, a breath you didn't know you were holding, a release that feels like your soul exhaling. Jesus holds the stone gently, not judging it, not dismissing your pain, not minimizing your experience. He holds it with compassion, as if he has always known how heavy it was for you. He steps closer to the edge of the lake and tosses the stone into the water. It sinks instantly, completely gone, not retrievable, not something you need to pick up again. The ripples widen across the lake, slow and soft, disappearing into stillness. What once weighed you down now rests at the bottom of waters you are not meant to revisit. Take another breath. Feel how your heart expands with the newfound space inside. This is what letting go feels like. Not empty, not lost, but free. Jesus turns back toward you. His eyes shine with warmth. He places his hand over your heart and says, "Now I can heal what the weight once covered." Let those words sink deeply into your spirit. Sometimes we hold on to things because we don't know who we are without them. Sometimes we cling to pain because we think it defines us. Sometimes we grip our burdens because letting go feels like losing control. But God invites you into a different story, one where freedom replaces fear, where peace replaces turmoil, where healing flows into the places once hidden beneath burdens. Take one more slow breath. Feel the healing beginning inside you. Not loud, not sudden, but steady, gentle, faithful. The lake before you is calm again. Your hands are empty, light. Your heart is open, soft, ready. You are not meant to carry everything. You are meant to place what hurts into God's hands again and again until peace becomes your natural breath. As your eyelids grow heavy and your spirit sinks into rest, let this truth cradle you into sleep. You are safe to let go. You are safe to release. You are safe to trust God with what burdens you. Rest now, child of God. Healing is already happening inside you because you finally let go. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let this quiet moment wrap softly around your tired heart. There are parts of your life that feel scattered, pieces of hopes you once carried, pieces of dreams that cracked under pressure, pieces of yourself you no longer know how to put back together. You have tried to fix things on your own, tried to hold everything tightly so it wouldn't fall apart. Tried to be strong even when your spirit felt fragile. But tonight, God is inviting you into a different way of being. A gentler way. A sacred way. He is whispering to you, "Let me hold the pieces you cannot fix." Let your breathing slow. Inhale deeply, allowing peace to fill the places where stress has lived too long. Exhale the pressure you've put on yourself to hold everything together. Feel your shoulders soften. Feel your thoughts quiet. Feel your heart begin to settle into God's presence. You do not have to repair everything tonight. You do not have to make sense of every broken piece. You only need to rest in the hands of the one who never drops what you place in his care. Imagine yourself sitting on the floor of a quiet room, warm light resting on the walls. In front of you is a small wooden table. Spread across it are pieces of something once beautiful, something meaningful, something precious to you. Some pieces are sharp, some are worn, some covered in the dust of time. As you look at them, your heart feels heavy because you remember what it used to be, and you feel responsible for its breaking. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know how to fix this." Then, softly, you hear his footsteps. Jesus enters the room with a calm presence that fills the space with warmth. He sees the scattered pieces, and he sees the deeper scattered places within your heart. But he does not look disappointed. He does not ask why you let it break. He does not question your strength or your decisions. Instead, he kneels beside you with tenderness, his eyes full of compassion, and gently says, "Let me help." You watch as he reaches out his hands, not to judge the fragments, but to hold them. He handles each piece with care, as though every fragment carries a story he treasures. He lifts one small broken piece and examines it with such affection that you suddenly realize something. You may see brokenness, but he sees value. You may feel ashamed of what fell apart, but he sees potential in what remains. You may fear that nothing can be restored, but he specializes in making beauty from what looks impossible. Take another breath. Feel the truth of that settle into your spirit. Jesus begins setting aside the pieces, not in a pile of things to discard, but in a pattern only he understands. You cannot yet see what he is forming, but you feel peace watching him work. Every movement is purposeful. Every moment is gentle. Every action is filled with love. You begin to realize that restoration is not your job. Healing does not depend on your strength. The outcome does not rely on your ability to fix what is broken. It rests in his hands. There are places in your heart you have tried to repair with your own effort-old wounds, lingering regrets, unresolved moments, relationships that left scars, dreams that faded before they flourished. But God does not ask you to fix yourself. He asks you to surrender the pieces, to place them in his hands, one by one, even if they feel too fragile, too painful, too complicated. Take another slow breath. Let your spirit lean into his tenderness. Jesus places his hand over yours, steadying the trembling you didn't even know was there. His touch brings warmth through your body, a warmth that feels like truth. He whispers, "You were never meant to hold this alone." And suddenly, the pressure you've felt for so long begins to lift. You don't have to carry the weight of fixing what is shattered. You don't have to pretend the pieces don't matter. You don't have to force yourself to be whole on your own. God is not disappointed in your brokenness. He is present in it. He meets you there. He works within it. He heals through it. The beauty of God's restoration is that he does not simply put things back the way they were. He makes them stronger. He makes them new. He forms something more beautiful than what existed before, something infused with grace, something shaped by His love, something touched by His hands. As your eyes grow heavy and your body sinks into rest, imagine Jesus continuing His gentle work at the table. The pieces are still there, but they are no longer only yours to hold. He is tending to them. He is arranging them. He is restoring them in His perfect timing. Rest in this truth tonight. What broke you does not define you. What shattered will not remain shattered. What feels lost is being held by God. What you cannot fix, He can. What you release, He restores. Sleep now, child of God. The pieces are safe in His hands, and so are you. Hey, child of God, take a slow and gentle breath, and let this moment become a soft refuge for your soul. You have spent so many hours carrying thoughts that grew heavy, emotions that pulled you in every direction, and responsibilities that pressed against your heart more than you admitted. But now, in this quiet night, God is offering you something precious, His peace. Not a peace you must earn, not a peace you must understand, simply a peace you are invited to rest in. Let your breathing become calm and slow. With every inhale, picture light entering your chest. With every exhale, feel the weight of the day leaving your body. Allow your thoughts to settle into a gentle rhythm, like waves brushing softly against the shore. Peace often slips away when life becomes overwhelming. Peace feels distant when the world grows loud. But the peace God gives is different. It comes to you even in the noise. It settles inside you even in chaos. It stays with you even when your heart trembles. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet meadow beneath a sky full of stars. The air is cool, and the night is still. In the center of the meadow stands a small wooden bench. You walk toward it slowly, feeling the ground beneath your feet soften with each step. You sit down, look up at the vast sky, and let the beauty of the moment wash over you. You feel a presence approach. Jesus sits beside you, not hurried, not demanding, not distant. His nearness softens something inside you, something you've been carrying too tightly. His presence feels like warmth spreading into the cold corners of your heart. He says nothing at first. He simply is with you. And somehow, that is enough. Take another breath. Feel the quietness deepen around you. Jesus finally speaks, His voice soft like moonlight. Let your heart rest. You don't have to hold everything tonight. There is no pressure in His words, no expectation, only love, only an invitation to release what you've been carrying and let Him fill you with the peace you've been longing for. You close your eyes, you breathe, you surrender not by force, but by allowing yourself to be held. In this meadow, in this quiet night, you begin to feel peace settling into your bones, into your mind, into the spaces inside you that have been restless for too long. God's peace is not fragile. It is steady, strong, and deep. It meets you where you are and stays with you through every breath. You may still have questions. You may still face challenges tomorrow. You may still feel moments of uncertainty. But tonight, peace is stronger than all of that. Tonight, peace is resting over you like a soft blanket. Tonight, God is whispering into your spirit, "You are safe with me." Take one more slow breath. Let this peace become the soft pillow your soul lies upon. And child of God, if these moments of rest have brought comfort to your heart, if this gentle space helps you breathe a bit easier, you are always welcome to return. If your spirit feels led, You may subscribe, share, or leave a comment so others, too, can step into this peaceful refuge. No pressure, just a soft invitation, as gentle as the night itself. Now, let your eyes grow heavy. Let your thoughts become light. Let your heart settle into God's peace. Rest now, child of God. Peace is here. God is near. And tonight, you are wrapped in His perfect calm. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow your heart to settle into the quiet of this moment. Waiting is one of the hardest places for the human soul. Not because you are weak, not because you lack faith, but because waiting stretches you in ways you never expected. It slows you when you want to move forward. It quiets you when you want answers. It teaches you patience when your heart longs for resolution. But tonight, let this gentle truth wrap around you like warm light. God strengthens you in the waiting. Let your breathing soften. Inhale slowly, letting peace flow into the restless corners of your spirit. Exhale gently, releasing the weight of timelines, worries, and unanswered prayers. Feel your shoulders loosen. Feel your heartbeat steady. Feel the waiting become less of a burden and more of a space where God is quietly working. Waiting can feel like stillness, but it is not empty. Waiting can feel like silence, but it is not abandonment. Waiting can feel like delay, but it is not denial. God is present in every unseen moment. He is shaping you, strengthening you, preparing you in ways you cannot yet see. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a forest path. The trees rise tall, their leaves whispering softly in the evening breeze. The trail stretches forward, but the fog ahead hides the next steps. You long to move faster, to understand the way, to see what is coming. Yet the path asks you to slow down, to breathe, to trust. As you stand there, Jesus walks beside you, His presence steady and warm. He doesn't urge you to push forward. He doesn't scold you for feeling frustrated. He simply stands with you, sharing the stillness, sharing the waiting. His companionship alone brings comfort you didn't know you needed. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know what comes next." He answers softly, "You don't have to know. Just stay with me." Take another breath. Let those words settle deep into your heart. Waiting is not about passively accepting uncertainty. It is about resting in God's timing. It is about trusting His hands more than your understanding. It is about believing that He sees the full picture, even when you see only a narrow moment. Jesus leads you to a small wooden bench near the path. You sit together. The forest grows quiet. Time slows. And for the first time in a long while, you realize that waiting is not a lonely place when He is beside you. He turns to you and says, "Strength is growing in you, little by little. Even here, even now. You may not feel it, but spiritual strength is not always loud. Sometimes it grows silently, in patience, in surrender, in trust that deepens one breath at a time. Imagine the fog lifting just slightly, not enough to reveal the entire path, but enough to show you that there is a way forward. God never leaves you in darkness forever. He reveals each step at the right moment, not to frustrate you, but to keep you close to Him. Take another slow breath. Feel your spirit steadying. Think of the prayers you're still waiting to see answered. Think of the dreams that seem paused. Think of the clarity you wish you had. God is not withholding from you. He is preparing you. Waiting is the space where your roots deepen, where your strength grows quietly, where your faith becomes more than words. Jesus places His hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through your chest, and you feel comfort sinking into you like gentle rain on thirsty soil. He whispers, You are not stuck. You are being strengthened. And when the time is right, you will move again. Not in fear, but in confidence. Let that truth soothe your worries. Waiting is not wasted. Your heart is learning to trust. Your spirit is being renewed. Your strength is being shaped from the inside out. As the night deepens around you and your eyelids grow heavy, imagine Jesus still sitting beside you, watching over you tenderly, patient with your questions, gentle with your fears, faithful in His presence. Rest now, child of God. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are being strengthened by the one who leads you with love. Sleep peacefully tonight. The waiting is holy ground, and God is working in you beautifully, even now. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let your spirit quiet down slowly, softly, like a leaf drifting onto still water. There are places within your heart that have grown hard, not because you are unkind, not because you lack faith, but because life has pressed on you in ways that left marks. Sometimes your heart hardens to protect itself. Sometimes it hardens out of exhaustion. Sometimes it hardens because you've carried too much for too long. But tonight, God is here to soften those places again. Let your breathing flow in a peaceful rhythm. Inhale calm, exhale tension. Feel your chest loosen. Feel your thoughts settle. Feel your heart begin to open just enough to let God's tenderness slip in. Hard places form quietly. A disappointment you never fully processed. A hurt you tucked away so you could keep going. A moment when someone's words cut deeper than they knew. A prayer that felt unanswered. A season that drained you instead of filling you. These moments shape the heart. They make it cautious. They make it guarded. They make it ache in silence. But the beautiful truth is this: God knows how to soften what life has hardened. Not with force, not with pressure, but with gentle, healing love. Imagine yourself sitting on a smooth stone in a quiet clearing. Soft sunlight filters through tall trees above you. The air is warm, not hot, not heavy, just comforting in a way that makes your breath deepen naturally. Before you lies a small pool of clear water, perfectly still. This clearing represents your heart, the parts you show the world and the parts you keep hidden. As you sit in silence, you hear soft footsteps. Jesus enters the clearing. He walks toward you slowly, his expression full of kindness, not urgency. He sits beside you on the stone. His presence alone begins to soften something inside you, something you hadn't realized was clenched so tightly. He doesn't ask, "Why did you let your heart become hard?" Instead, he simply whispers, "I see where it hurts." His words feel like warm oil poured gently over an aching spirit. Take another slow breath. Let the healing begin to seep into the places that have felt locked away. Jesus reaches beside him and picks up a small stone rough, hardened, cold. He holds it in his palm and says, "This is how your heart has felt in certain places. Not because you wanted it to be this way, but because pain taught you to protect yourself." He closes his hand around the stone. When he opens it again, the stone has softened into warm clay, moldable, gentle, no longer rigid. He looks at you and smiles softly. "This is what my love does. It softens what hurt has hardened." Feel that truth settling into your own heart like soft light. God does not shame you for the walls you built. He understands why they are there. He knows every wound behind them. He honors the courage that kept you going, and he patiently works to soften the places you thought would stay hard forever. Imagine Jesus placing his hand lightly over your heart. His touch is warm, steady, tender. you feel heat spreading outward, soft, gentle warmth melting the stiffness you've carried within. Maybe anger begins to dissolve. Maybe fear loosens its grip. Maybe old bitterness unwinds quietly. Maybe old defenses you no longer need begin to fade. Healing doesn't have to be dramatic. Sometimes it is a softening, a slow, steady return to tenderness, to vulnerability, to peace. Take another breath. Feel the hardness inside you becoming softer, warmer, more alive. Jesus leans close and speaks gently. You do not have to protect yourself from me. Let me heal what you have been holding alone. Tears may rise, not from sadness, but from release, from letting go of what you thought you had to carry forever, from feeling love reach the places that had grown numb. God softens you not so you can be wounded again, but so you can feel again. Feel joy, feel hope, feel connection, feel life returning in gentle waves. As the warm air surrounds you, the clearing begins to glow with deeper light. The pool of water ripples softly, reflecting warmth that reaches your spirit. You begin to sense your heart opening, not wide, not all at once, but enough. Enough for God to work, enough for healing to settle, enough for softness to return. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep begins to approach, picture Jesus still sitting beside you, his hand resting over your heart, his presence steady and kind. Let this truth carry you into rest. Your heart is not too hard for God to soften, not too wounded, not too guarded, not too tired. He is healing you gently, breath by breath, moment by moment. Rest now, child of God. Your heart is softening, your spirit is healing, and God's tender love is renewing you from the inside out. Hey, child of God, take a soft breath and let the quiet of this moment settle gently over your whole being. Deep inside every soul, there are shadows, places we don't talk about, places we avoid, places we're afraid to let anyone see. These shadows come from unspoken hurts, from past regrets, from fears we carry silently, from moments that left marks we tried to forget. But tonight, rest in this tender truth. God does his most beautiful work in the places you hide. Let your breathing slow. Inhale calm. Exhale whatever fear rises when you think of those hidden places. Feel the tension slowly slipping out of your chest. Feel your spirit loosening as you allow God's presence to draw nearer. Shadows can feel overwhelming. Shadows can make you feel unworthy. Shadows can convince you that healing is impossible. But God does not avoid your shadows. He steps into them with light in his hands. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet room, a room you haven't entered in a long time. The air is still. The corners are dim. Dust gathers on shelves. Certain memories rest lightly in the air, like echoes that never fully faded. This room represents the hidden places in your heart, the spaces you keep closed off because they feel too heavy, too messy, or too painful. For a moment, you stand silently at the doorway, unsure whether you're ready to step in. Then, softly, you sense someone behind you. Jesus enters the room with you. He does not hesitate. He does not judge. He does not recoil from the shadows. He walks slowly, gently, as though every corner matters to him. His presence alone begins to shift the atmosphere. What once felt heavy now feels seen. What once felt cold now feels warmed by his nearness. In his hand is a small lantern. Its light is soft, warm, golden, peaceful. It doesn't expose you harshly. It embraces you gently. He places the lantern on a table in the center of the room, and the shadows begin to soften. Take a slow breath. Feel the light reaching the corners you believed were too dark for God. Jesus walks to an area of the room where an old memory lingers, a memory you've carried in silence. He rests his hand over it, and you feel something begin to release inside you, like a knot slowly unwinding. He whispers, "You don't have to hide this from me." His voice is soft but steady, full of compassion that melts through your resistance. Then he walks to another corner, one filled with fear you've carried silently for years. He touches it gently, as if saying, "Even here, I am with you." The fear begins to lose its grip. Jesus continues this quiet work, moving from corner to corner, memory to memory, hurt to hurt. Each time he touches a shadow, the light expands. Not suddenly, not overwhelmingly, but with slow, healing warmth. Take another breath. Feel the atmosphere changing inside your heart. Feel your shadows beginning to fade in the presence of Jesus. You finally sit down on a small wooden chair in the room, feeling both vulnerable and relieved. Jesus sits beside you, not to rush you, not to push you, but to stay with you. He says softly, "The places you hide are the places I want to heal." He does not force you to relive your pain. He simply brings light, light that soothes, light that comforts, light that transforms. In God's light, shame dissolves. In God's light, fear loosens. In God's light, wounds begin to close. Your hidden shadows do not scare him. They draw him near. Take another slow breath. Let his light reach the parts of your heart you rarely touch. Let it warm the places that felt cold and locked away. Let it soften the walls you built to feel safe. You begin to realize something gentle and freeing. Light is not here to expose you. Light is here to heal you. Jesus reaches for your hand and holds it gently. The warmth travels up your arm and into your chest, spreading through the deepest parts of your spirit. You feel lighter, not because everything is fixed, but because you're no longer hiding. Your heart whispers a quiet prayer. "Lord, shine where I cannot." And he does. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body sinks deeper into rest, imagine the entire room glowing softly. Every corner touched, every shadow softened, every memory held in his hands. Let this truth cradle you into sleep. God's light is gentle. His light restores. His light comforts. His light heals what was once hidden. Rest now, child of God, in the warmth of his healing light. Your shadows are known, your heart is safe, and the one who loves you is turning darkness into peace. Hey, child of God, take a slow, quiet breath and allow your tired spirit to settle into this peaceful moment. There are seasons in life when strength seems to slip through your fingers, times when you feel drained, worn thin, stretched beyond what your heart can hold. You may look at yourself and think, "I don't have much left." You may wonder how you'll keep going, how you'll stand, how you'll rise again. But tonight, let this truth wash gently over you. God renews the strength you thought was gone. Let your breathing become soft and steady. With every inhale, imagine fresh strength entering the deepest parts of your being. With every exhale, release the exhaustion that has clung to you. Feel your body beginning to relax. Feel your mind beginning to quiet. Feel your heart opening slowly, ready to be restored. Strength does not only fade when we work too hard. Sometimes it fades when we worry too long. Sometimes it fades when we carry burdens that were never ours to hold. Sometimes it fades simply because the human heart grows weary. God understands your limits. He knows the weight you've carried. He knows how long you've been trying. And he does not shame your weakness. He meets it with renewal. Imagine yourself walking slowly along a quiet shoreline. The sky above is painted with soft colors of dawn. not bright yet, but gently glowing. The waves brush against the sand in slow, calming rhythms. Everything feels peaceful. Everything feels unhurried. You move at a pace your heart can handle. After a few steps, you pause, feeling the weakness inside you, not physical weakness alone, but emotional, spiritual, mental depletion. You whisper, "Lord, I don't have much left." Then you hear footsteps in the sand beside you. Jesus walks toward you. His presence is gentle as the morning light. He doesn't ask you to explain why you're tired. He doesn't tell you to push through it. He simply stands with you, looking out at the endless horizon, as if to remind you that renewal comes not from striving, but from being with him. You watch as he kneels near the shoreline and dips his hand into the water. When he stands, drops of water glisten on his fingertips. He reaches toward you and gently touches your forehead. The moment his hand meets your skin, a wave of warmth spreads through your entire body. It is not loud, it is not dramatic, but it is deep, an unmistakable sense of renewal, flowing into places that felt empty. Jesus looks at you with a tenderness that reaches the parts of your heart you hide from the world. He whispers, "You don't need to be strong on your own." You feel the truth of those words settling inside you. You feel the pressure easing. You feel the expectations loosening. You feel your spirit finally exhale. Take another slow breath. Let strength begin to rise quietly within you. Not the strength that comes from forcing yourself to endure. Not the strength that comes from pretending you're fine. But the strength that comes from being held, supported, restored by God himself. Jesus walks with you now, step by step along the shoreline. The sand beneath your feet feels softer. The air feels lighter. The ocean's calm rhythm matches your breath. You feel something returning to you, a quiet resilience, a soft courage, a renewed ability to hope again. He places his hand over your heart and says, "I am giving you strength for what comes next." This strength is not rushed. It is not forced. It grows in gentle waves, filling you, steadying you, lifting you. The more you rest in his presence, the more you feel your exhaustion turning into peace, and your weakness becoming strength, not because you became stronger, but because he is strengthening you. Take another breath. Feel your spirit rise just a little higher. You may still be tired, but you are no longer empty. You may still face challenges, but you are no longer alone. You may still walk through difficult days, but you are walking with renewed strength, God's strength. As your eyelids grow heavy and the night wraps softly around you, imagine yourself resting on the shoreline with Jesus beside you. The ocean whispers peace. The morning light touches your skin, and deep within, strength is returning. Let this truth cradle your heart into sleep. What you lost is being renewed. What felt empty is being filled. What felt weak is being restored. Your strength is not gone. It is being remade by the one who never grows weary. Rest now, child of God. God is renewing you even as you breathe. Hey, child of God, take a slow and gentle breath and let your mind begin to soften. You have carried so many thoughts today, thoughts that swirled, thoughts that pressed, thoughts that refused to settle, even when you begged for quiet. Some thoughts came from worry, some from responsibility, some from old memories, and some from fears you could not fully name. Your mind has been racing for so long that stillness feels foreign. But tonight, God is here to calm the thoughts that won't slow down. Let your breathing move into a peaceful rhythm. Inhale deeply, letting your lungs fill with warm, steady air. Exhale slowly, releasing the tension that has been living in your chest. Feel the space inside you open. Feel your thoughts begin to drift like leaves floating on a gentle stream. A restless mind does not mean you lack faith. A cluttered mind does not mean you have failed. A busy mind does not mean God is far away. It simply means you are human, carrying more than your mind was meant to carry without God's help. Imagine yourself lying on soft grass beneath a warm night sky. Stars shimmer above you, thousands of tiny lights filling the darkness with beauty. The air is cool, yet comforting, and the ground beneath you feels stable and safe. As you lie there, your thoughts begin to release their grip one by one. You hear footsteps approaching softly. Jesus comes and sits beside you, his presence gentle and grounding. He doesn't rush you. He doesn't ask you to stop thinking. He doesn't scold you for being overwhelmed. He simply sits with you in the quiet, sharing the space with perfect calm. He looks at you with compassion because he knows your mind gets tired too. He knows how loud your thoughts can become. He knows the weight of every worry that has circled through your day. Jesus places his hand near your head, not touching, but close enough for you to feel the warmth radiating from him. That warmth begins to settle over your mind like a soft blanket. He whispers, "Let me quiet your thoughts." The words enter your mind like slow waves of peace. Thoughts that raced begin to wander. Thoughts that pressed hard begin to soften. Thoughts that shouted begin to fade into whispers. You feel your forehead relax, your jaw loosen, your shoulders sink deeper into the soft grass. A gentle stillness begins to form around your mind, like the calm that follows after a long, exhausting day. Take another slow breath. Let your thoughts drift without chasing them. Let them float freely, without control, without fear. Jesus picks up a small stone and tosses it lightly across the grass. It lands with a soft sound, like a reminder that some things simply don't need your attention anymore. You watch the stone rest in the grass, unmoving, and realize that many of your worries can rest just like that, set down, released, quieted. He turns to you again, his voice soft with love. Your mind has worked hard. Let me give it rest. Your thoughts try to rise again, but each time they do, his presence pulls them gently downward like a soothing tide. The more you rest beside him, the quieter everything becomes. Not empty, just peaceful. Not numb, just calm. You begin to feel something you haven't felt in a while. Mental stillness, a quiet mind, a settled spirit, a breath that doesn't rush. Jesus leans back beside you, lying in the grass and looking up at the sky. You follow his gaze. The stars above seem to glow brighter, reflecting the quiet he is forming inside you. He says softly, "When your thoughts run ahead, stay close to me. When your mind grows loud, let my peace be louder. When your thoughts won't slow down, I will slow them for you." Take one last deep breath. Feel your thoughts drifting farther from anxiety and closer to rest. Feel your inner world quieting until it becomes soft, gentle, manageable. Your mind is not a battlefield tonight. It is a place being calmed by the presence of God. It is a place being restored, settled, anchored in peace. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body sinks deeper into comfort, let this truth carry you into sleep. God is calming your thoughts. God is quieting your mind. God is giving you rest beyond understanding. Rest now, child of God. Your thoughts can slow. Your mind can rest. You are safe in his peace. Hey, child of God, take a long, gentle breath and allow the night to soften every part of your weary spirit. Uncertainty has a way of unsettling even the strongest hearts. It brings questions you can't answer, decisions you don't feel ready for, and moments when you quietly wonder if you're capable of walking the path set before you. But tonight, let this truth settle deeply within you. God walks with you through every valley of uncertainty. You are not navigating it alone. Let your breathing slow into a peaceful rhythm. Inhale calm, letting God's presence fill the unsettled corners of your heart. Exhale the weight of trying to understand everything on your own. Feel the tension melting off your shoulders. Feel your heart's pace relax. Feel your spirit begin to rest in the nearness of the one who never leaves your side. Uncertainty is not a sign of failure. Uncertainty is not a lack of faith. Uncertainty is simply a place where God's guidance becomes clearer, where His steps become your steps, where His strength becomes your anchor. Imagine yourself standing at the entrance of a valley just before dawn. The sky is dim, cool, and quiet. The air holds a soft mist, and the path ahead disappears into shadows that feel unfamiliar and overwhelming. You take a hesitant step forward, but your heart trembles, not because you don't trust God, but because uncertainty feels heavier when you carry it alone. And then you realize you are not alone. Jesus appears beside you. He walks with a calm, steady pace, as though He knows every inch of the valley ahead. His presence radiates peace, the kind that reaches deep into your bones and whispers, "You are safe." He does not drag you forward. He walks at your pace. He matches your steps. He carries the weight that presses on your chest. He looks at you with gentle eyes and says, "You don't have to see the whole way. You only have to take the next step with me." Let that truth sink into your spirit. You don't need to understand the valley. You don't need to predict its twists and turns. You simply need to hold His hand and walk beside Him. As you continue through the valley, the shadows shift. The ground beneath your feet becomes softer. The air grows warmer. The fear that once clung to your heart begins to loosen as you realize that the valley is not nearly as frightening when walked with God. He stops beside a large stone along the path and places His hand on it. Light begins to glow from beneath His fingers, soft, warm, golden light that pushes back the shadows around you. Suddenly, the path becomes clearer, not fully, but just enough for you to see the next few steps. Jesus turns to you again and whispers, "I reveal what you need when you need it. Not too soon, not too late. Always in love." You take a deeper breath now, feeling your spirit steady under His guidance. The valley has not changed, yet your heart feels different, calmer, braver, more held. As you walk further, you notice small signs of life along the valley floor. Flowers blooming through cracks in the rocks, gentle streams flowing beside you, patches of soft grass where you can rest. These small details remind you that even in uncertainty, beauty still exists. Even in confusion, God is present. Even in the unknown, grace is quietly blooming. Jesus sits with you beside the stream. You listen to the gentle flow of water, the sound soothing your tired mind. He places His hand on your back, steady and reassuring. He says, "When you feel unsure, lean on me. When you feel afraid, look to me. When you feel lost, follow my voice. I will never lead you into a place where my presence cannot sustain you." Tears may come, not tears of fear, but tears of release, because for the first time in a long while, you feel safe in the valley. You feel guided. You feel seen. You feel held. Take another slow breath. Let your heart rest in the truth that uncertainty is not your enemy. It is simply a place where God draws nearer. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep begins to gently pull you closer, imagine Jesus walking at your side, lantern in hand, lighting your steps one moment at a time. You don't need the whole map. You just need the next step, and He is giving it to you with love in every direction. Rest now, child of God. You are not wandering blindly. You are being led by the one who knows the path perfectly. The valley will not break you. Uncertainty will not overwhelm you. God is walking with you, and His presence is your steady light. Sleep in the safety of His guidance tonight. You are held. You are led. You are never alone. Hey, child of God, take a slow, steady breath and let your heart settle into the softness of this moment. There are wounds inside you that you have learned to live with. Wounds that have been with you so long they've started to feel normal. Maybe you stopped talking about them. Maybe you buried them under responsibilities. Maybe you believed healing was not meant for you. But tonight, let this truth whisper gently into your spirit. God heals even the wounds you learn to live with. Let your breathing soften. Inhale peace. Exhale the weight of old pains. Feel your chest loosen as you allow God to come near the places that have hurt for years. Some wounds don't shout. They linger quietly. They settle deep. They shape how you think, how you trust, how you hope. You learn to live with them because life didn't stop when they happened. You had to keep moving. You had to keep functioning. You had to keep surviving. But the wound never truly left you. It just hid behind your strength. And tonight, God wants to tend to it. Imagine yourself walking through a silent garden at dusk. The sky glows with shades of lavender and soft gold. Fireflies drift through the air, their small lights flickering like gentle reminders of hope. The garden pathway is lined with flowers, though some areas are overgrown, untouched, forgotten, just like the places in your heart you haven't visited in a long time. You walk slowly, feeling the cool air brush against your skin. You pause when you reach a part of the garden where the plants look wilted, almost lifeless. Something about this area feels familiar, as if it represents an old wound one you learned to ignore because tenderness hurt too much. Then you sense someone approaching behind you, and Jesus steps into the garden. His presence brings warmth that spreads through the air like soft sunlight. He walks toward the neglected part of the garden and kneels down, gently touching the wilted leaves. He looks up at you, not with judgment, not with disappointment, but with deep compassion. He whispers, "You didn't deserve the pain that wounded you." Those words unlock something inside you. You realize how long you've carried this hurt alone, how long you've minimized it, how long you've avoided feeling it because the wound felt too old to matter anymore. But to Jesus, nothing about your heart is too old, too small, or too hidden. He touches the soil around the wilted plants, and slowly, the earth begins to glow with a soft, golden light. New life starts to rise, tiny green shoots breaking through the ground, reaching toward hope. This is what His healing looks like. Gentle, patient, deep, not rushed, not forced, not afraid of the years that have passed. Take another slow breath. Let His tenderness reach the places time alone could never fix. Jesus stands beside you and places His hand over your heart. You feel warmth radiate through your chest, spreading into the deepest parts of your soul, places you thought were beyond healing. But His touch says otherwise. He whispers, "The wound you learned to live with is the wound I came to heal." Tears may rise, not tears of despair, but tears of release. Tears that acknowledge how long you've carried this. Tears that welcome healing you once thought impossible. He guides you gently to sit beside Him on a stone bench in the garden. The air becomes still, sacred, holy. He invites you to breathe, to feel, to rest. And in that quiet space, you sense something shifting inside you. The wound is still there, but it is no longer untouched. It is no longer forgotten. It is in the hands of the one who restores everything surrendered to him. Take another breath, slow, deep, healing. Healing does not always look like sudden change. Sometimes it begins with acknowledgement. Sometimes it grows through gentleness. Sometimes it forms in quiet moments like this, when you finally stop running from what hurt you and allow God to meet you there. As the night deepens, the garden around you glows with renewed life. The once wilted plants now sway softly, their colors returning. This is your heart, not fully restored yet, but healing in the presence of Jesus. Let this truth cradle you as sleep begins to draw near. You do not have to live with the wounds that shaped you. You do not have to pretend they don't matter. God sees them. He understands them. And He is healing them fully, gently, beautifully. Rest now, child of God. Your wounds are being tended to. Your heart is being restored. And the love of the healer is wrapping around you like a warm, peaceful covering. Sleep in His care tonight. You are safe. You are healing. You are deeply loved. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let your heart soften as this quiet night wraps around you. There are seasons when joy feels distant, when life becomes so heavy, so demanding, so overwhelming, that joy gradually fades without you realizing it. One day you simply notice you are moving, functioning, surviving, but not feeling the spark you once had. And perhaps you wondered if joy is something you will ever truly feel again. But tonight, rest in this tender promise. God restores the joy you thought you lost. Let your breathing fall into a peaceful rhythm. Inhale warmth. Exhale weariness. Feel the heaviness inside you slowly loosen. Feel space opening within your spirit, making room for something gentle, something sacred, something joyful to return. Joy does not always vanish suddenly. Sometimes it slips away quietly, drained by stress, worn down by disappointment, buried under responsibilities, dimmed by exhaustion. You didn't lose joy because you failed. You lost joy because your heart was carrying more than it was created to carry alone. But the God who formed your heart knows how to restore every part of it. Imagine yourself standing in a field just before sunrise. The sky is pale, almost silver, with faint hints of color waiting to emerge. The air is cool and soft, carrying the quiet promise of a new day. You look around and realize the field feels both peaceful and empty, much like your heart has felt lately. The joy you once had feels like the sun that hasn't risen yet, hidden, waiting, out of reach. Then you hear gentle footsteps approaching. Jesus walks toward you. He carries no pressure, no expectation, no demand for you to feel better. His presence alone brings warmth to the cold corners of your heart. He stands beside you, looking out at the horizon with a peaceful expression, as if he sees something you cannot yet see. You whisper, "Lord, I miss the joy I used to feel." He looks at you with tenderness and says, "It's not gone. It's waiting to return." Take a slow breath. Let hope begin to stir gently inside you. Jesus stretches out his hand toward the horizon. Slowly, a soft glow begins to rise. The sky warms with shades of pink, gold, and peach. Light gently spreads across the field, touching the grass, illuminating the flowers, awakening the world. This sunrise is not rushed. It rises steadily, patiently, just like joy returning to a weary heart. Jesus turns to you and whispers, joy comes back in my timing, not your striving. His words move through you like warm oil, soothing the places that felt numb. You begin to notice tiny details returning to life, flowers opening, colors brightening, the warmth of light touching your skin. These small signs remind you that joy does not have to return all at once. Sometimes it returns in gentle waves. Take another deep breath. Feel the slow rising of joy somewhere deep within you. It may not be the laughter you once had. It may not yet be the excitement you remember. But it is a beginning, a quiet spark, a warm flicker, a soft reawakening of something good. Jesus places his hand lightly over your heart. A warmth spreads through your chest, awakening places that have felt dormant. You feel something lifting inside you, something loosening, something brightening. He whispers, "You were never meant to live without joy. Let me restore it to you, little by little." Joy is not something you force. It is something God breathes back into you. It is something that grows in the soil of healing, rest, and renewal. It is something that returns when you allow Him to tend to your heart. The sun continues to rise, flooding the entire field with soft golden light. The world feels alive again. And so do you, not fully, not dramatically, but genuinely. A quiet peace settles over you, and with it, a small but undeniable spark of joy. Take one more slow breath. Feel that spark glowing gently within you. This is how joy returns, not in a rush, not in a flood, but in a steady rising, just like the morning sun. As your eyelids begin to grow heavy and your body sinks deeper into rest, imagine standing in that glowing field with Jesus beside you, the warmth of light surrounding you, the promise of renewed joy filling your heart. Let this truth carry you into sleep. Your joy is not gone. God is restoring it. What felt lost is returning. What felt dim is brightening. What felt out of reach is rising again. Rest now, child of God. Joy is coming back to you, softly, slowly, beautifully. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let this gentle moment settle over you like a soft blanket. There are days when you feel like everything inside you is coming undone, when your emotions feel too heavy, your thoughts too tangled, your strength too thin. You try to hold yourself together, try to stay calm, try to appear strong, but deep down, you feel the cracks forming, and maybe no one else sees it, maybe no one else knows, but God knows. And tonight, He wants to whisper this truth into your weary spirit. When you feel like you're falling apart, He is holding you together. Let your body relax with each breath you take. Inhale slowly, allowing peace to enter the places where anxiety has been living. Exhale softly, releasing the pressure you've put on yourself to keep everything together. Let your spirit soften. Let your heart rest. You don't have to carry yourself tonight. God is carrying you. Falling apart is not a failure. It is a sign that you have been strong for too long. It is a sign that your heart needs gentleness, not judgment. It is a sign that your soul is asking for rest. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking a vast, quiet valley. The sky is dim, the wind gentle, and the world below looks distant and still. You feel fragile, like one wrong step, one more overwhelming moment, one more heavy thought could send everything collapsing. Your eyes fill with tears. Your chest tightens. Your hands tremble. You whisper, "Lord, I can't hold myself together anymore." And suddenly, you feel arms wrap around you from behind. Jesus pulls you gently into His embrace. He holds you not loosely, not lightly, but with the strength of someone who refuses to let you fall. His presence steadies your breathing. His warmth anchors your trembling heart. His closeness pulls you away from the edge of despair and into the safety of His love. He whispers into your hair, into your spirit, into the deepest breaking place inside you. You don't have to hold yourself together. That is my job. Tears fall freely now. Not tears of fear, but tears of relief, because for the first time in a long time, you realize you are allowed to stop trying. You are allowed to crumble. You are allowed to be held. Jesus turns you toward Him and gently wipes the tears from your cheeks. His touch is soft, yet strong, comforting, yet steadying. He looks into your eyes, not asking you to explain anything, not expecting you to be okay, not demanding you to be stronger. He simply says, I am here. I am holding you. I will not let you fall apart alone. Take another deep breath. Feel His hands warm, safe, steady, holding the pieces of you that feel like they're slipping away. He leads you away from the cliff to a quiet place beneath a sheltering tree. You sit together on soft ground. The air is peaceful here. The tension in your shoulders begins to melt. The weight in your chest begins to lift. Everything in you that felt fragile begins to rest in the certainty of His presence. He places His hand over your heart and whispers, every piece of you matters to me. I am holding each one. Your spirit begins to relax. The frantic pace of your thoughts slows. The ache in your soul loosens. You are not falling apart. You are being held. Jesus wraps His robe around you like a warm blanket. You lean into Him, letting your body rest against His chest. You hear His steady heartbeat, a rhythm that reminds you of peace, safety, and belonging. He speaks softly. When you feel like you're breaking, I am rebuilding. When you feel like you're slipping, I am securing you. When you feel like you're collapsing, I am carrying you. Take one more slow breath. Allow yourself to be held fully, completely, without resistance. As sleep begins to approach, imagine resting entirely in Jesus' arms beneath that sheltering tree. The world grows quiet. Your heart grows soft. Your spirit grows still. You are safe. You are seen. You are supported. You are held by the one who never lets go. Let this truth cradle you into the deepest rest. You don't have to hold everything together. God is holding you. God is holding every piece of your heart. God is holding every fragile part of your story, and He will not let you fall. Rest now, child of God. You are safe in His arms. You are whole in His care. You are loved in ways that can never come undone. Hey, child of God, take a slow, peaceful breath and let this final chapter wrap itself gently around your heart. You have traveled through moments of healing, surrender, restoration, and quiet transformation. You've walked through valleys, rested beside still waters, faced shadows, released burdens, and found comfort in the arms of the one who loves you beyond measure. Tonight, as you settle into rest, God invites you into the deepest truth of all. His love will carry you through every season of your life. Let your breathing fall into a calm, steady rhythm. Inhale deeply. Receive His love. Exhale slowly. Release every fear of tomorrow. There is a kind of love that does not fade, a love that does not change when circumstances shift, a love that does not weaken when you feel weak, a love that does not depend on your perfection, your performance, or your strength. This is God's love, steady, endless, unshakable. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a quiet lake at night. The water reflects thousands of stars shimmering above you. The air is gentle, carrying the peaceful hum of creation. You step closer to the shoreline, feeling the cool earth beneath your feet. For a moment, You stand still, letting the beauty of the scene touch the deepest parts of your soul. Then you sense the familiar presence approaching. Jesus walks toward you with a calm smile, as if he has been waiting for you. He stands beside you, gazing out over the water. His presence feels like home safe, warm, steady, the kind of presence that makes your heart unclench, your breath deepen, your spirit soften. He says quietly, "My love will carry you, even when you feel like you cannot carry yourself." You close your eyes, allowing those words to wash through you like warm waves. All your fears about the future, all your concerns about your weaknesses, all the uncertainties waiting ahead, begin to loosen their grip. Jesus gently takes your hand and leads you along a narrow path beside the lake. Fireflies hover like tiny lanterns lighting your way. The path feels soft beneath your feet, and the night feels almost sacred-like. God himself has woven this moment just for you. As you walk, Jesus speaks again. "When you enter seasons of joy, I will celebrate with you. When you enter seasons of sorrow, I will hold you close. When you enter seasons of waiting, I will walk with you slowly. When you enter seasons of change, I will be your anchor. In every season, my love remains the same." You feel his words settling deep inside your heart, not as ideas, but as truth. A truth you can rest in, a truth you can lean on, a truth that will meet you in every tomorrow. He leads you to a wooden bench beneath a tree whose branches stretch wide like open arms. You sit beside him, listening to the quiet whisper of the wind. The world feels still, peaceful, holy. Jesus places his hand over your heart and says, "Your life is held in love. Your future is held in love. You are held in love." Take another deep breath. Let this be the moment your soul finally unclenches. Let this be the moment you stop fearing what comes next. Let this be the moment you rest completely in God's unfailing love. Imagine now that the lake begins to shimmer brighter. Light dances across the surface like 1,000 tiny blessings stretching toward you. This light represents everything God has prepared for your journey ahead. Strength for hard days, joy for sweet days, peace for restless nights, hope for uncertain times, comfort for lonely moments. Every season of your life is already known. Every step is already held. Every breath is already guided. You are not walking into the unknown alone. You are walking with the one whose love never ends. As you prepare to rest your eyes and drift into sleep, Jesus speaks one last gentle truth. Where my love is, fear cannot stay. Let your body relax. Let your spirit settle. Let your heart rest in the love that surrounds you, fills you, and carries you. And child of God, if these nights of peace have blessed you, if these words have brought rest to your heart, you are welcome to stay connected. If you feel led, you may subscribe, share, or leave a comment, not out of obligation, but as a way to continue walking together in this peaceful space God has created for you and for so many who seek his comfort. Just a soft invitation, nothing more. Now breathe one last gentle breath. Rest in his love. Rest in his presence. Rest knowing that the God who carried you here will carry you into every tomorrow. Sleep peacefully, beloved child of God. You are loved. You are held. You are safe. Tonight and always, hey child of God. Take a calm, deep breath and let your whole spirit slow down as the night settles gently around you. You have spent so much time worrying about tomorrow, about what will happen, what might go wrong, what you are not ready for, what you cannot control. Your mind runs ahead into places your heart hasn't reached yet, and the weight of the unknown sits heavily on your shoulders. But tonight, God wants to whisper something tender into your soul. Your tomorrows are safe in His hands. Let your breathing soften. Inhale peace. Exhale fear. Feel your heart steadying as the presence of God surrounds you like a soft blanket. You do not need to predict tomorrow. You do not need to brace for it. You do not need to figure it out. God already stands in the places you fear. He already sees the paths you haven't walked yet. He already holds every outcome, every detail, every unanswered question. Imagine yourself sitting at the edge of a quiet meadow, underneath a dark sky sprinkled with stars. The moonlight glows gently across the grass, illuminating a soft path ahead, a path you cannot fully see. The air is cool, safe, and still. As you sit there, thinking about everything waiting for you tomorrow, a familiar presence arrives. Jesus sits beside you. He doesn't rush to speak. He doesn't overwhelm you with answers. He simply sits close enough that His warmth seeps into your fear. Your shoulders relax. Your heart slows. Your anxious thoughts begin to fade like mist in gentle morning light. You whisper, "Lord, I'm scared of what's ahead." Jesus turns toward you, His eyes filled with compassion and understanding. Then He says softly, "I am already in your tomorrow." Those words land inside your soul with the weight of truth and the softness of comfort. They melt the fear you didn't know how to release. They loosen the knots inside your chest. They remind you that you are never walking into the unknown alone. Jesus lifts His hand and points toward the path ahead. The moment He does, a gentle glow stretches along the trail, not revealing everything, but enough to reassure your heart. He whispers, "You only need enough light for the next step. I will walk the rest with you." Take another slow breath. Feel that truth settle deeply inside you. You do not need the whole plan. You do not need every answer. You do not need to feel strong enough for everything that may come. You only need to stay close to the one who already holds it all. Imagine Jesus placing His hand over your heart. Warmth radiates through your chest. Your worries soften. Your fears begin to lose their shape. Peace, real peace, begins to fill the spaces where anxiety once lived. He says, "What you fear tomorrow, I have already prepared for. What you cannot carry tomorrow, I will lift. What you cannot see tomorrow, I will guide." A gentle wind moves through the meadow, brushing lightly across your face, reminding you that God's presence goes before you, surrounds you, and follows after you. Take one more breath. Your tomorrow is not something to fear. Your tomorrow is something God has already stepped into, and because He is there, your future is secure, your path is guided, your heart is protected. As your eyelids grow heavy, imagine Jesus steadying you with His arm, whispering softly, "Rest now, child of God. Tomorrow is safe in my hands." Let peace carry you into sleep. Let fear release its grip. Let your heart settle in the truth that the God who loves you never abandons your future. You are safe. You are held. You are protected today, tomorrow, and every day that follows. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let the stillness of this moment settle deep into your spirit. There are burdens you carry that no one sees, weights you don't talk about, struggles you keep tucked behind quiet smiles, responsibilities you shoulder without asking for help. You've learned to hold so much in silence that sometimes even you forget how heavy it has become. But tonight, hear this truth whispered tenderly into your soul. God knows the weight you carry, even when you never say a word. Let your breathing fall into a soft, steady rhythm. Inhale peace. Exhale tension. Feel your shoulders soften. Feel your heart loosen its grip on what it has been holding alone. You don't have to explain yourself to God. You don't have to find the right words. You don't have to justify why you feel tired. He already knows. He already sees. He already understands. Imagine yourself walking through a quiet forest at dusk. The sky above is turning shades of violet and deep blue as the last light slips through the branches. The air is cool and soothing. The only sound is the gentle crunch of leaves beneath your feet. As you walk, you feel the invisible weight pressing on your chest, the kind of weight that has followed you for days, weeks, maybe even years. You pause for a moment, unsure how to move forward, unsure how to release what you've kept inside for so long. Then you hear footsteps approaching through the soft earth behind you. Jesus comes beside you. He doesn't ask, "What's wrong?" He doesn't ask you to explain. He simply stands next to you, matching your silence with his own. A silence that heals, a silence that comforts, a silence that understands without needing words. His presence alone lightens your burden. Jesus gently reaches for the invisible weight you've been carrying. Though nothing physical rests in your hands, it feels as though he is lifting something real from your shoulders, something heavy, something long held, something your heart had grown weary of bearing alone. He whispers, "You were never meant to carry this without me." Those words settle into you like warm rain falling on dry ground. You breathe out, not just air, but emotion, exhaustion, pressure, the quiet ache of carrying too much in silence. Take another slow breath. Feel the relief of being fully known by God. You continue walking with Jesus through the forest. With each step, the path ahead becomes a little lighter. The trees seem to glow faintly as though responding to his presence. The shadows around you soften. Jesus stops beside a small clearing where moonlight gently touches the ground. He invites you to sit with him beneath a tall, steady oak tree. The moment you sit down, you feel the earth supporting your body, grounding you in its stillness. He looks at you with eyes full of compassion, deeper and more tender than anything you've ever experienced. Eyes that see every quiet burden. Eyes that recognize every hidden tear. Eyes that understand every silent prayer. He reaches out and places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads gently through your chest. Your breath deepens. Your spirit softens. Then he whispers, "You do not carry your struggles alone. I carry them with you. Not after you break, not after you cry, not after you fall apart. He carries them now, in this moment, in every moment you've ever felt alone." Take another breath, slow and peaceful. Some of the weight you carry came from expectations, some from responsibilities, some from pain you never voiced, some from caring for others while no one cared for you in the same way. God sees it all, and he does not let any part of your burden go unnoticed. As you rest under the oak tree with Jesus beside you, the forest grows quiet, almost reverent, as if all creation recognizes the holiness of this moment. A gentle breeze moves through the branches, brushing softly against your skin, reminding you that you are not alone. You never were. The weight you carried silently is now resting in the hands of the one who can hold it fully. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body relaxes deeper into rest, let this truth be the last thought your heart holds tonight. God knows your silent burdens. God carries your unseen weight. God understands the struggles you hide, and he is lifting them from you even now. Rest now, child of God. You are known. You are held. You are supported in ways deeper than words can express. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let your heart soften as the quiet of this moment wraps gently around you. There are days when pain feels closer to you than anything else, closer than peace, closer than hope, closer than the strength you once carried. Pain can sit heavy on your chest, filling your thoughts and narrowing your world until it feels like nothing exists outside of it. But tonight, let this truth rest deeply in your spirit. God is closer to you than the pain you feel. Let your breathing grow calm. Inhale peace. Exhale heaviness. Let the tightness in your chest loosen, even if just a little. Let your mind slow down. Let your heart begin to open in the presence of the one who sits with you in every emotion. Pain comes in many forms. Physical pain that exhausts your body, emotional pain that lingers quietly, memories that rise without warning, loss that creates hollow spaces inside you, disappointment that slowly drains your joy. Sometimes pain becomes so familiar that you forget what it feels like to be without it. But God has never been intimidated by your pain. He has never distanced himself because of it. He has never looked away from your struggle. Imagine yourself sitting beside a still lake at night. The water reflects a soft glow from the moon above. The air is cool and calm, carrying a peaceful stillness. You sit at the edge of the shoreline, knees pulled close, feeling the ache you've held inside deep, real, heavy. As you stare at the water, a tear slips down your cheek, then another, and another. But before you can wipe them away, you sense someone sitting quietly beside you. Jesus. He doesn't interrupt your tears. He doesn't rush your pain. He doesn't ask you to stop crying. Instead, he simply sits close enough that you can feel his warmth brushing against your arm. Closer than the ache inside your chest, closer than the fear behind your thoughts, closer than the pain that felt overwhelming moments ago. He whispers, "I am here, even in this." His words don't erase the pain, but they begin to soften its edges. The heaviness inside you shifts, not because it disappears, but because you're no longer holding it alone. Take a slow breath. Jesus reaches out and gently places his hand over the part of your heart that hurts the most. You don't have to tell him what the pain is. He already knows. He has seen every moment that led to this feeling. He understands every layer, every memory, every ache. The warmth of his touch begins to spread through your entire being. Not a warmth that forces healing, but a warmth that brings comfort. A warmth that reminds you you're not abandoned. A warmth that tells your heart, you are safe. He whispers, "Your pain does not push me away. Your pain brings me closer." Let that truth sink into the deepest part of you, because for so long you may have believed the opposite. You may have felt unworthy of comfort. You may have believed your pain made you too much for others. You may have thought you had to hide it to be loved. But God is not like people. He does not grow tired of your hurt. He does not step back when you break. He does not turn away when you cry. He draws nearer. Take another breath. Let his nearness hold you. Jesus gently lifts your chin so you can meet his eyes. There is no judgment in them, no disappointment, only love, deep, steady, unwavering love. He whispers, "You don't have to be strong right now. Let me be strong for you." And something inside you finally releases. A tension you've carried for far too long. A weight you didn't know how to set down. A silent ache you thought no one could understand. You lean against him, feeling his arm wrap around you. He holds you, not just your body, but your pain, your fear, your heart. The lake is silent, the night is gentle, and for the first time in a long time, you feel held in a way that makes breathing easier. As your eyelids grow heavy and your body relaxes, let his final whisper cradle your spirit. "I am closer to you than your pain, and I will not let you go. Rest now, child of God. You are not alone in this. You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. You are held by the one who stays closer than every ache. Hey, child of God, take a slow, peaceful breath and let your heart settle into the quiet of this moment. There are places within you that feel weak, places where you feel like you fall short, places where you wish you were stronger, places where you fear you are not enough. You may try to push through, try to hide those weaknesses, try to pretend they don't bother you. But tonight, God wants to whisper something deeply comforting to your weary spirit. He strengthens you precisely in the places where you feel weak. Let your breathing soften. Inhale His presence. Exhale every thought that tells you you're not enough. Feel the tension in your shoulders begin to melt. Feel your spirit settle into a gentle rhythm of rest. Weakness is not failure. Weakness is not a flaw. Weakness is an invitation, a space where God's strength can fill what you cannot. Sometimes your weakness feels overwhelming. You see the parts of your life where you struggle. You see your limits. You see what drains you. And you wonder whether God feels disappointed. But He isn't. He never has been. Weakness draws Him closer. Weakness awakens His compassion. Weakness opens the door for His strength to become your strength. Imagine yourself standing on a small hill overlooking a vast landscape. The air is cool, the sky quiet, and the gentle wind moves through the grass like a soft hymn. You feel tired, not just physically, but deep inside, in the places you rarely talk about. You whisper to yourself, "Lord, I don't think I'm strong enough." You don't realize He is already standing behind you. Jesus steps beside you, not with urgency, but with the calm assurance of someone who has walked with you through everything you've faced. He looks at you with tenderness, as if your weakness is something He understands fully and holds gently. He says quietly, "Your weakness is where my strength begins." Those words soften something inside you, something that has been tight and weary for too long. Jesus kneels beside you and places His hand on your arm. A warmth begins to spread, not loud or overpowering, but steady, patient, healing. You feel it moving through the parts of you that felt weak, filling the emptiness with gentle strength. You breathe in slowly and feel your spirit lift. He whispers, "You don't have to pretend to be strong. Just lean on me." You sit beside Him on the soft grass. The hill feels like a safe place, a peaceful place. The weakness you once feared begins to feel less frightening, less shameful, because now you realize you were never meant to carry it alone. You look at Him and say, "Lord, why do I struggle here? Why is this part of me so fragile?" Jesus gazes into the distance, then back at you. His eyes are filled with understanding, not judgment. "Because in this place," He says softly, "you learn to depend on me." Take another deep breath. Let His words wrap around your heart. Your weakness is not the end of you. Your weakness is not a reason to fear. Your weakness is not a disqualification. It is the place where grace becomes real, where faith grows deeper, where God carries what you cannot. Jesus gently lifts your chin and whispers, "I will strengthen you for everything I have called you to do." Not by pushing you beyond your limits, not by demanding perfection, but by walking with you, holding you, filling you with His strength day by day. You may still feel weak at times. You may still feel fragile, but His strength is steady, endless, and always available. As the night deepens, the sky above begins to glow with soft starlight. You feel yourself relaxing deeper into His presence, deeper into His peace. Your weakness doesn't feel heavy anymore. It feels held supported by the one who never grows tired. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep draws near, Jesus speaks one last whisper into your soul. Your weakness is safe with me, and your strength comes from me. Rest now, child of God. You don't need to be strong tonight. God is strengthening you, even as you breathe. Hey, child of God, take a slow, calming breath and let the quiet of this moment settle gently over your heart. There are corners inside you that carry fear deep, private places where doubt whispers, where old wounds echo, where uncertainty makes your steps tremble. You may not talk about these fears. You may hide them behind strength, behind silence, behind a smile. But tonight, God wants to come close to those hidden places and whisper something tender. He brings peace exactly where your heart fears most. Let your breathing soften into an easy rhythm. Inhale His nearness. Exhale the fear that has clung to you for too long. Feel the tension leave your shoulders. Feel your thoughts slowing down. Feel your heart quietly opening. Fear has a way of growing in secret. It whispers lies about your future. It tries to convince you that you are alone. It tells you that you are not enough. It holds you back from stepping into what God has prepared. But God does not avoid the places where fear lives. He steps into them with peace in His hands. Imagine yourself walking into a dim, quiet hallway. At the end of it is a closed door, a door you've been afraid to open, because behind it lies a fear you've carried for years. You stand there, staring at the handle, feeling your heart race. You whisper, "Lord, I'm afraid to go in." And then you hear soft footsteps behind you. Jesus comes beside you. He doesn't push the door open. He doesn't rush you forward. He simply places His hand on yours, steady, warm, reassuring. He whispers, "Let me go in with you." Your breath stirs with relief. You turn the handle slowly, and together you step inside. The room is quiet, dim, filled with memories and thoughts you've avoided. Your deepest fear sits in the center, like a heavy shadow. You tense instinctively, but Jesus steps forward. He walks straight to that fear and places His hand upon it. A soft, warm light begins to spread, gentle, steady, calming. The shadow shrinks, the heaviness lifts, the fear loses its grip. Jesus turns to you and whispers, "My peace is stronger than anything that scares you." Take a slow breath. Let this truth settle inside the deepest parts of your spirit. You watch as His light fills the entire room, touching every corner, every memory, every fear. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is too dark. Nothing is too overwhelming for Him. He walks back to you and places His hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through your chest, dissolving the trembling inside you. Your breath deepens, your mind quiets, your spirit softens. He whispers, "Where fear lived, my peace will now dwell." Fear is powerful, but His presence is greater. Fear shakes you, but His peace secures you. Fear isolates, but His love pulls you close. Take another breath, slow, steady, healing. Jesus leads you out of the room. The hallway doesn't feel dark anymore. Your steps don't tremble like before. Something inside you feels lighter, softer, freer. When you reach the end of the hallway, He turns to you and gently lifts your chin so your eyes meet His. He says, "Whatever your heart fears, I will face it with you. Not after you're brave, not after you're strong, not after you've figured everything out. He faces it with you now. Fear never gets the final word. God's peace does." As you step outside into the open air, a soft breeze brushes across your face. The sky above is calm and full of stars. as if creation itself is reminding you that peace is already settling in. As your eyelids grow heavy and rest wraps around you, let this truth hold you tonight. You don't have to fight fear alone. God is with you in every trembling place. His peace is reaching the deepest parts of your heart, and nothing can separate you from His presence. Rest now, child of God. Fear loses its power when you rest in His peace. You are safe. You are held. You are deeply loved, always. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and allow your heart to soften as this quiet night wraps itself around you. There are tears you've never cried, tears you pushed back because you had to be strong, tears you hid because you didn't want to burden anyone, tears you swallowed because life didn't give you space to fall apart. They sit quietly inside you, unspoken, unacknowledged, unresolved. But tonight, God wants to whisper something tender into your spirit. He sees the tears you never let fall. Let your breathing slow. Inhale calm. Exhale the tension your heart has been holding for too long. You don't have to pretend with God. You don't have to be composed. You don't have to hold yourself together. He sees the pain behind your silence. He understands the emotions you lock away. He knows the weight of the tears you never released. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet garden under the moonlight. The air is cool and comforting. Flowers glow softly beneath the silver sky. You move along a small stone path until you reach a wooden bench beneath an old tree, its branches wide, its presence steady and comforting. You sit down, feeling the heaviness in your chest, the heaviness you've hidden for so long. You lower your head, and for a moment, you wonder if God knows how much you've carried in silence. Then you sense someone sitting beside you. Jesus. He doesn't say a word at first. He simply sits with you, close enough for you to feel His warmth, gentle enough for you to feel safe. His presence makes something inside you tremble, not out of fear, but out of relief. The relief of finally being seen, the relief of not having to hide. Jesus leans slightly toward you and whispers, "I saw every tear you held inside." Your breath catches. Your heart softens. You feel the truth of His words settling deep within you. He continues, "The tears you swallowed when no one was there, the tears you hid behind strength, the tears you didn't know how to cry, I saw them all, and I felt every one." A warmth rises in your chest, spreading through the places that once felt numb. The heaviness you've kept behind your ribs begins to shift, loosening its grip. He gently places His hand over yours. You don't have to cry for God to know you're hurting. You don't have to speak for Him to understand. You don't have to fall apart for Him to hold you. Take a slow breath. Let His tenderness seep into the parts of your heart that never had the freedom to express their pain. Jesus reaches out to a small flower near the bench and lightly touches its petals. The flower begins to glow softly, a reminder that even delicate things thrive when tended with care. He turns to you and whispers, "Your heart is delicate too. Let me care for it." You feel something inside you shift, a quiet release, a gentle surrender, a soft willingness to let God into the places you've protected. You may not be ready to cry. You may not be ready to talk about the pain. You may not even know how to unravel what sits inside you. And that's okay. God isn't asking you to perform your healing. He's asking you to rest in His presence. Take another deep breath. Feel His peace settling over your heart like warm light. Jesus gently reaches His hand toward your face, wiping away the tear that finally slips free. He whispers, You don't have to hide from me. More tears gather not from despair, but from the freedom of being known. You are not invisible. Your pain is not unnoticed. Your silent tears are not forgotten. Jesus holds your hand a little tighter and says, "Your tears matter to me, every single one." As the night deepens, the garden grows still. The moon glows softly overhead. The weight in your chest feels lighter. Your breathing grows steadier. Your spirit feels safe. As your eyelids begin to close and sleep pulls gently at your soul, let this truth be the last whisper you hear tonight. God sees the tears you never cried. He understands the pain you never spoke, and He is healing the wounds you never showed. Rest now, child of God. Your hidden tears are held in His hands. Your silent hurt is safe in His presence, and His love is covering you completely. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle gently over your heart. There are times in life when you feel lost, not because you've done anything wrong, not because you've strayed, but simply because the path ahead has grown unclear. Your feelings shift like changing winds. Your thoughts wander. Your spirit feels unsettled, unsure, unanchored. And you whisper, even if only inside yourself, "Lord, where am I supposed to go?" Tonight, God wants to speak softly into that uncertainty. Even when you feel lost, He knows exactly where you are. Let your breathing soften. Inhale peace. Exhale confusion. Let the fog inside your heart dissipate slowly as you rest in His presence. Feeling lost does not mean you are far from God. Sometimes it is the opposite. Sometimes the moments you feel most unsure are the moments He is guiding you most gently. Sometimes fog is a shield, not a punishment. A way God protects you from rushing ahead too quickly. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet forest blanketed in mist. The trees rise tall around you, their silhouettes softened by the fog. The path beneath your feet is there, but faint, nearly invisible. You look around, unsure where to step, unsure what direction leads you forward. Your heart whispers, "God, I don't know where I am." And then you hear leaves shift softly behind you. Jesus appears through the mist. He walks toward you with quiet steps, His presence steady and unmistakable. He doesn't look confused about the path. He doesn't look worried. He doesn't look hurried. He simply comes to you, because He always comes to you. He stands close enough that His warmth cuts through the cold uncertainty, and He gently says, "I never lose sight of you." Your breath catches. Relief rises in your chest. You whisper, "But I feel lost." Jesus shakes His head softly, kindness radiating from His eyes. Feeling lost is not the same as being lost. Take a slow breath. Let that truth settle deep into your spirit. So often you measure your closeness to God by clarity, but God measures closeness by trust. Even in fog, He is guiding you. Even in confusion, He is near. Even in uncertainty, He is holding your steps. Jesus kneels to the ground and touches the earth. A soft glow spreads outward, illuminating just enough of the path for you to see the next few steps, but not the whole journey. He stands and whispers, "You don't need to see the whole way. You only need to walk with me." You feel the tension in your heart loosen. You don't need to fix your confusion. You don't need to force clarity. You don't need to figure out the destination tonight. You only need His presence. He gently reaches for your hand. The moment your fingers touch His, warmth flows into your body, grounding you, steadying you. The fog around you does not disappear, but it no longer feels threatening. You realize that as long as He is with you, you cannot be truly lost. You whisper, "Will you lead me?" He smiles and says, "I already am." Jesus begins walking, guiding you through the mist with patient steps. You don't rush, you don't stumble. You simply follow Him, one gentle step at a time. The path becomes less frightening with every moment you remain beside Him. Take another slow breath. Feel your heart settling. Even if you don't understand everything, even if you don't know where the path leads, even if the journey feels uncertain, you are not lost. You are being led. Jesus pauses, turns to you, and places His hand over your heart. His touch fills you with a peace so deep that it silences the confusion inside you. He whispers, "I find you every time you feel lost, and I will always bring you forward." As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep gently approaches, imagine walking through the mist with Jesus beside you, His warm hand in yours, His light guiding your steps, His voice calming your spirit. Let this truth carry you into rest. You are never truly lost when God is with you. He always knows where you are. He always knows how to guide you. And He will never stop leading you into peace. Rest now, child of God. You are found. You are safe. You are guided today, tonight, and every day beyond. Hey, child of God, let your shoulders drop and your breath grow slow as you enter this quiet moment. You have prayed, waited, hoped, and wondered. You have asked God to move, to answer, to open doors, to bring change. And yet, so often, life looks the same on the surface. Nothing seems different. Nothing feels shifted. And somewhere deep inside, a small question begins to whisper, "God, are you really doing anything?" Tonight, let this gentle truth settle into your soul. God is working in ways you cannot yet see. Let your breathing find a soft rhythm. Inhale slowly. Receive His presence. Exhale gently. Release the need to understand everything. You are not wrong for wanting to see progress. You are not weak for longing for signs. You are not faithless because you feel discouraged. You are human, and God understands. Imagine yourself standing beside a large tree at the edge of a field. Its branches stretch wide, its roots hidden deep beneath the ground. The air is quiet, the sky soft with the colors of early evening. At your feet, the soil looks still, nothing dramatic, nothing visible, nothing that suggests anything extraordinary is happening. Yet beneath the surface, roots are spreading, strengthening, drinking in water you cannot see. Growth is happening quietly. Your life with God is often like that. You may look at your heart and think, "I'm not changing." You may look at your situation and think, "Nothing is moving." You may look at your prayers and think, "Nothing is happening." But heaven is never still. God is never inactive. His hand is always at work, even when your eyes see nothing. Take another slow breath. Let the invisible work of God become your comfort tonight. Now imagine that near the base of the tree, a tiny sprout is pushing gently through the soil. It is small, fragile, easy to miss. If you weren't paying attention, you might walk past it and never notice. But it is there, evidence of a process that has been unfolding for a long time out of sight. In the same way, God has been shaping you in hidden ways, in how you forgive, in how you endure, in how you return to Him even when tired, in how you still whisper His name when your heart aches. These quiet, unseen shifts are not small. They are holy. They are the fingerprints of God on your life. Jesus comes and stands beside you under the tree. His presence is peaceful, unhurried. He doesn't seem worried about how slowly things appear to be moving. He looks at you with calm assurance, as if he knows the end from the beginning. Because he does. You whisper, "Lord, I don't see what you're doing." He gently replies, "Just because you cannot see it does not mean I am not working." His words move through you like a warm breeze, softening your doubts, loosening the grip of discouragement. He kneels down and brushes the soil near the small sprout with his fingers. "So much of my work begins in hidden places," he says, "beneath the surface, inside the heart, in the quiet, in the waiting." You realize that you have measured God's faithfulness by visible results, by what changed outside you, by what shifted in your circumstances. But God measures his work first in the depths of your heart, in the unseen places where roots grow and foundations are laid. Take another breath. Let that realization gently reframe your view. There are prayers you prayed that you thought went unanswered, but God answered by strengthening you instead of changing the situation immediately. There are doors you wanted open that remained closed, but God used those closed doors to keep you safe from things you could not see ahead. There are seasons you begged to leave, but God used those very seasons to deepen your endurance, your compassion, your dependence on him. Jesus stands again and turns toward you, his eyes full of knowing kindness. "You will understand more later," he whispers. "For now, trust that I am not still. I am working in you, around you, and ahead of you." A quiet peace begins to rise inside, not because you suddenly see everything clearly, but because you are reminded that you are not alone in the mystery. You don't have to understand God's timing to rest in his goodness. The tree above you sways gently in the evening breeze. The small sprout at its base stands quietly, fragile yet alive proof that unseen work eventually becomes visible in its own time. Take one more slow breath. Let go of the pressure to see results tonight. Let go of the need to measure progress with your own eyes. Let your soul rest in the assurance that God's hands are moving, even in silence. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep begins to draw near, imagine lying down in the soft grass beside that tree. Jesus sits nearby, watching over you with calm, unshakable love. The roots beneath you grow deeper. The sprout beside you grows stronger. The work continues even while you rest. Let this truth cradle you into sleep. God is working in the silence. God is moving in the unseen. God is preparing what you cannot yet imagine. You are not forgotten. You are not stuck. You are in the middle of a story he is still writing. Rest now, child of God. The one who watches over you never stops working for your good. Hey, child of God, take a gentle breath and let the stillness of this moment begin to soothe your spirit. Healing is not always fast. It is rarely simple, and it almost never happens all at once. There are wounds inside you, deep places shaped by loss, disappointment, betrayal, fear, exhaustion, that take time to mend. Sometimes you wonder why it's taking so long. Sometimes you question why you still feel tender, vulnerable, or easily shaken. But tonight, God wants to whisper this truth softly into your heart. He heals you in layers, not all at once. Let your breathing slow. Inhale peace, exhale pressure. You do not have to rush your healing. You do not need to be fully whole tonight. You do not need to pretend the pain is gone. God is not disappointed that you're still healing. He is not frustrated with your pace. He is not comparing you to anyone else. He knows the layers of your heart, your story, your scars, your fears, your hopes, your fragile places, your bravery hidden beneath quiet exhaustion. Imagine yourself standing inside a warm room lit by gentle candlelight. In the center is a large, beautiful piece of pottery broken into several pieces, not shattered beyond recognition, but fractured enough that it can no longer hold what it once held. Beside the pottery stands Jesus. He kneels before it, lifting each piece with careful, reverent hands. There is no rush in his movements, no frustration, only tenderness. He whispers, "Healing takes time because you are precious." You watch as he examines each fragment, noticing the cracks, the edges, the places worn thin by years of carrying weight. You expect him to immediately put the pieces back together, but instead, he pauses and simply holds them. This is where healing begins, not in fixing, but in holding. You whisper, "Lord, why is it taking so long to heal?" Jesus lifts his eyes to you, filled with compassion deeper than words. Because some layers need gentleness, some layers need time, some layers need me to sit with you until you're ready. He begins restoring the pottery, slowly, one piece at a time. He places gold between the cracks, like a master artist performing kintsugi, turning brokenness into something more beautiful than before. But he only restores one area at a time, layering the gold carefully, letting it settle, letting it strengthen before moving to the next. You realize something. God heals you gently because he never wants to cause you more pain in the process. Some layers are ready to be restored now. Some need more tenderness. Some need rest. Some need time to breathe again before being touched. Take a slow breath. Let this truth settle softly inside you. You are not behind. You are healing exactly as you need to. Jesus continues his careful work, adding light where there was darkness, warmth where there was coldness, strength where there was fragility. Slowly, the pottery begins to take shape again, still showing its cracks, but shining with new beauty. He whispers, "Your scars are not signs of failure. They are places where my healing has touched you." Tears fill your eyes, not out of sadness, but relief. Relief that healing doesn't have to be rushed. Relief that God doesn't demand instant recovery. Relief that you are allowed to take your time. Jesus stands and walks toward you with the restored pottery in his hands. It is whole again. Different, but whole. Stronger in the places that once felt weak. More beautiful in the places that once felt broken. He places it gently into your hands and whispers, "I will heal every layer, every crack, every part of you until you shine with my love." Take another breath, deep and slow. Healing is not about speed. Healing is not about perfection. Healing is about presence. His presence with you through every layer of your journey. As the night deepens and your eyelids grow heavy, imagine Jesus sitting beside you, continuing his gentle work on the layers of your heart, even as you sleep. Let this truth cradle you. You are healing. You are becoming whole. You are being restored layer by layer by the hands of the one who loves you most. Rest now, child of God. Your healing is safe in his timing. Your heart is safe in his hands. Hey, child of God, breathe gently and let your spirit settle into the softness of this moment. You've been carrying so much. You've been moving through your days with quiet endurance, pushing forward even when your heart feels weary. And maybe you haven't said it out loud, but somewhere deep inside, you whisper, "Lord, I'm so tired." Tonight, God wants to draw you into a sacred truth. He renews your strength in the quiet places. Let your breathing fall into a calm rhythm. Inhale peace. Exhale exhaustion. Let the weight on your shoulders begin to lift. Strength doesn't always return in loud moments. It doesn't always come through sudden energy or a dramatic shift. Often, strength returns softly, in silence, in rest, in gentle breaths, in God's quiet nearness. Imagine yourself walking into a small meadow surrounded by tall grass swaying under the night sky. A soft breeze moves like a whisper across your skin. The world feels still, peaceful, almost sacred. You wander to the center of the meadow and lower yourself onto the cool, gentle ground. For the first time in a long while, you allow yourself to fully stop. No rushing, no pretending, no holding yourself together, just rest. As you close your eyes, you hear footsteps approaching, slow and steady. Jesus sits beside you. He doesn't speak right away. He simply rests with you, matching his breath to yours, as if reminding you that you don't have to carry anything alone. You whisper, "Lord, I have nothing left to give." He lays his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through your chest like morning sunlight. He whispers, "Then let me give you what you need." You feel something shift inside, a gentle release of tension, a softening of the burden you've carried, a small spark of strength returning to places that felt empty. Jesus continues, "Your strength does not come from pushing harder. Your strength comes from resting in me." Take another deep breath. Let your soul unclench. Let your heart loosen. Let the tired parts of you settle into his presence. In the quiet meadow, the air seems to glow with peace. You can almost feel strength being poured back into you, not all at once, but slowly, tenderly, like gentle rain soaking into dry ground. Jesus looks at you with a smile that is both soft and steady. "I restore you in silence," he says, "in the places no one sees, in the moments when you feel forgotten, in the breaths you take just before sleep." He lifts his hand toward the sky, and the stars brighten slightly, shimmering like tiny blessings scattered across the night. The breeze grows warmer, wrapping around you like a comforting blanket. Everything around you feels safe. Everything inside you feels held. This is where renewal begins, not in striving, but in surrender. Not in strength, but in softness. Not in noise, but in the quiet where God's voice becomes clear. As your eyelids grow heavy, Jesus leans closer and whispers, "Rest now. I am restoring you." Your body relaxes. Your heart steadies. Your spirit feels light again. And as you drift toward sleep, let this truth settle deeply within you. God renews you. God restores you. God strengthens you in ways deeper than you can see. You do not have to fear tomorrow. Renewal is already happening, in this breath, in this moment, in his presence. And child of God, if these words, these nights, these gentle moments have brought peace to your heart, you are warmly invited to stay close. If you feel led, you may subscribe to the channel, share this message, or leave a comment. Your presence here is a blessing, and walking this journey together brings comfort to many souls who long for rest in God. Now breathe softly. Rest deeply. You are being renewed. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow your heart to relax under the quiet softness of this moment. Life has a way of breaking us in places we never expected, through disappointments, through people we trusted, through seasons that stretched us beyond what we thought we could bear. Some of those breaks healed crookedly. Some healed halfway. Some never healed at all. And maybe tonight, you feel like your heart is made of scattered pieces you're trying to hold together. God wants to whisper something tender to you. He holds the pieces of your heart gently. Let your breathing slow. Inhale peace. Exhale the strain of holding everything inside. You were never meant to mend yourself alone. You were never asked to pretend your heart wasn't hurting. You were never expected to hide the places that feel fragile. God sees every crack, every scar, every tender place you try to protect, and He touches them with gentleness, not judgment. Imagine yourself stepping into a quiet room lit by warm, golden light. The air is still, soft, comforting. In the center of the room is a table, and on it lies something precious pieces of a heart, your heart. Some pieces are chipped, some cracked, some worn thin by years of carrying weight no one else understood. You approach slowly, feeling exposed, unsure, emotional. This is the part of you you rarely show. This is the part you keep hidden even from yourself. Then you hear footsteps. Jesus enters the room. He walks toward the table, not with hesitation, not with caution, but with deep compassion. When He reaches the broken pieces, He does something unexpected. He smiles, not because the pieces are broken, but because they are beloved, because they matter, because He knows exactly how to restore them. He picks up one piece with both hands, holding it as though it is the most valuable thing in the world. He does not flinch at the cracks. He does not hurry. He does not look away. He treats every piece with holiness. You whisper, "Lord, it's too damaged." Jesus looks at you gently. "Nothing is too damaged in my hands." He places the piece against another, aligning them perfectly. A soft golden light begins to flow between the cracks, weaving them together, not erasing the scars, but transforming them into lines of beauty and strength. You step closer, watching in awe. "Why do you keep the cracks?" you ask. He smiles softly. "Because your story shines through them." Take a slow breath. Let your heart absorb those words, the things that broke you, the moments that wounded you, the seasons that left you fragile. They are not marks of failure. They are places where God's love has touched you. Jesus continues piecing your heart together, not quickly, not forcefully, but with patience and tenderness. Every piece He lifts glows under His touch. Every crack becomes a line of gold. Every scar becomes a stroke of beauty. You begin to feel something inside you shift. A soft warmth, a gentle relief, a quiet hope you haven't felt in a long time. Once the final piece is joined, He holds the restored heart in His hands and walks toward you. The heart radiates with soft light, fragile no more, beautiful in ways it never was before, strong in ways you didn't know were possible. He places the heart gently into your hands. "This is who you are in me," He whispers. "Whole, loved, held." Tears fill your eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming tenderness of being seen so fully, so deeply, so lovingly. Jesus places His hand over yours. Whenever your heart feels scattered, He says softly, "Bring the pieces to me. I will hold them gently every time." Take another slow breath. Let peace wash over you like warm light. Let your heart rest in the truth that you do not have to keep yourself together. God is the one who holds you. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep draws near, imagine resting in that golden room, Jesus sitting beside you, watching over the heart He restored. Let this truth cradle you tonight. Your heart is safe in God's hands. Your tears are known. Your wounds are seen, and every broken piece is held gently by the one who loves you most. Rest now, child of God. You are held. You are whole. You are deeply, endlessly loved. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the weight of this day begin to loosen its hold on you. There are storms you face that no one else sees. Storms inside your mind. Storms inside your heart. Storms inside your thoughts that rise without warning. The world may look calm around you, yet inside you feel winds of worry, waves of anxiety, or echoes of old pain. Tonight, God wants to speak gently to your soul. He calms the storms inside you, not just the ones around you. Let your breathing settle. Inhale slowly. Receive peace. Exhale softly. Release the storm. You have weathered so much in silence. You've stood strong through emotional waves that tried to swallow your joy. You've pushed forward while carrying fears you didn't know how to name. You've tried to appear calm even when your heart was trembling inside you. But you do not have to steady the storms alone. God does not wait for the waves to stop before He comes near. He comes into the storm with you. Imagine yourself in a small boat gently rocking on a dark, restless sea. The sky above is cloudy, heavy with unspoken tension. The water beneath you rises and falls, rising again, as if mirroring the noise inside your heart. You grip the sides of the boat, feeling the familiar ache of fear tightening in your chest. You whisper, "Lord, I feel overwhelmed." Then, through the wind, you hear footsteps, not rushed, not panicked, but steady. Jesus steps into the boat. The moment His foot touches the wooden planks, the boat steadies slightly. The waves still rise, but their rhythm softens. The wind still blows, but its howl fades. He sits down beside you, His presence warm, grounding, peaceful. You look at Him and say, "The storm won't stop." He gazes at you with gentle understanding. "Then let me calm you first." His words settle inside you like warm oil soothing a deep wound. Most storms do not begin in the world outside you. They begin in your thoughts, in your fears, in your memories, in the places where you long for control but feel powerless. And Jesus meets you right there in the storm within. He places His hand over your heart. A quiet warmth spreads through your chest, softening the tension, loosening the anxiety, calming the restless waves inside you. The sea around you continues to move, but something inside you begins to settle. He whispers, "Peace starts here, in you, before it reaches the waters." Take a deep breath. Feel the inner storm begin to slow. Feel your heartbeat find a gentler rhythm. Feel your thoughts quiet under His touch. The waves still roll beneath the boat, but they no longer frighten you. The wind still moves, but it no longer shakes you. Because Jesus is here, and where He is, calm begins within. He turns to you again and says, "I am not just the God who commands the sea. I am the God who speaks peace into the human heart." Imagine the boat rocking lightly now, not violently. The sky above begins to open. Soft moonlight breaks through the clouds, resting on the water like a silver path stretching toward the horizon. Jesus stays seated next to you, not rushing the storm, not demanding it disappear instantly. Instead, He simply remains close, letting His presence be enough to calm what truly matters your heart. And slowly, gently, the storm outside begins to mirror the peace inside. The waves lower, the wind softens, the sea becomes calm again, not because the world changed first, but because something changed in you. Take one more slow breath. Jesus looks at you with deep tenderness and whispers, "Whenever your heart feels stormy, call to me. I will meet you there. Not later, not after you're calm, not once you understand everything." He meets you in the rising waves, in the trembling thoughts, in the nights when sleep feels far away. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine lying back in the gently swaying boat while Jesus keeps watch over you. The sea is peaceful. The night is quiet. Your heart is calm. Let this truth cradle you tonight. God calms your inner storms. His peace reaches deeper than fear. His presence anchors you when nothing else can. Rest now, child of God. Your heart is safe. Your mind is held. Your storm is quieting in His hands. Hey, child of God. Take a calm, gentle breath and let the weight of comparison, pressure, and quiet disappointment begin to lift from your heart. There are moments in life when you feel like you haven't done enough, haven't become enough, haven't moved fast enough. Maybe you look at others and feel as if they are far ahead, stronger, happier, more successful, more certain. Maybe you look at your own path and whisper, Lord, am I behind? Tonight, God wants to speak a soft, freeing truth over you. You are never behind when you are walking with Him. Let your breathing find a slow, peaceful rhythm. Inhale grace, exhale pressure. Comparison has a way of stealing your joy without you noticing. You start to measure your worth by timelines that were never meant for you. You start to believe lies about your pace, your progress, your purpose. You forget that God leads each of His children uniquely, gently, intentionally. You forget that your journey is not supposed to look like someone else's. Imagine yourself standing at a quiet crossroads in the middle of a peaceful forest. Rays of soft light pour through the trees, illuminating the path ahead. There are several trails leading outward, each one different, some winding, some straight, some steep, some soft and gentle. You stand there wondering if you've chosen the wrong path, wondering if you're moving too slowly, wondering if others are farther ahead. Then Jesus approaches from behind you. He walks with calm assurance, no hurry, no worry, no sign of disappointment. He stands next to you and gently places a hand on your back. He whispers, "You are exactly where you should be." Your heart softens. The knot in your stomach loosens. You whisper, "But Lord, others seem so far ahead." Jesus smiles, the kind of smile that makes your soul feel safe. Their journey is not yours. Their pace is not yours. Their story is not yours. He steps forward and points to the path you're already on. I placed you here on purpose. Take a slow breath. Let His words settle gently into the deepest parts of your heart. You have not missed anything God has for you. You have not fallen behind His will. You are not late to His blessings. You are not lagging in His plan. Your journey is unfolding exactly as He designed, step by gentle step, moment by quiet moment, season by meaningful season. Jesus kneels at the path and touches the ground with His hand. A soft light begins to ripple outward, illuminating the trail with warmth and clarity. Every step you've taken, He says, has led you closer to me. He stands and turns to you again, and every step ahead is already prepared. The forest grows even quieter. Your breathing deepens. The pressure inside you lifts like fog dissolving under morning sun. Jesus continues, "There is no behind in my kingdom. There is only walking with me." He offers His hand, warm, steady, inviting you to move forward, not with urgency, but with peace. You take His hand and feel strength rise softly within you. Not the strength of ambition or rushing, but the strength of trust, the strength of knowing you are guided, cared for, and deeply understood. Together, you begin walking down the path He illuminated, not quickly, not slowly, just in rhythm with His steps. The forest glows around you. Birds hum softly. The breeze feels like a gentle blessing passing over your skin. You begin to realize something. You were never behind. You were only believing a lie that came from looking at a story that wasn't yours. As your eyelids grow heavy and rest begins to pull you into its gentle embrace, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. You are right on time for everything I have planned for you. Let those words cradle your heart. You don't need to rush. You don't need to compare. You don't need to prove anything. You are exactly where God wants you, and He is walking with you every step of the way. Rest now, child of God. You are on time. You are guided. You are held in the perfect pace of His love. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow your heart to soften in the gentle stillness of this moment. There are seasons when hope feels distant, when disappointment comes more often than joy, when prayers seem unanswered, when days feel heavy, and when the future looks dimmer than you expected. Maybe you've whispered quietly, Lord, I don't know how to hope anymore. Tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and true. He restores the hope you thought was gone. Let your breathing deepen. Inhale softly. Feel hope entering. Exhale slowly. Release the heaviness that has lingered too long. You may feel like hope slipped through your fingers. You may feel like it faded slowly with each setback. You may feel like it cracked under the weight of life's trials. But hope is not something you must force or create. Hope is something God breathes back into you. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet valley at dawn. The sky is still dark, but a faint, soft light rests on the horizon. You stand among wildflowers that once bloomed brightly, but now look wilted, their petals heavy with dew, their stems bent toward the earth. They seem lifeless, forgotten by the sunrise. You whisper, Lord, this is how my hope feels. Then you hear footsteps behind you. Jesus walks into the valley, gentle, steady, radiant with calm. He kneels beside one of the wilted flowers and cups it gently in his hands. He looks up at you and whispers, hope is never lost when I am near. Slowly, warmth begins to flow from his hands into the flower. Its petals lift, its colors brighten, its stem straightens. What seemed lifeless starts to bloom again right before your eyes. He stands and moves toward you. You cannot lose what I restore, he says softly. Take a slow breath. Feel the first spark of hope stir inside your chest. Not loudly, not dramatically, but gently, like the first hint of sunrise after a long night. Jesus walks you deeper into the valley. One by one, flowers begin to rise as his presence passes over them. The field slowly fills with color, pinks, golds, purples, blues, vibrant signs of hope renewed. You watch in awe, whispering, Lord, how is this possible? He turns to you with a smile full of compassion. Hope does not disappear. It only rests until I awaken it again. He steps closer and places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through you, reaching the places inside you that felt numb, tired, or heavy. The tired emotions loosen. The dim thoughts lighten. The cold places warm. Something unfolds inside you. Something fragile but real. Something soft but growing. Hope. Not the old version of hope, but a new one, stronger, deeper, rooted in God rather than circumstances. He whispers, you will hope again, not because you are strong, but because I am. Take another gentle breath. Hope doesn't require perfect faith. Hope doesn't require energy. Hope doesn't require you to feel positive all the time. Hope is born from his presence, not your performance. Jesus leads you to a small hill overlooking the valley. The sun breaks through the horizon, flooding the field with golden light. You watch as the once wilted flowers shine in full color, renewed completely. He turns to you, eyes warm with tenderness. This is what I am doing in you, he says. Even when you cannot see it, Even when you feel nothing, even when you think hope is gone, He takes your hand gently. I restore what you thought you lost. As the scene settles into your heart, your eyelids begin to grow heavy. The valley fades softly, leaving only warmth, peace, and quiet confidence blossoming inside you. Tonight, let this truth cradle your spirit. Hope is rising again. God is restoring you. Your story is not over. Your future is not empty. Hope is returning, breath by breath, in His hands. Rest now, child of God. You are being renewed. You are being restored. And your hope is blooming once more. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow the quiet of this moment to wrap gently around your spirit. Waiting is one of the hardest places for the human heart. It stretches you in ways nothing else does. It asks you to trust without clarity, to hope without visible progress, to stand still when everything inside you wants to move forward. There are days when waiting feels like wandering, nights when it feels like silence, and moments when you whisper, "Lord, how much longer?" Yet tonight, God wants to speak softly to you. He is strengthening you in the waiting, even when you cannot see it. As you breathe deeply, let the tension that has been living in your chest loosen just a little. The waiting you're in right now is not empty. It is not wasted. It is not a punishment. Waiting is often the sacred place where God prepares your heart for what He's already prepared for you. You may feel stuck, but heaven is moving. You may feel forgotten, but God is closer than your own breath. You may feel delayed, but His timing is aligning things you cannot yet understand. Imagine yourself sitting on a wooden bench at the edge of a quiet lake. The water is still, reflecting soft shades of blue and silver as the sky transitions slowly from day to night. There is no wind, no sound, no rush, only a gentle quietness that holds you like a whisper. You stare across the glassy water, feeling the ache of waiting in your chest. The things you've prayed for, the things you've hoped for, the things that seem slow to come, the things that feel like they may never arrive. You lower your head and sigh, feeling the heaviness of uncertainty. And then, beside you, you hear soft footsteps. Jesus sits down next to you, not with urgency, not with explanation, but with presence. His nearness alone begins to soften the ache. He doesn't ask you to be strong. He doesn't ask you to pretend you're okay. He simply rests with you in the quiet moment you've been trying to survive alone. You whisper, "Lord, I don't understand why I'm still waiting." Jesus turns His head toward you, eyes full of compassion, and replies in the gentlest voice, "Waiting is where I grow your strength, not where I abandon you." Those words settle deeply inside you, sinking into the places that felt empty a moment ago. You watch as He reaches out toward the lake, and as His hand hovers above the surface, ripples begin to form, soft circles expanding outward, even though nothing appears to touch the water. He whispers, "Just because you cannot see movement does not mean nothing is happening." And suddenly you understand. God is moving beneath the surface of your life, just like the water, quietly, invisibly, purposefully. The waiting is not silence, it is preparation. The delay is not denial, it is protection. The pause is not punishment, it is alignment. You close your eyes and breathe in slowly, and Jesus places His hand gently over your heart. A warm peace pours through you, spreading into the weary places, the anxious places, the fearful places that have wondered if waiting means God has forgotten you. His touch tells you the opposite. It tells you He's been holding you steady all along. "I am strengthening you," He whispers. I am deepening your roots so you can withstand what comes. I am shaping your character so you can carry what I will give you. I am preparing you in the silence. You open your eyes and notice the sky beginning to shift. The first star appears, small, distant, but shining. Hope doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it appears softly, quietly, gently, like the first star in the evening sky after a long day. It doesn't remove the darkness, but it reminds you that light still exists. Jesus rises from the bench and stands beside you. He offers his hand, steady and kind. You take it, feeling renewed strength run through your fingers. Not the kind of strength that demands action, but the kind of strength that helps you endure gently, faithfully, peacefully. He whispers, "You are not stuck. You are being strengthened. Trust me in the waiting." As your eyelids begin to grow heavy, imagine resting your head on his shoulder, letting the calm of the lake and the warmth of his presence lull you towards sleep. The waiting no longer feels empty. It feels occupied by God's tender work in your heart. And with a final whisper, he speaks over you. "What I am preparing for you is worth the wait." Rest now, child of God. You are not alone in the waiting. You are not forgotten. You are being strengthened. And God is closer than ever. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and let your heart settle into the stillness of this moment. Life gives you seasons that make sense, seasons where things align, where blessings are visible, where direction feels clear. But life also gives you moments that leave you confused, uncertain, and quietly overwhelmed. Moments where you look at your circumstances and whisper, "Lord, I don't understand what you're doing." And in this tender, vulnerable place, God wants to reassure you tonight. He walks with you through every part of life you don't understand. As you breathe gently, feel your shoulders relax, feel your chest soften, and allow the questions inside you to settle. Not because you suddenly have answers, but because you are entering the presence of the one who understands everything you cannot. God is not asking you to figure out the unknown. He is asking you to walk with him through it. He does not expect you to navigate uncertainty alone. You don't need clarity to be close to him. You only need honesty and trust, one breath at a time. Imagine yourself walking along a narrow path at twilight. The sky is painted with muted shades of purple and blue, and the last bit of sunlight is fading behind distant hills. The air is cool, carrying the scent of earth and leaves. As you walk, you notice the path becomes harder to see. Shadows stretch longer. The direction ahead looks dim, unclear. You slow your steps, unsure where to place your feet, unsure whether to move forward or turn back. Confusion rises quietly inside you, the kind of confusion you try to hide from others, but cannot hide from yourself. And then you hear soft footsteps approaching from behind. Jesus comes beside you. He matches your pace, walking at the exact speed your heart needs. His presence doesn't demand anything from you. He doesn't ask you to be brave. He doesn't ask you to understand. He simply walks next to you, allowing his nearness to be the comfort your heart has been aching for. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know where I'm going." Jesus looks ahead into the dimness and says with a calm, steady kindness, "You don't have to see the way, just walk with me." His voice carries a peace that sinks into you deeply, easing the anxiety that had begun to rise. You take another step, and though the path is still dim, it feels less frightening because you are no longer walking alone. He gestures toward the surrounding landscape. In the dim light, everything looks confusing. Shadows overlapping, shapes blending. And yet, Jesus walks with a sure footing, as if the darkness doesn't touch him. He says softly, "You see only the moment. I see the whole path." His words fall like gentle rain on the dry ground of your uncertainty. You continue walking together, and though you still don't understand the path, something inside you begins to unclench. You realize that clarity is not what gives you peace. His presence does. It's not knowing the answer that calms you. It's knowing He is with you in the unknowing. Jesus stops and places His hand over your heart. Warmth radiates through your body, soothing the places that had grown tight with fear and worry. Confusion is not a sign that you are lost, He whispers. It is a place where you learn to lean on me. You close your eyes, letting His words settle into the tender spaces where doubt once lived. When you open your eyes again, the path hasn't suddenly brightened. Nothing around you has changed dramatically, but you have changed. The fear inside you has softened. The heaviness has lightened. The unknown no longer feels threatening because it no longer feels empty. It is filled with Him. Jesus steps slightly ahead of you and extends His hand. You take it, feeling the assurance of His steady presence. Together, you walk through the dimness, and a gentle peace fills your lungs with every breath. You may not understand what God is doing. You may not see the destination, but you know this: you are being guided by someone who sees what you cannot. As your eyelids begin to grow heavy and the night deepens around you, Jesus whispers one final truth over your spirit. You don't need to understand everything, child. You only need to know that I am with you. Let those words cradle you tonight. Rest now, child of God. You are not lost. You are not forgotten. You are not walking alone. God is guiding you through every part of life you don't understand. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and allow the tension you've been carrying all day to gently release. There are battles you fight that no one else sees. Silent battles inside your mind, emotional wounds you navigate alone, temptations you wrestle with privately, and fears you face without ever speaking them out loud. You may look strong on the outside, but inside you are weary from holding yourself together. And tonight, God wants to speak into that hidden place. He knows the battles you fight quietly, and He is fighting for you. Let your breathing become soft and steady. Inhale peace. Exhale pressure. You don't have to prove your strength to God. You don't have to pretend the battle isn't real. You don't have to minimize what you feel just because others don't see it. God sees the invisible places. He understands the thoughts you don't say. He notices the moments you stay strong, even when your heart feels weak. And He comes close, not to burden you, but to carry you. Imagine yourself standing on a quiet hillside at night. The sky above is deep and dark, sprinkled with starlight. A cool breeze moves gently across your skin. You're standing there because something inside you feels heavy, like a battle you can't name, but can't escape. It weighs on your chest, presses on your mind, and drains your strength little by little. You wrap your arms around yourself and whisper, "Lord, I'm trying, but I'm tired." Suddenly, you feel a presence beside you. Jesus steps into the darkness, His face soft with compassion, His eyes warm enough to melt the tension inside your soul. He doesn't ask you what the battle is. He already knows. He doesn't ask you to explain. He understands. He doesn't ask you to be stronger. He simply stands close enough for His presence to steady you. He places His hand gently on your back, and you feel warmth spreading through your body, calming your heartbeat, quieting your thoughts. easing the invisible weight. You breathe a little deeper. You feel a little lighter. For the first time in a long time, your heart stops fighting and starts resting. Jesus speaks softly, his voice carrying through the night with quiet authority. The battles you fight in silence, I fight with you. You close your eyes, letting his words sink into the tired places inside you. He continues, "You are not weak for struggling. You are not failing because it's hard. You are not alone in what you're carrying." A peace begins to settle in your chest, not because the battle is over, but because you realize you were never meant to fight it alone. Jesus steps closer, and the stars above seem to glow brighter. The hillside, once shadowed and heavy, feels lighter with his presence. He kneels beside you and presses his palm gently over your heart. "I am strengthening you," he whispers. "I am covering you. I am fighting for the parts of you that feel too tired to fight." Your breathing deepens. A quiet release washes over your soul, like a wave of relief you didn't know you were waiting for. The burden you carried alone begins to loosen, not because you found the strength, but because he stepped into the battle with you. You sit together on the hillside, the night air soft and soothing. The battle inside you may not be gone, but it doesn't feel overwhelming anymore. It feels held. Every fear, every doubt, every unspoken struggle, all held in his hands. Jesus whispers again, "When you feel weakest, I am your strength. When you feel surrounded, I am your shield. When you feel like you're fighting alone, I am fighting beside you." He rises slowly and offers his hand. You take it, feeling renewed strength, a quiet strength, not loud or forceful, but steady and unshakable. As sleep begins to pull gently at your spirit, Jesus' final whisper soothes your heart. "Rest now. The battle is not yours to carry alone. I am with you, and I will not leave you." Let those words cradle you tonight. Rest now, child of God. Your battles are seen. Your heart is understood. Your strength is being renewed. And you are never fighting alone. Hey, child of God. Take a slow, gentle breath and allow your heart to soften under the quiet of this moment. You have been carrying so much, sometimes more than anyone around you realizes. There are emotions you've tucked away, tears you've held back, questions you've silenced, and burdens you've pressed down because you felt you had no space to fall apart. You've learned to be strong, to endure quietly, to smile even when your chest feels tight. But tonight, God wants to whisper something deeply comforting to your weary soul. He knows how much you've been holding in. As you breathe slowly, let your shoulders drop, let your jaw unclench, and let your heart loosen its grip on the things it's been storing for too long. You do not have to hide anything from God. You do not have to hold yourself together in His presence. You do not have to minimize the weight you carry. He sees it all. The unspoken emotions, the silent battles, the pressure behind your calm surface, and He cares for every part of it. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet room lit by soft candlelight. The air is warm and gentle. The floor beneath your feet is smooth and comforting. In the center of the room sits a cushioned bench, and as you take a seat, you feel your spirit begin to exhale. Finally allowed to stop pretending, finally allowed to just be. Around you, the room feels like a sanctuary, a place where your heart can rest without fear of judgment. As you sit there, the weight in your chest begins to rise to the surface, like something long kept underwater finally allowed to breathe. You don't say anything, but you feel everything. Thoughts you've avoided, feelings you've buried, worries you've silenced so no one else would worry. It all begins to stir inside you. And then, gently, Jesus walks into the room. He doesn't enter loudly or urgently. He enters with the quiet tenderness of someone who already knows exactly what you need. He sits beside you, not asking questions, not pushing you to speak, not demanding explanations. His presence alone feels like a warm blanket around your tired spirit. You whisper softly, "Lord, I'm tired of being strong." Jesus turns to you, eyes full of compassion deeper than words, and replies, "I never asked you to hide what hurts." His voice is warm, steady, gentle like a soothing stream flowing into the cracks of your heart. He places his hand over yours, and instantly you feel the weight you've been carrying begin to shift. Not disappear completely, but soften, lighten, loosen its grip. Jesus sees every part of you, the strong parts, the hurting parts, the confused parts, the exhausted parts, and he loves you fully in all of them. You take another breath, this one deeper, freer. Jesus says softly, "You've been holding so much inside. Let me hold it with you." Tears gather in your eyes, not just from sadness, but from relief. Relief that you don't have to hide anymore. Relief that God is not surprised by your emotions. Relief that you can finally let yourself feel without being overwhelmed. He continues, "Your heart was not created to carry everything alone. Bring it to me, piece by piece." And in that moment, you feel something sacred happen inside of you. A release, a surrender, a quiet trust that you don't have to hold so tightly to everything anymore. You lean slightly toward him, and he wraps his arm gently around your shoulders. The room feels even softer, even warmer, as if the air itself is breathing peace into your tired soul. His presence makes it safe to exhale all the feelings you've been suppressing, the fears, the disappointments, the pressures you didn't know how to express, the expectations you never felt able to meet. Jesus whispers again, "I know every thought you swallowed. I know every worry you silenced. I know every tear you hid. I am here to carry what has been too heavy for you." The truth settles deep within you. You don't have to be strong all the time. You don't have to pretend you're okay. You don't have to carry everything in silence. As sleep draws near, you let your body rest fully, allowing the emotional weight you've held for so long to drift into God's hands. The quiet room remains warm, peaceful, holy like a gentle embrace for your spirit. Jesus whispers one last time as you drift toward rest. "Let go, child. I am holding you, and I am holding everything you've been carrying. Rest now, child of God. You are understood. You are seen. You are deeply cared for, and you no longer have to hold everything alone." Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and allow this quiet moment to gently soften your heart. You've been trying so harder than most people realize. You've been trying to be strong for others, trying to hold yourself together, trying to stay hopeful even when your spirit feels tired, trying to keep moving forward when you're not even sure you have the energy to take the next step. Tonight, God wants to wrap you in a truth that brings comfort to your deepest places. He sees the version of you that is trying so hard, and he loves you completely. Let your breathing fall into a steady rhythm. Inhale peace, exhale pressure. You don't have to prove anything to God. You don't have to hide how hard this season has been. You don't have to pretend you're strong every moment of the day. He sees your effort. He sees your heart. He sees the quiet perseverance others overlook. And he treasures you, not for your performance, but for your persistence. Imagine yourself sitting on the steps of a small, peaceful cabin in the woods. The sky above is dark blue, sprinkled with stars, and the air smells of pine and warm earth. You sit there with your elbows on your knees, staring at the ground, feeling the weight of everything you've been trying to manage. You feel the exhaustion that comes from pushing forward day after day, even when your strength feels thin. You whisper into the night, "Lord, I'm trying, but I'm so tired." Then you hear gentle footsteps behind you. Jesus sits down beside you on the wooden steps. He doesn't rush you. He doesn't expect you to explain. He simply sits there with you, shoulder to shoulder, letting his presence offer the comfort your heart has been starving for. His nearness settles into the space around you like warm light. You don't look at him right away. You just breathe. And for the first time today, your breath feels like it belongs to you again. After a quiet moment, Jesus speaks softly. "I see how hard you're trying." The words land inside you like soft rain on dry ground. No one else has said them. Not the way he says them, with compassion that reaches the deepest parts of your being. Tears gather in your eyes, not from sadness, but from the relief of finally being seen. He continues, "You try to be strong, even when you feel weak. You try to keep going, even when you're exhausted. You try to love well, even when your heart aches. You try to trust me, even when the path is unclear. I see it all." You lower your head, and the tears slip quietly down your cheeks. Not loud, not overwhelming, just the gentle release of everything you've been carrying alone. Jesus places his hand on your back, his touch warm and steady. "Trying doesn't make you weak," he whispers. "It makes you brave." He watches you with tender eyes, eyes that understand the version of you that no one else sees, the version that keeps trying even when it hurts, the version that doesn't give up even when discouraged, the version that carries faith like a flickering flame in the dark. He loves that version of you, not because you're perfect, but because you are his. The night around you grows still. The stars shine softly overhead. The forest feels like a sanctuary where nothing is demanded of you, and everything you feel is welcome. Jesus speaks again. "You don't have to hold everything together. Let me carry some of it." You take a deeper breath, one that feels like it has been waiting inside your chest for a long time. The tension in your shoulders loosens. The pressure in your heart eases. You feel lighter, softer, more held. He continues gently. "Your trying matters to me, but you don't have to do it alone. Rest in me. Lean on me. Let me strengthen what you cannot." And in that moment, something shifts. Not the circumstances, not the challenges, but you. Your heart recognizes that you no longer have to struggle through everything on your own strength. God does not simply watch you try. He supports you as you do. He doesn't just see your effort. He honors it. He doesn't just notice your weakness. He fills it with his strength. As your eyelids grow heavy and sleep begins to settle over you, Jesus whispers one final truth into the depths of your soul. "I love the version of you that tries, and I will give rest to the version of you that's tired." Let those words cradle you tonight. Rest now, child of God. Your effort is seen. Your heart is valued. Your struggle is understood. And you are held by the one who loves you endlessly. Hey, child of God, take a deep, peaceful breath and let the quiet of this moment settle over your spirit like a soft blanket. You've walked through many heavy days when your heart felt weary, days when your strength ran thin, days when you whispered prayers that felt too fragile to speak out loud. And even now, you may feel the weight of exhaustion pressing gently against your soul. But tonight, let this truth rest deeply within you. God is carrying you more than you realize. As you breathe slowly, Allow the tension to leave your shoulders and the worries in your mind to loosen their grip. For so long, you've been trying to stand on your own feet, trying to push through, trying to stay strong, trying to keep faith even when life felt overwhelming. But the truth is, you haven't been walking alone. Every step you took, even the ones that felt shaky, even the ones you barely managed, were held by God's steady hands. Imagine yourself walking along a quiet mountain trail. The air is crisp and cool. The trees surrounding you sway gently, and the sky above is washed in soft shades of fading sunlight. You walk slowly because your heart feels tired. The path beneath your feet is uneven, scattered with stones and small dips that make each step a little harder. You pause, feeling the heaviness of everything you've been carrying: responsibility, fear, doubt, grief, longing, expectations that never seem to end. You whisper, almost under your breath, "Lord, I don't know how much longer I can do this." Suddenly you sense someone close behind you. Jesus steps quietly onto the path, not hurried, not loud, not forceful, just steady and sure, moving with a softness that makes the air around you feel lighter. He comes beside you and looks at you with a compassion that reaches the deepest parts of your weary heart. Without a word, he kneels down and motions for you to climb onto his back, as if you were a child who had walked too many miles. You hesitate, feeling unworthy, embarrassed, or unsure. But Jesus smiles gently and says, "You were never meant to carry this alone." You finally allow yourself to lean into him, and the moment you do, everything changes. He lifts you with ease, as though your weight, your pain, your exhaustion are nothing beneath his strength. He carries you along the path, each step calm and steady. The wind softens. The trees seem to bow quietly as he passes, and for the first time in a long time, you feel rest. Not because your circumstances changed, but because you are no longer the one carrying yourself. You press your cheek lightly against his shoulder. Warmth spreads through your body. The burdens inside you grow quieter. The fears that once shouted shrink to a faint whisper. You feel safe, held, supported. Jesus says softly, "Even when you didn't know it, I was carrying you. When you were too tired to pray, when you could barely stand, when you felt like giving up, I lifted you." Your eyes fill with gentle tears, not of sadness, but of relief. You realize that every moment you thought you survived alone, you didn't. Every situation that should have broken you didn't. Every night you made it through when you felt too weak. Was grace carrying you in the dark? Jesus continues walking with you on his back, and the once difficult trail now feels smooth beneath his steps. You inhale deeply, your heart slowly expanding with peace, knowing that you are not expected to have all the strength. The strength comes from him. The endurance comes from him. The hope comes from him. The sun finally sets, leaving the sky glowing with twilight. Jesus gently lowers you onto a soft patch of grass beside a small stream. The water reflects the last traces of light, like shimmering promises of God's faithfulness. Jesus sits beside you and places his hand over your heart. "Rest," he whispers. "I am carrying more than you know." A deep calm fills you, calm that doesn't demand understanding, calm that doesn't depend on your own strength. You feel lighter, held, safe, carried. As sleep begins to pull you softly toward its embrace, Jesus adds one final whisper, "And child, you never have to walk this path alone again." Let that truth settle in your soul. Rest now, child of God. You are carried. You are protected. You are deeply, endlessly loved. And before you drift fully into rest, if these quiet nights with God have brought peace to your spirit, you are warmly invited to stay connected. If you feel led, you may subscribe, share, or leave a comment, not out of pressure, but out of love, so that others who need comfort may find their way here too. Your presence is a blessing, and your journey matters deeply. Now breathe gently. Allow rest to cover you. God is carrying you. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the quiet of this moment settle gently over you. There are things inside you that you haven't spoken, not because you don't want to, but because the words feel too heavy, too tangled, too vulnerable. Some emotions are too deep for sentences. Some fears feel safer left unspoken. Some wounds ache in a language only your heart understands. You may not know how to express what you feel, but God knows the weight of what you're not saying. As you breathe softly, allow your chest to loosen and your mind to quiet. You don't have to force your heart to explain itself tonight. You don't have to try to form perfect words for imperfect feelings. God does not need your sentences. He reads your silence just as clearly. Every unspoken worry, every quiet ache, every hidden hope. He understands all of it with perfect clarity and infinite compassion. Imagine yourself sitting near a gently flowing river at dusk. The fading light paints the sky in soft hues of lavender and gold. You sit on a smooth stone by the water's edge, your hands resting on your knees, your thoughts swirling like leaves drifting along the current. The river whispers softly, mirroring the quiet emotions inside you. You sigh not loudly, but deeply, and stare at the rippling surface, unable to find the words for everything you've been carrying. Then you feel a warmth beside you. Jesus sits next to you. He doesn't ask you to speak. He doesn't ask you to explain. He simply sits with you, his presence steady, patient, and peaceful. His nearness makes the air feel gentler, as though the world itself is sighing with relief. You lower your gaze and whisper, "Lord, I don't know how to say what's in my heart." Jesus turns his head slightly toward you, his expression soft with understanding. "You don't have to," he says gently. "I already know." You feel something shift inside you, a soft melting of the tension that had been coiled behind your ribs. His voice carries no pressure, only invitation, no demand, only comfort. With him, silence is not empty, it is sacred. You continue staring at the water, and Jesus places his hand over yours. His touch is warm, grounding. You feel as though he is holding not just your hand, but your unspoken burdens, your unexpressed emotions, your quiet fears. The things you haven't been able to articulate suddenly feel lighter, not gone, but shared. He whispers again, "Your heart speaks to me even when your mouth is silent." You close your eyes and let his words settle deep into the places where loneliness had been hiding. For so long, you've tried to carry certain feelings alone because you didn't know how to express them. But Jesus gently reminds you that he hears the prayers you don't know how to pray. He sees the tears that never fall. He understands the emotions you haven't named. The river continues its gentle song, and Jesus adds softly, "You don't need perfect words for me to understand perfect pain." A deep breath escapes you, a breath that feels like a release, like letting go of something you've held inside too tightly. The silence between you and Jesus no longer feels heavy. It feels healing. You realize that being understood without speaking is one of the deepest kinds of comfort. Jesus shifts slightly closer, allowing your shoulder to rest against his. The river glimmers under the rising moonlight. The night grows quiet, peaceful, and your heart finally feels seen, not because you explained it, but because God already knew. You whisper softly, "Thank you for staying with me even when I can't find the words." Jesus smiles gently, his voice barely above a breath as he replies, "I stay because I love you, and I understand every part of you, spoken and unspoken." Your eyelids begin to grow heavy. The river's rhythm becomes a lullaby for your tired spirit. The night wraps its calm around you like a warm blanket. You lean into Jesus, letting his presence hold you more securely than any words ever could. As sleep begins to pull you into rest, he whispers one final truth into the deepest part of your being. "Rest now, child. I understand your silence, and I am holding your heart." And with that, peace settles over you completely. Rest now, beloved child of God. You are understood. You are seen. You are safe in his presence, even when you say nothing at all. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the softness of this moment sink gently into your heart. Healing doesn't always begin where you expect it. Sometimes God starts restoring the parts of you that have been hurting for so long, you no longer even recognize the pain. Old wounds can become familiar. Old disappointments can become part of your rhythm. And sometimes, without realizing it, you stop hoping for healing simply because you've grown used to the ache. But tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and true. He is healing you in the places you forgot were hurt. As you breathe deeply, let the quiet of this moment loosen the memories tucked away in the corners of your heart, the hurts you buried, the feelings you ignored, the moments you brushed off because life kept going. God has not forgotten any of them. His healing reaches deeper than your awareness, deeper than your memory, deeper than the places you've learned to numb. Imagine yourself entering a peaceful garden just after a gentle rain. The air is cool, fragrant with wet earth and blooming flowers. Drops of water sparkle on petals like tiny gems. As you walk slowly along the stone path, you sense an unfamiliar calm, warm, safe, inviting. You reach a small wooden bench beside a fountain trickling softly, and you sit, allowing the scene to settle over your weary soul. As you rest there, you begin to feel something stirring quietly inside you. Not pain, not fear, but awareness. Awareness of parts of your heart that have gone untouched for a long time. Places that once hurt so deeply you learned to avoid them. You inhale softly and whisper to yourself, "I didn't even realize this still hurts." Then you hear soft footsteps. Jesus approaches you in the garden, his presence gentle and unhurried. He sits beside you, as if he's been waiting for this moment. This quiet openness in your heart that allows healing to flow freely. He doesn't rush. He doesn't ask you to explain. Instead, he simply places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through you like a slow sunrise. Not overwhelming, not sharp, just steady and comforting. You feel the warmth reaching places you haven't thought about in years. Moments where you felt overlooked. Moments where you felt unloved. Moments where you felt abandoned, ignored, misunderstood. Moments where life moved on, but your heart didn't. Jesus whispers, "I remember every place where you were wounded, and I am healing them one by one." The words settle inside you like medicine. You close your eyes as the warmth touches layer after layer, places you didn't know were aching. You feel emotion rising, not dramatic, not loud, but tender, like a quiet recognition of the child inside you who still longs for care. You whisper softly, "Lord, I didn't know I needed healing here." Jesus' voice is gentle. I know. That's why I came. The garden around you glows with soft light as healing begins to move deeper, into memories you never revisited, into disappointments you minimized, into wounds you didn't think mattered. You feel old weight lifting, old tension melting, old fears loosening their grip. It feels like someone is cleaning a dusty room inside you that hadn't been touched in years. Jesus continues. Some wounds become so familiar that you stop noticing them. But I notice, and I care, and I heal. Tears gather in the corners of your eyes, not from fresh pain, but from relief. Someone sees the parts of you you forgot. Someone cares enough to go deeper than your awareness. Someone heals you at depths no one else has reached. You breathe in slowly as Jesus removes another layer of heaviness, another quiet scar, another old ache. You feel like your heart is being restored, piece by piece, room by room, breath by breath. After a long moment of tender silence, Jesus speaks again. You don't need to understand the healing for it to be real. Those words bring comfort to places inside you didn't even know were tense. Healing is happening, gently, slowly, deeply, even when you don't feel it, even when you don't see it, even when you don't know where it's happening. Jesus brushes a strand of hair from your face and whispers, "Rest. Let me do the healing." Your eyes grow heavy, and the peaceful sound of the fountain becomes a lullaby. The garden feels like sanctuary. Jesus' presence feels like safety. And your heart feels like it is finally being touched in places long forgotten. As sleep begins to unfold over you, Jesus offers one final whisper. I am restoring every place you forgot was broken. Rest now, child of God. You are being made whole. You are being renewed. You are being healed in ways deeper than you realize. Hey, child of God, take a slow, steady breath and feel your spirit gently unwind. Not every storm is outside of you. Some storms form quietly within the heart, storms of fear, storms of doubt, storms of overthinking, storms of exhaustion, storms of emotions you cannot fully name. These storms do not produce rain or thunder, but they shake you from the inside, leaving you drained and unsettled. Tonight, God wants to remind you of something comforting and true. He is calming the storm inside you. As you breathe deeply, let the chaos within your thoughts begin to soften. The storm inside you did not appear overnight. It formed from worries that piled up, from emotions you tried to suppress, from disappointments you carried, from questions that never found answers. You have weathered more than people know. You've stood strong through winds that would have knocked others down. And even in your quiet trembling, God has been watching over you with tender care. Imagine yourself standing on a shoreline at dusk. The sky is shifting from deep blues to soft purples, and waves crash against the shore loud, restless, unpredictable. Each wave reflects something inside you, a worry, a memory, a fear, a thought you wish you could silence. The water is churning violently, mirroring the storm in your soul. You wrap your arms around yourself, unsure how to quiet the turmoil. Then suddenly, you sense a presence. Jesus walks along the shoreline toward you. His steps are calm, unhurried, steady even though the waves roar around him. His robe brushes against the water, yet he remains untouched by the chaos. When he reaches you, he doesn't speak first. He simply stands beside you, letting his presence soften the noise inside your heart. After a quiet moment, you admit softly, "Lord, I don't know how to stop this storm." Jesus turns to you with eyes full of compassion. eyes that see past your words into the deepest parts of your turmoil. "You don't have to stop it," he whispers. "That's my job." He steps closer to the water and raises his hand. The ocean continues to crash, restless and wild. But as his hand gently moves downward, the waves begin to soften. What was once chaotic becomes calm. What was once violent becomes still. The water smooths into gentle ripples, reflecting the soft light of the twilight sky. You watch in awe, realizing that the storm inside you was never too big for him. Jesus turns back toward you and places his hand over your heart. A warmth spreads through your chest, warmth that quiets the racing thoughts, slows the anxious breathing, and soothes the emotional ache you've been hiding. "The storm inside you listens to my voice," he says, "and I am speaking peace over you now." You feel the change inside yourself, not instantly, but gently, like a tide slowly pulling back, like a weight gradually lifting, like breath becoming easier. The storm doesn't vanish in one moment, but its power begins to fade. It no longer controls you. It no longer swallows you. It no longer defines your night. You whisper, "Lord, I didn't know how heavy it had become." Jesus nods softly. "I know. That's why I came." He guides you to sit on the warm sand, and he sits beside you. The waves now move in slow, peaceful rhythms, soft whispers instead of loud roars. The sky deepens into a blanket of stars. The air grows calm, cool, gentle. Everything around you mirrors what he is doing within you. You lean against him, feeling the rise and fall of his breath. His presence feels like shelter, strong but soft, protective but tender. He wraps his arm around you and speaks quietly. "Rest. Let me calm what you cannot." As you slowly relax, you realize that the storm inside you wasn't a sign of failure. It wasn't a lack of faith. It was simply a sign that you needed him, his peace, his nearness, his steady hands over your trembling heart. Your breathing becomes lighter, slower, safer. Your thoughts grow quieter. Your soul settles into stillness. The maker of the winds, the commander of the seas, the healer of the heart is calming you now. As sleep begins to draw near, Jesus whispers one final truth into your peaceful soul. You will not face another storm alone. When the winds rise, I will speak peace again. Rest now, child of God. The storm is calming. Your heart is safe. Your mind is resting. And God is holding you with unshakable love. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let your weary spirit soften. Strength doesn't always disappear in a single moment. Sometimes it fades quietly, little by little, until one day you realize you no longer feel like the person you once were. The challenges of life, the weight of responsibility, the disappointments you endured, the tears you swallowed, and the nights you spent trying to stay strong, all of it slowly drained you. But tonight, God wants to remind you of something deeply comforting. He is gently restoring the strength you lost along the way. As you breathe softly, feel the tension in your body begin to loosen. The exhaustion you carry is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that you have fought long and hard. You've kept going in seasons when quitting would have been easier. You've stood through storms that tried to break you. You've kept faith when your heart felt fragile. And God has seen every moment where you pushed forward with nothing left but hope. Imagine yourself walking through a quiet meadow in the early evening. The grass sways gently beneath a soft breeze, and the sky above glows with warm amber light. You walk slowly, your steps a little heavier than you'd like, your heart carrying an exhaustion that goes far beyond the physical. As you reach the center of the meadow, you stop, feeling the weight of everything you've lost along the way. Strength, energy, joy, confidence, trust in yourself. You whisper into the quiet air, "Lord, I don't feel like myself anymore." Then, in the stillness, you sense him. Jesus appears, walking toward you with the gentleness of someone who understands your exhaustion without needing any explanation. His presence feels like a warm breeze passing through your spirit, softening the ache inside you. He doesn't rush. He doesn't ask you to be stronger. He simply comes close enough for you to feel his peace. He stands in front of you and places his hand over your heart. Instantly, warmth begins to flow through you, not overwhelming, not intense, but soothing, like sunlight gently touching the earth after a long winter. "You lost strength in battles I saw," he whispers, "and I am giving it back to you." You feel something loosen inside, something you didn't even know was tight. The heaviness you've carried for so long begins to lift, not all at once, but piece by piece, like chains falling one link at a time. Jesus steps behind you and rests his hands on your shoulders. His touch feels like rest, like renewal, like the beginning of healing that goes deeper than you could ever create on your own. "You tried to carry everything alone," he says softly, "but you were never meant to." You close your eyes and breathe deeply. Each breath feels like new life entering your tired muscles, your tired mind, your tired heart. Memories of difficult days pass through your thoughts, moments where you felt you had no strength left, moments where you hid your fatigue behind a quiet smile, moments where you tried to be strong for others, even when you were breaking inside. Jesus whispers again, "I am restoring you, slowly, quietly, gently." You open your eyes and see the meadow around you glowing as the sun dips lower. The light becomes softer, wrapping the world in gold. Everything feels calm, peaceful, whole. You realize that strength isn't always regained through effort. Sometimes it returns through rest, through surrender, through letting God carry the parts of you that have grown too heavy. Jesus moves to sit beside you in the tall grass. You sit with him, leaning slightly into his presence. The earth beneath you feels warm and supportive, as though creation itself is helping hold you up. The wind whispers through the meadow like a lullaby, and your spirit begins to settle. "You haven't failed," he whispers. "You've simply gotten tired, and I am here to restore what has been drained." Tears gather in your eyes, not from sadness, but from relief. Relief that you don't have to pretend anymore. Relief that God understands the exact strength you lost. Relief that he is already renewing you in ways you cannot yet see. As your breathing deepens, Jesus lifts your chin gently and looks into your eyes with compassion that melts every remaining burden inside you. "Rest now," he says softly. "The strength you lost is returning." Your body grows heavier in the most peaceful way, as though rest itself is lifting you toward healing. You lean your head against his shoulder, feeling his heartbeat steady and sure. The meadow glows softly around you. The breeze hums a gentle hymn, and your spirit, once tired and worn, begins to remember what strength feels like. As sleep begins to pull you into its soft embrace, Jesus whispers one final truth into your soul. "You will rise again, renewed by my strength." Rest now, child of God. Your strength is being restored. Your heart is being lifted. Your spirit is being renewed, gently, lovingly, completely. Hey, child of God, take a slow, steady breath and allow the gentle presence of this moment to settle softly over your heart. Fear does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it hides beneath responsibility, beneath memories, beneath expectations, beneath the quiet pressure you carry alone. Sometimes fear becomes so familiar that you forget it's there. You simply feel the tension, the unease, the heaviness. But tonight, God wants you to hear something tender and freeing. He is giving you peace in the very places where fear once lived. As you breathe deeply, let the tightness in your chest begin to loosen. Fear drains your energy, but peace restores it. Fear closes your heart, but peace opens it. Fear tells you you're alone, but peace reminds you God is near. And right now, even before you fully feel it, God is already working inside you, softening the places where fear once held its grip. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet forest at night. The path is lit by soft moonlight, and the air is cool and filled with the gentle scent of pine. You step carefully, aware of the shadows around you, not afraid, but cautious. You've been here before, in this symbolic place where your worries echo a little louder, where old fears sometimes rise from the ground like mist. Yet tonight feels different. The forest is calm, almost waiting. You pause and whisper, "Lord, sometimes fear still finds me." Then, from the stillness, Jesus appears beside you. He doesn't come with noise or light or dramatic entrance. He comes the way peace always comes, quietly, gently, faithfully. His presence changes the atmosphere instantly. The shadows seem less threatening. The silence feels less heavy. The air itself becomes warmer, like a comforting embrace surrounding your tired soul. Jesus looks at you with kindness in his eyes, the kind of kindness that understands every hidden fear you've ever carried. "Show me where it hurts," he whispers. You hesitate, not because you don't want to, but because you're not sure where the fear actually lives. It has been inside you for so long that it blended into your daily breathing, your thinking, your being. You manage to whisper, "Lord, I'm not even sure where it starts." Jesus smiles softly. "That's all right, I know." He reaches out his hand, and suddenly the forest begins to shift. The path glows with gentle light. The trees soften. The shadows fade. And you feel him guiding you toward a memory, an emotion, a place inside your heart that has carried fear quietly for years. You feel your breath catch, not from panic, but from recognition. Fear lived here. Fear whispered here. Fear shaped thoughts here. But Jesus steps into that place with you. He kneels in front of you and places his hand over your heart. Warmth flows into your chest, a warmth that feels alive, peaceful, and steady. "This is where peace begins," he says softly. You feel something shifting internally, slowly, quietly, gently. The fear doesn't scream as it leaves. It simply loosens, releases, dissolves like mist in the morning sun. It's not a dramatic moment. It's a healing one, a tender one, a holy one. Jesus whispers, "Fear cannot stay where my peace lives." You feel tears forming not from fear, but from relief. The weight you've carried so privately begins to lift. The heaviness that used to tighten your breath melts away. You feel lighter, freer, more anchored, not in yourself, but in him. He stands and takes your hand, inviting you to walk with him deeper into the quiet forest. Suddenly the trees don't feel intimidating anymore. The shadows no longer threaten. The silence feels peaceful, like a lullaby. Every step you take beside him, the peace grows stronger inside you. "I am giving you peace," Jesus says softly. "The kind that stays, the kind that protects, the kind that renews." You don't have to fight for it. You don't have to earn it. You only have to receive it. As Jesus leads you to a small clearing where moonlight pours down like silver water, he invites you to sit. You settle into the soft grass, letting the earth hold you gently. Jesus sits beside you and wraps his arm around your shoulders. You lean into him, safe and calm. For the first time in a long time, your heart feels quiet. Not empty quiet. Not tense rested. Not afraid held. Your eyelids begin to grow heavy as Jesus whispers one last truth into your soul. Peace is not the absence of fear. Peace is my presence filling the places where fear once lived. Rest now, child of God. Peace is settling over you. Peace is blooming within you. Peace is becoming your new home. Hey, child of God, take a deep, gentle breath and allow the stillness of this moment to settle softly over your heart. Life has a way of wearing you down in places you didn't expect. Some seasons leave cracks in your confidence, fractures in your hope, dents in your spirit. Some disappointments chip away at your courage. Some heartbreaks leave quiet ruins behind your smile. And there are parts of you, beautiful, valuable parts, that life tried to break. But tonight, God wants you to rest in this truth. He is rebuilding every part of you that was damaged, broken, or worn thin by the journey. As you breathe slowly, feel the tension that has lived in your shoulders begin to melt. You don't have to be strong right now. You don't have to hold yourself together. This is a moment to simply be, to let God do the rebuilding only He can do. He knows where the cracks are. He knows where the walls have weakened. He knows where the foundation of your heart has been shaken. And He isn't afraid of any of it. Imagine yourself walking through an old, abandoned house at dusk. The walls are faded. The floorboards creak softly beneath your feet. Dust floats through the dim light. You walk slowly, feeling the weight of the past in each step, the memories, the disappointments, the moments you felt like everything inside you was falling apart. You touch a cracked wall and whisper to yourself, "This is how I feel sometimes." Then you sense someone behind you. Jesus steps into the house. His footsteps are quiet, but His presence fills the room with warmth and gentle light. He walks toward you with a carpenter's calm, the kind of steady confidence that reminds you He is not intimidated by broken places. His eyes scan the room, not with judgment, but with deep understanding. He approaches the cracked wall you touched a moment ago and runs his fingers over the surface. "I know this place," he whispers. "I remember the moment it broke." You watch him as he kneels down and presses his palm against the base of the wall. A soft glow spreads from his hand, filling the cracks, strengthening the foundation, restoring what had been weakened. The wall straightens, the dust settles, the room feels sturdier, brighter, whole again. Jesus stands and looks at you with tenderness. "This is what I'm doing in you." You feel emotion rise in your chest, not sadness, but recognition. Yes, there are places inside you that have felt abandoned. Yes, there are places you've avoided because they hurt to look at. Yes, there are places you thought would never be whole again. But Jesus begins walking through the house, your heart-touching room after room. He steps into the space where you once felt rejected. The faded paint brightens. The broken window repairs itself. Light pours in. He steps into the room where disappointment built walls around your hope. He gently removes the debris, clearing space for new beginnings. He steps into the hallway where old fears lingered. The shadows retreat. The air warms. Everywhere he goes, restoration follows. Not rushed, not forced, not loud, but deep and real and holy. You whisper, "Lord, I didn't know how broken I was." Jesus turns to you and cups your face gently in his hands. "I did," he says softly, "and that's why I came to rebuild." You feel something inside you begin to strengthen, not from your own effort, but from his touch. It's as though peace is filling the empty spaces, hope is returning to the dark corners, and courage is rising where fear once lived. Jesus leads you to the center of the house. The ceiling lifts. Light pours in. The walls shine with newness. Every broken place is becoming beautiful again. He whispers, "You are not ruined. You are under restoration." As he stands beside you in the now renewed house of your heart, you realize that God's rebuilding is not simply repairing what was broken. It is making you stronger, more whole, more radiant than before the damage ever came. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your breathing slows. Peace settles over you like a warm blanket. Jesus lays his hand gently on your back and whispers one more time, "Rest. I am rebuilding you into something even more beautiful than before. Rest now, child of God. Your ruins are becoming restoration. Your wounds are becoming strength. Your broken pieces are becoming sacred places of healing. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the stillness of this moment to wrap softly around your soul. There are places inside you that once glowed with joy, hope, and warmth, places that felt bright and alive. But over time, life dimmed them, not suddenly, but gradually, through discouragement, through loss, through exhaustion, through seasons when you felt alone or overwhelmed. You didn't lose your light, it simply grew dim. And tonight, God wants you to know this tender truth. He is bringing light back into the places that grew dim. As you breathe deeply, imagine the tiredness inside you beginning to loosen. The kind of tiredness that lives beneath the surface, emotional, spiritual, unseen by others, but felt deeply by you. Let the quiet of this moment make room for God's gentle restoration. His light doesn't return with force or pressure. It comes softly, warming your spirit the way the sunrise warms the horizon. Imagine yourself walking into a small room at the top of an old lighthouse. The walls are dusty. The air is cool. A single lantern sits on a wooden table, its glow faint and flickering, barely strong enough to light the room. You walk toward it, feeling a strange sadness. "This used to shine so brightly," you whisper. The dim lantern represents the part of you that once held joy, dreams, motivation, hope. The part that grew dim through battles, heartbreak, or simple weariness. You stand quietly, staring at its gentle flicker, wondering if the light will ever return to what it once was. Then, you sense a presence. Jesus enters the lighthouse with steady, peaceful steps. His glow alone brightens the room, not fully, but enough to let your heart breathe again. He walks to the lantern and places his hand near it, not touching, just close enough for warmth to radiate. The light responds, flickering a little stronger. Jesus turns to you and says softly, "You thought your light was gone, but it has only been waiting for me." You exhale, feeling the truth of his words settle deep inside you. The dimness was never a sign of failure. It was a sign that you needed his renewal. He cups the lantern gently and whispers, "Let me restore what life has drained." Slowly, the flame inside the lantern begins to grow. Not all at once, but steadily strengthening, brightening, expanding. The room fills with a warm, golden glow. The shadows retreat to the corners. The air feels lighter, and something inside your heart begins to mirror the transformation, an internal brightness awakening after a long season of quiet fading. Jesus looks into your eyes with tenderness and says, "Your light will shine again, not because of your strength, but because of my presence." You feel warmth spread through your chest, filling places that have felt cold or empty. Hope begins to rise, not loudly, but gently, like the first light of dawn slipping over the mountains. A soft, sacred awakening. You whisper, nearly in tears, "Lord, I didn't know how dim I had become." Jesus steps closer, his voice warm and steady. "I knew, and that is why I came, to bring light into every shadowed place of your heart." He gestures around the lighthouse room. The walls, once dull, are now softly illuminated. The air feels alive again. The lantern glows brightly, no longer struggling to stay lit. It is steady, radiant, renewed. Jesus places his hand over your heart. Warmth flows into you, light flows into you. The places inside you that grew dim begin waking up. The dreams you paused, the joy you quietly missed, the desires you buried, the confidence you lost, the faith that felt tired. Everything inside you responds to his touch. "I am restoring your inner light," he whispers, "not just to survive, but to shine again." You sit beside the lantern with him, feeling your spirit growing brighter moment by moment, not pressured, not forced, simply awakened by his nearness. Your breathing deepens, your shoulders relax, your soul feels lighter than it has in a long time. As sleep begins to settle over you like a warm blanket, Jesus leans close and offers one final whisper. "Rest, child. Your light is returning, and nothing will dim what I am restoring. Rest now, child of God. Your light is rising again. Your spirit is shining again, and God is illuminating every dim place with his gentle, healing love. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let it fill the places inside you that have felt tight for far too long. There are seasons in life where your heart forgets how to breathe. Seasons where stress becomes constant, where worry becomes automatic, where survival takes priority over peace. You start moving through your days with shallow breaths, not just in your lungs, but in your spirit. Tonight, God wants to wrap you in a truth that reaches deeply into those tired places. He is teaching your heart how to breathe again. As you breathe softly, let the layers of tension begin to loosen. The tension you've carried in your chest, the anxiety that has lingered behind your thoughts, the exhaustion that has pressed quietly on your soul. Your heart has been trying to stay strong, but strength without rest becomes strain. God is not asking you to keep pushing. He's inviting you to breathe with him, slowly, gently, safely. Imagine yourself sitting on a wooden bench beside a quiet lake just before sunrise. The water is still, like a sheet of glass reflecting the dim colors of early morning. The world is silent. No wind, no rush, no pressure. Just a soft, sacred stillness. You place your hand over your chest and feel how tired your heart has been, how tightly it has held fear, how long it has held tension, how often it has been racing even when your body is still. You whisper into the calm air, "Lord, I don't know how to slow down inside." Then you hear footsteps. Jesus approaches you from behind and sits beside you. The warmth of his presence settles the air instantly. He doesn't ask you to explain. He doesn't ask you to be strong. He simply looks at you with a compassion that makes your heart ache, not because it hurts, but because it feels finally seen. He places his hand gently over yours on your chest and says softly, "Breathe with me." You inhale slowly. He inhales with you. Your breath aligns with his. Not forced, not heavy, just steady. And slowly, something inside you begins to unwind. The tightness loosens. The weight lifts just a little. The panic that lived at the edges of your heart starts to quiet. Your body begins to remember what peace feels like. Not because everything is perfect, but because he is present. Jesus whispers, Your heart has been holding too much for too long. You nod, eyes warming with tears you've been holding back. He continues, "It is time to let me hold what you cannot." You inhale again. This time your breath comes easier, deeper. It fills spaces inside you that felt empty. It moves into places you'd forgotten needed air. The lake before you glimmers with the soft arrival of dawn, as if creation itself is breathing with you. Jesus gently lifts your chin so your eyes meet his. "I did not create you to live in constant tension," he says. "I created you for peace, for rest, for breath." You feel his hand on your back, steady and warm. With every inhale, peace enters your spirit. With every exhale, your fears loosen their grip. Your heart begins to learn a new rhythm, not the frantic rhythm of stress, but the slow, sacred rhythm of being held by God. As the sun rises over the lake, light touches the water and reflects into your eyes. You realize that something inside you is shifting, not dramatically, but gently, like early morning light easing its way across a dark horizon. Jesus whispers, "This is how healing begins, not in the rush, but in the quiet." You rest your head on his shoulder, and he wraps his arm around you. The warmth of his embrace teaches your heart what safety feels like again. Your breaths deepen even more, filling your entire body with softness, with calm, with him. You whisper, barely audible, "Lord, thank you for staying." He replies tenderly, "I never left, child. Even when your heart forgot how to breathe, I held every breath for you." The world around you grows brighter as the sun fully rises, but your spirit feels calm, unhurried, restored. You feel as though you could finally rest, not because the world changed, but because God changed the rhythm of your heart. As sleep begins to pull you gently toward rest, Jesus offers one final whisper. "Breathe, child. My peace is your breath now." Rest now, child of God. Your heart is learning to breathe again. Your spirit is softening. Your soul is being renewed with every quiet inhale. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow your spirit to settle softly. There are tears you never let fall. Tears you pushed back because you didn't want to worry anyone. Tears you swallowed because you didn't want to appear weak. Tears you hid because you didn't know how to explain the ache inside. Some of those tears dried before they ever reached your eyes, silently absorbed by your strength. But tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and healing. He is holding every tear you didn't let fall. As you breathe deeply, feel the weight behind your chest begin to shift. The quiet heaviness that comes from holding in more than your heart was meant to carry alone. God sees the emotions you never verbalized, the grief you minimized, the exhaustion you disguised with a tired smile. He knows the moments you stayed strong when you wanted to break, and he honors every unseen sacrifice. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet field under a soft, cloudy sky. The air is cool, the light muted, and the world feels strangely still. You wrap your arms gently around yourself and stare at the horizon, thinking about the moments that hurt more deeply than you allowed yourself to admit. You feel something tight inside you, something you've kept locked away because life demanded strength. You whisper into the open field, "Lord, I didn't cry, but it still hurt." Suddenly, you feel a presence behind you, steady, warm, familiar. Jesus steps beside you, his expression full of compassion. He doesn't ask you why you didn't cry. He doesn't ask you to justify your strength. He simply stands with you, as though he's been waiting for this moment, when your heart finally has space to release what it has held in silence. Jesus gently lifts your chin with his fingertips, his eyes soft enough to melt years of held-back emotion. "I saw every tear," he whispers, "even the ones that never fell." Your breath trembles as you exhale. The words reach into a place inside you that has been untouched for a long time. Jesus reaches out his hand, and you watch as a small, delicate glass jar appears, simple, clear, beautiful. Inside it, you see tiny droplets of shimmering light. "These are the tears you never cried," he tells you gently. "I caught them before you even felt them." The jar glows softly in his hands, each drop representing a moment your heart tightened, a moment you felt alone, a moment you swallowed your pain because you thought you had to hold it together. Jesus steps closer, placing his other hand over your heart. You were never weak for holding them in, but you were never alone when you did. The tightness in your chest begins to loosen. The heaviness you carried quietly begins to lift. You feel permission, holy, gentle permission, to finally release the emotions you've kept buried. A single tear slips from your eye. Not painful, not overwhelming, just honest. Jesus catches it effortlessly, adding it to the jar. "Every tear matters to me," he whispers. "Every unspoken hurt, every quiet ache, every moment you felt you had to be strong." He places the glowing jar into your hands. It's warm, like holding a piece of your own heart, finally acknowledged. You stare at it and feel something sacred rising inside you, the freedom of being deeply understood. He continues, "You don't have to hide your tears from me. They are safe with me. You are safe with me." You breathe in slowly, the field around you growing brighter. The clouds begin to lift. Light spreads gently across the sky, soft and healing. You sit down in the grass, and Jesus sits beside you, his presence grounding you like the earth beneath your legs. You lean your head on his shoulder. He wraps his arm around you. The world feels quiet in the most comforting way. You feel your heart soften, not breaking, but opening, not overwhelmed, but relieved, not ashamed, but seen. Jesus whispers again, "Your tears are precious to me, even the hidden ones." As your eyelids grow heavy and your breathing slows, you feel the release of years of held-back moments, not through flooding emotion, but through the peace of being fully known. Jesus speaks one final truth into your sleepy spirit. Rest now. What you held alone, I am holding with you. Rest now, child of God. Your hidden tears are honored. Your heart is understood. Your soul is safe in his hands. Hey, child of God, take a deep, gentle breath and let it fill the tired places inside you. You have been carrying so much for so long, burdens you didn't choose, responsibilities that became heavier over time, emotions you tucked away to stay functional, and quiet pressures that never seemed to ease. Some of these burdens were placed on you. Some you picked up yourself. Some you held because you didn't want anyone else to feel their weight. But tonight, God is whispering something deeply freeing. He is lifting the burdens you've carried for far too long. As you breathe slowly, feel the invisible weight on your shoulders begin to loosen. You've walked through seasons where the load felt endless, where you kept pushing even though your heart trembled, where you kept smiling even though your soul felt tired. You've carried responsibilities, memories, and emotions that others never saw. Yet God saw them all. And tonight, he is coming close, not to demand more from you, but to take what has been crushing you gently into his own hands. Imagine yourself walking along a quiet mountain trail near sunset. The sky glows with soft gold and warm orange light. You're holding a heavy backpack, so heavy that every step feels like an effort. You don't even remember when the backpack became this heavy. It's been so long since you walked without it. You feel weary, almost shaky, but still moving because you've taught yourself not to stop. You pause on the trail, breathing hard. "Lord, I can't carry this much anymore," you whisper. Then you hear footsteps. Jesus walks toward you, slow, steady, gentle. His presence alone feels like a breeze that lifts the air around you. He comes beside you and studies your tired expression with compassion that reaches the deepest parts of your heart. Without asking for permission, he steps behind you and places his hands on the straps of your heavy backpack. "Let me take this," he whispers. You hesitate. You've carried this for so long that setting it down feels strange, almost wrong. "I don't know how to let go," you admit softly. Jesus' voice is warm and tender. "You don't need to know how. You only need to allow me." Slowly, gently, he lifts the backpack off your shoulders. The weight that you've carried for years disappears in an instant, not because the burden is gone, but because someone stronger is holding it now. Your knees almost feel weak from the sudden lightness. Your breathing deepens. Your spine straightens. Your chest opens. It feels like the first real breath you've taken in a long time. Jesus sets the backpack aside and turns to face you. "You were never meant to carry that alone," he says. Tears fill your eyes, not from sorrow, but from relief. You didn't realize how heavy life had become until the weight was lifted. You didn't realize how tired your soul was until rest began to seep into you like warm light. He places his hand over your heart. "I am lifting every unseen burden," he whispers. "Every hidden worry, every quiet fear, every secret heaviness." You feel peace move through your body, slow, gentle, healing. You inhale deeply and exhale the tension that had been trapped in your spirit. The trail ahead looks different now, not intimidating, but open, free, peaceful. Jesus walks beside you, and the sunset paints the sky as though heaven itself is reflecting the release happening in your heart. For the first time in a long time, you feel light. You feel held. You feel carried. You feel like the weight of life is no longer yours alone. Jesus looks at you with a warm smile. "Whenever the burden becomes heavy again, give it to me. I am your rest." You nod, your eyes softening as your soul relaxes deeper into his presence. You've spent years carrying what God always intended to lift. And now, finally, you are learning the sacred relief of surrender. As you begin to drift gently into rest, Jesus whispers one more truth over you. "Sleep now, child. I am carrying what once carried you." And with that, peace washes over your body like a warm wave. Before you fall fully into sleep, I want to gently say something, softly, tenderly, without pressure. If messages like this have brought comfort to your heart, you're welcome to stay connected here. You may subscribe, share, or leave a comment if you feel led. Not for numbers, not for noise, simply so that more weary hearts can find a place of rest in God's presence. Your being here is already a blessing. Rest now, beloved child of God. The burden is no longer yours. You are held. You are carried. You are free. Hey, child of God. Take a slow, gentle breath and allow your soul to sink softly into this peaceful moment. Faith doesn't always feel strong. Sometimes it feels faint, quiet, fragile, like a small flame trembling in the wind. You may have wondered if your faith has been fading, if your spiritual strength has been slipping through your fingers, if you've disappointed God by not feeling as confident or courageous as you once did. But tonight, He wants to speak a loving truth over your weary heart. God is quietly strengthening the faith you thought was fading. As you breathe, feel the heaviness you've been carrying begin to loosen. Faith has seasons, bright seasons, dry seasons, questioning seasons, tender seasons. Your worth is not measured by the intensity of your faith, but by the one who holds you through every season. Even when you feel like your faith is weak, God sees the quiet courage inside you, the courage that keeps you praying, keeps you hoping, keeps you listening, even when the answers seem far away. Imagine yourself walking through a dim forest just before dawn. The trees are tall and still, and the path beneath your feet is soft with fallen leaves. You carry a small lantern in your hand, but the flame is tiny, barely enough to light the next step. You look at it and whisper, "Lord, is this all the faith I have left?" Then from behind you comes a warm, familiar presence. Jesus steps into view, his expression filled with gentleness. He looks at your small lantern, your trembling flame, and instead of disappointment, his eyes shine with tenderness and pride. He walks beside you and whispers, "A small flame is still a flame." You lower your eyes, unsure, thinking your faith should have been stronger. But Jesus continues, "Your faith has not failed. It has been surviving storms." He places his hand over yours around the lantern. The moment he touches you, something begins to change. Not dramatically, but quietly, subtly. The flame steadies. It no longer flickers wildly. It grows a little brighter, not because of your strength, but because of his presence. You whisper, "Lord, I thought I was losing my faith." Jesus shakes his head softly. You were not losing it. You were protecting it through pain. His words feel like water on thirsty soil. You realize your faith has been fighting, not failing, enduring, not disappearing. Jesus walks with you deeper into the forest, and with every step, the lantern glows a little warmer. He says, "Faith is not the absence of struggle. Faith is the courage to keep walking even when the flame feels small." You breathe in deeply, the cool morning air filling your lungs. A faint light touches the treetops, the first hint of dawn breaking through the darkness. The sky shifts from deep blue to soft gray. The forest begins to awaken. Jesus leads you to a small clearing. He kneels, placing his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads slowly through your chest. Peace settles quietly over your mind. Strength returns gently to your spirit. He whispers, "I am restoring what life tried to drain." Your lantern glows brighter without you even noticing. The flame is steady, strong enough now to light the clearing around you. You look down and realize your faith didn't die. It endured nights of fear, seasons of silence, storms of uncertainty. And through it all, God held the pieces together when you couldn't. Jesus smiles and says, "Faith grows in the quiet, in the small moments, in the breaths where you choose trust instead of fear." You feel your heart responding, softening, widening, warming. This renewal doesn't feel forced. It feels like something deep inside you is waking up again. You lean your head gently onto his shoulder. He wraps his arm around you. The forest grows brighter as the sun finally breaks over the horizon. Your eyelids grow heavy, not from sorrow, but from peace. The kind of peace that comes from knowing you were never alone in your doubts. The kind of peace that comes from realizing your faith is safe in the hands of the one who sustains it. As you drift toward rest, Jesus whispers one final healing truth. When your faith feels small, mine is enough for both of us. Rest now, child of God. Your faith is not fading. It is being strengthened quietly, gently, beautifully by the one who loves you beyond measure. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let the softness of this moment settle into your heart. Joy is a delicate thing. It can fade quietly, without warning. It can slip away through seasons of stress, grief, disappointment, or exhaustion. Sometimes you don't even realize how much joy you've lost until you wake up one day and feel numb where laughter used to live. But tonight, God wants to speak something tender and hopeful into your weary spirit. He is restoring the joy you thought you'd lost forever. As you inhale deeply, feel the heaviness in your chest begin to loosen. The heaviness that comes from living too long in survival mode, from carrying too much, from pushing through days without room to breathe. God sees the quiet aching inside you, the longing for joy that feels genuine, light, effortless joy that doesn't demand energy you don't have. And He is not disappointed in you for losing it. He is gently giving it back. Imagine yourself walking through an open meadow in the early morning. The grass glistens with dew, and the sky stretches wide above you, painted with soft shades of rose and gold. There's a breeze, gentle and cool, brushing past your skin like a whisper of something new. For a long time, joy has felt out of reach, like a distant memory rather than a daily experience. But as you walk, you feel something stirring in the air, something familiar and warm. You close your eyes and whisper, "Lord, I miss feeling alive inside." Then you hear footsteps, light, steady, comforting. Jesus walks toward you with a peaceful smile. His expression is full of affection, not judgment. He looks at you the way someone looks at a loved one who has carried sorrow far too long. When He reaches you, He places His hand over your heart. "Your joy didn't die," He whispers. "It just fell asleep under the weight of life." A gentle warmth spreads from His hand into your chest. Not overwhelming, just enough to make your heart exhale for the first time in a long while. You feel something spark inside you. Small, quiet, but real. Jesus leads you deeper into the meadow, each step feeling lighter than the one before. Sunlight begins to grow brighter, casting long streams of gold across the earth. Birds begin to sing in the distance, a song so sweet and simple that it awakens memories of times when joy came naturally, without effort, without fear. He turns to you and says, "Joy flows from me, not from circumstances." You breathe deeply as His words sink into the weary places within you. Joy is not something you have to chase. Joy is something God places inside your heart, something He renews, something He awakens even after long seasons of heaviness. As you walk with Him, you notice a small wildflower blooming at your feet, bright, vibrant, glowing with life. Jesus kneels down beside it and touches its petals. "Joy is like this," He says. "It returns quietly, growing from the smallest places." You kneel beside Him, your fingers brushing the warm petals. For a moment, you feel a flicker of joy, tiny but unmistakable, rising softly inside your chest. Not forced, not fake, just present. He looks at you with a gentle smile. "Let it grow, child. I am restoring what was taken, what was drained, what was lost." You feel tears gather not from sadness, but from relief. Relief that joy is not gone. Relief that God Himself is reviving it. Relief that your spirit can feel lightness again. Jesus stands and extends His hand. As you take it, joy begins to flow into you more deeply, like sunlight warming the coldest corners of your heart. He says softly, "Joy is returning to you, not the old kind, but a deeper, steadier, purer joy. The meadow around you glows brighter. The breeze feels sweeter. The sky seems wider, and your own heart feels like it's waking up slowly, gently, beautifully. Jesus wraps his arm around your shoulders as you both sit in the grass. The warmth of his presence feels like a celebration, not of events or achievements, but of your soul rediscovering life again. Your eyelids grow heavy as peace settles over you. You rest your head against him, letting his heartbeat guide your breathing. Just before sleep pulls you under, he whispers one final truth into your soul. Joy is your inheritance, child, and I am giving it back to you. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your joy is returning, your spirit is awakening, and God is renewing you from the inside out. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the softness of this moment to surround you. Trust is fragile. It breaks not only through big betrayals, but through small disappointments that accumulate over time. It weakens when people let you down, when prayers seem unanswered, when life becomes unpredictable, when your heart experiences more pain than it knows how to hold. And sometimes, without meaning to, you begin to guard yourself even from God. Tonight, he wants to whisper something tender and restorative into your spirit. God is repairing the trust that was broken inside you. As you breathe in deeply, acknowledge the ache you've carried quietly, the ache of fearing that if you trust again, you might be hurt again. Your heart has learned caution, measured steps, guarded hopes, not because you lack faith, but because you've been wounded. God sees that. He sees the careful way you move through life, the way you hesitate before believing something good, the way you brace yourself for disappointment even when you're praying for miracles. Imagine yourself standing beside an old stone bridge stretching over a calm river. Some stones are cracked, some missing, and parts of the bridge feel unstable beneath your feet. This bridge represents your trust, once strong, once steady, once easy to walk across. Now it feels uncertain. You look at the broken stones and whisper, "Lord, I want to trust, but I'm afraid." Suddenly, you feel a quiet presence beside you. Jesus walks toward the bridge with gentle, knowing steps. He doesn't critique the damage. He doesn't scold you for the brokenness. He simply looks at the missing stones as if he remembers every moment they fell. Moments of disappointment, moments of heartbreak, moments when you felt unseen, moments when life didn't unfold the way you prayed. He places his hand on one of the cracked stones, and a soft glow spreads through it. Slowly, the stone strengthens, brightens, becomes whole again. Jesus turns to you with eyes full of compassion. "Trust doesn't heal through pressure," he whispers. "It heals through my love." You watch as he moves from stone to stone, repairing each one, not hurriedly, not forcefully, but gently, intentionally. The bridge slowly changes beneath his touch. Cracks seal, broken pieces fuse back into place. The structure becomes stronger, steadier, safer. You feel something similar happening inside your heart. Quiet mending, slow strengthening, deep restoration. He steps beside you again and places his hand over your heart. Warmth radiates through your chest, touching every fragile place inside you, every fear of being let down, every memory of disappointment, every moment you tried to trust but couldn't find the strength. Jesus whispers, "You can trust me with the places that hurt the most." A single tear slips from your eye, not from pain, but from the relief of being understood. You haven't lacked faith, you've lacked safety, and God is giving that safety back to you. He takes your hand and leads you onto the bridge. This time, your steps feel steadier. The stones feel firm beneath your feet. The fear that once tightened your chest is replaced by a calm certainty. Jesus walks beside you, matching your pace. Trust grows again, he says softly, when you walk with me instead of ahead of me. As you reach the center of the bridge, the river below reflects the sky's golden light. Everything feels peaceful, whole. You stand there with Jesus, letting the breeze brush against your face, letting his presence hold your heart together. You whisper, "Lord, what if trust breaks again?" He smiles gently. "Then I will repair it again, and again, and again." The words settle deeply inside you, freeing you from the fear of failure, the fear of being hurt, the fear of hoping too much. Trust is no longer a test you must pass. It is a relationship you grow in his hands. He guides you off the bridge and sits with you at the riverbank. You lean your head on his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his presence steadying your breathing, calming your heart. As sleep begins to sweep over you like a soft blanket, Jesus whispers one final truth. Your trust is safe with me. I am the one who holds what was broken and makes it whole again. Rest now, child of God. Your heart is healing, your trust is returning, and you are held by the one who never fails. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle softly over you. The world around you is noisy, but sometimes the loudest sounds are the ones inside your mind, thoughts that race without rest, worries that repeat themselves, memories that echo, fears that creep in during the quiet hours of the night. This inner noise can exhaust you more than any long day. But tonight, God wants to whisper something soothing to your tired spirit. He is gently quieting the noise inside your mind. As you breathe deeply, feel the swirling thoughts begin to slow. Not because you're forcing them to, but because God is entering the space where your mind has been spinning. He knows the overthinking that steals your peace. He knows the silent battles you fight when no one else is watching. He knows how heavy it is to carry thoughts that won't stay still. And he comes not to judge your mind, but to calm it. Imagine yourself walking into a small wooden cabin tucked deep in the forest. The moment you step inside, the outside world fades. The walls are warm, the lighting soft, and the air smells faintly of pine and firewood. In the center of the room sits a fireplace, its flames low and steady, bringing a comforting glow to the space. You sit on a soft rug near the fire, pulling your knees gently to your chest. Inside, your thoughts are still restless, jumping from concern to concern, repeating conversations, replaying fears, imagining possibilities that feel too heavy for your heart to carry. You whisper into the quiet cabin, "Lord, my mind feels loud." A soft presence fills the room. Jesus enters, moving with a peace that quiets the space even before he speaks. He sits beside you on the rug, his expression tender, understanding, patient. He places one hand on your back and the other gently over your heart. Warmth spreads through you instantly, soothing the tension you didn't realize you were holding. "You don't have to silence your thoughts," he whispers. "Let me quiet them with you." Your breathing slows, your shoulders soften, your heartbeat steadies. Thoughts that once rushed like a storm begin to move like gentle waves. Jesus turns his gaze toward the fireplace. With a soft motion of his hand, the flames rise slightly calm, warm, steady. The light flickers across the walls like a dance of peace. "Your mind has been trying to protect you," he says softly, "but it has grown tired. Let me give you rest." You lean slightly into him, feeling the comfort of his presence spreading deeper than words could ever reach. the noise in your mind grows quieter, not because the problems have disappeared, but because you're no longer holding them alone. Jesus continues, I know every thought, every fear, every hidden worry, and I am here to calm them one by one. He speaks each phrase slowly, like a lullaby written just for your heart. You begin to see your thoughts differently, not as enemies, but as tired messengers needing rest. And Jesus becomes the rest they've been longing for. He reaches toward the fireplace again, and suddenly the soft crackling of the burning wood blends beautifully with his calming presence. The warmth envelops you like a blanket, soothing your overactive mind. The cabin feels like a sanctuary, a sacred place where your thoughts finally have permission to settle. Jesus whispers, peace is not found by controlling your mind. Peace is found by placing your mind in my hands. You close your eyes. The noise inside grows faint, like distant echoes slowly dissolving. In their place comes a deep, quiet stillness, like the surface of a calm lake reflecting moonlight. You whisper, Lord, thank you. Jesus places his forehead gently against yours, a gesture of intimate comfort, and whispers, rest, child. Your mind is safe with me. Your breathing deepens even more. Your thoughts drift softly. Your whole being relaxes. As sleep begins to pull you into its gentle embrace, Jesus speaks one final truth into the quiet. Tonight, let me think for you. Let me carry what your mind cannot. Rest now, beloved child of God. The noise is fading. Your thoughts are quieting. Your spirit is safe, calm, held in the perfect peace of his presence. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the quiet of this moment to wrap softly around you. Your heart has carried many seasons, some filled with joy and warmth, others marked by pain, disappointment, and unspoken wounds. Over time, those difficult seasons can create hard places inside you, not because you wanted to be hard, but because life taught you to protect yourself. Tonight, God wants to speak a tender truth to those guarded places. He is softening the hard places in your heart. As you breathe, let yourself acknowledge the parts of your heart that feel tight, closed, or numb. Maybe you've been cautious with hope. Maybe you've learned to expect pain before joy. Maybe you've stopped letting yourself feel deeply, because feeling deeply once hurt you. God sees every layer of your heart, soft and guarded, open and wounded, and he moves toward all of it with gentle, healing hands. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet garden at dusk. The sky glows with soft purples and fading gold. You follow a narrow path lined with stones, each one warmed by the day's sunlight. But as you walk deeper into the garden, you notice patches of earth that look dry and hardened, places where nothing has grown for a long time. You pause, staring at the hardened soil, realizing that it symbolizes parts of your own heart, parts you've stopped believing could ever bloom again. You whisper, Lord, something in me feels closed. Then you hear footsteps behind you, soft, steady, full of peace. Jesus steps into the garden, his presence like a warm breeze brushing across your spirit. He stands beside you, looking down at the dry earth with understanding, not disappointment. He kneels and places his hand over the hardened soil. This place matters to me, he whispers. As his hand touches the ground, something begins to change. Warmth spreads through the soil. Cracks soften. The earth loosens. What was once stiff and lifeless begins to feel tender again. Jesus lifts a handful of the soil, letting it fall softly between his fingers. It no longer resists his touch. He looks at you and says, Your heart has not failed. it has only grown tired. You feel something stir inside you, a quiet ache, a longing to feel again without fear, to hope again without hesitation, to trust again without guarding yourself. Jesus knows that longing. He knows every reason your heart hardened, every loss, every betrayal, every unanswered prayer, every time you had to swallow your emotions because there was no space to express them. He kneels beside another hard patch in the garden. He touches it gently. Warmth spreads again, softening, healing, restoring. I am not asking you to open your heart on your own, he says. I am softening it with my love. You watch in awe as tiny green shoots begin to break through the soil he touched. Small at first, fragile looking, but alive evidence that even the hardest ground can bloom again under his care. Jesus stands and places his hand over your heart. Warmth radiates through your chest, gentle, deep, soothing. You feel the hardness inside begin to melt, layer by layer, not painfully beautifully. He whispers, "You do not need to be guarded with me. Your heart is safe here." The words settle into you like rain falling on dry land. Peace begins to seep into places that once felt unreachable. Emotion rises, not sharp or overwhelming, but soft, like a quiet awakening. You feel your heart expanding, loosening, breathing. You whisper, "Lord, will it stay soft?" Jesus smiles, brushing his thumb gently over your chest. "As long as you stay close to me, yes." He sits beside you on a stone bench in the garden. Fireflies begin to glow softly in the fading light. The air grows cooler, the world quieter. You rest your head against his shoulder, feeling him hold your heart, not just the healed parts, but every part. He speaks one more truth into your spirit. Nothing in you is too hard for me to soften. Nothing in you is too broken for me to heal. Nothing in you is too guarded for me to reach. Your breathing slows. Your eyelids grow heavy. Warmth spreads through your entire being. As sleep begins to gently wrap around you, Jesus whispers, "Rest now. I am tending the garden of your heart. Rest now, child of God." Your heart is softening. Your spirit is healing. Your soul is blooming again in the gentle hands of the one who loves you. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and allow your spirit to settle into the softness of this moment. Guidance from God doesn't always feel like a clear voice or a shining path. Sometimes it feels quiet, almost invisible. Sometimes it feels like taking hesitant steps in the dark, unsure if you're moving in the right direction. There are moments when you whisper, "Lord, are you guiding me?" Because I don't feel it. Tonight, God wants to reassure your heart with a gentle truth. He is guiding you even when you don't feel guided. As you breathe deeply, let the pressure to figure everything out begin to melt away. You've been trying so hard to make the right decisions, to walk the right path, to choose wisely, to avoid mistakes. You've prayed, waited, listened, sometimes with clarity, sometimes with confusion, but God's guiding hand has never left you. Even in seasons of silence, He has been directing your steps with love deeper than your understanding. Imagine yourself standing on a quiet path in the middle of a dense forest. The sun has set, and the soft blue of twilight surrounds you. You can barely see a few feet ahead. The path before you curves into shadows, and the air feels still, expectant. You take a step, then another, but uncertainty presses against your chest. "Lord, I don't know where I'm going." Then you hear footsteps behind you. Jesus approaches, not in a hurry, not alarming, just steady and present, the way guidance always feels once you finally notice it. He stands beside you, his expression calm and reassuring. Without speaking, he extends his hand. You place yours in his, and something inside you shifts like the releasing of a breath you didn't know you were holding. "I've been leading you every step," he whispers gently. You look ahead into the dimness and say, "But I can't see the way." Jesus squeezes your hand lightly. "You don't need to see it. I do." He steps forward, and the moment his foot touches the path, soft light appears beneath his steps, just enough for you to follow. You realize something profound. God often lights the path only as far as your next step, not the entire journey. Not to frustrate you, but to invite you to walk with him instead of walking alone. You follow him, step by step. With each step you take, the light spreads just a little farther. Never too much, never too little, but exactly enough. Jesus glances at you with kindness. Guidance isn't always a feeling. Sometimes it's a presence. A warmth spreads through your chest, not dramatic, but steady. You realize that the times you thought you were walking blindly, you were actually walking beside him. The times you feared you were lost, he was leading you through necessary turns. The times you felt forgotten, he was orchestrating details you couldn't see yet. The forest around you begins to thin. The air feels lighter. Your steps feel steadier. Jesus stops at a clearing filled with soft moonlight. He sits on a smooth stone and motions for you to sit beside him. You sit, and the peace in the clearing feels almost alive. You thought, "My silence meant absence," he whispers. But silence is often where I guide you the most gently. You think back to moments of confusion, moments when you made decisions without certainty, but with prayer in your heart. Jesus leans closer and says softly, "You were not following your own wisdom. You were following my quiet leading." A sense of relief washes over you, warm, soft, healing. You realize that God's guidance isn't always loud or obvious. Sometimes it's a closed door. Sometimes it's a gentle nudge. Sometimes it's the peace you feel after choosing. Sometimes it's the strength to keep going when nothing makes sense. Jesus wraps his arm around your shoulders. You lean into him, letting your tired heart rest. "Lord," you whisper, "will I always know where you're leading me?" He smiles tenderly. "No, and you don't need to, but you will always know who leads you." Your breathing slows, your body relaxes. The clearing feels like a sanctuary. As sleep begins to pull you gently into rest, Jesus whispers one final promise into your soul. "Even when you cannot feel my guidance, you are walking exactly where I am leading. Rest now, child of God. Your steps are secure, your path is protected, and you are guided quietly, faithfully, endlessly by the one who loves you." Hey, child of God, inhale gently and let the softness of this moment wrap around your tired soul. There are parts of you that no one knows about, places inside your heart that you've kept hidden, either because they're too painful to touch or because you fear no one would understand. Wounds covered by strength, hurts you never put into words, quiet aches you learned to carry alone. Tonight, God wants to whisper something deeply tender. He is healing the parts of you that no one knows about. As you breathe slowly, feel the truth of that sink in. God sees what others can't. He notices the tension behind your smile. He hears the unspoken hurts that echo inside when everything around you is quiet. He knows the silent disappointments, the private fears, the memories that surface at night, the old wounds that still shape the way you feel. And he moves toward every hidden part of you with gentleness, not to expose you, but to heal you. Imagine yourself entering a small lantern-lit room made of warm stone. Soft light dances along the walls, and the air feels still and safe. In the center of the room sits a wooden table, and on it rests a small clay jar, simple, unassuming, yet holding something precious. This jar represents everything inside you that no one else sees. The hurts, the questions, the emotions you keep tucked away because you don't want to burden anyone. You approach the table with hesitant steps. "Lord," you whisper, "even I don't know how to open these places." Then you hear quiet footsteps behind you. Jesus enters the room with a warmth that fills the space instantly. He doesn't rush toward the jar. He doesn't force anything open. He simply stands beside you, his presence soft enough to unravel tension you didn't know you were holding. He looks at the jar with tenderness, then turns to you. "You don't have to open it," he says softly. "Let me." He places his hand gently on the clay lid. No pressure, no force, just presence. The lid lifts as if responding to his love. Inside the jar is a soft glow, warm, golden, almost like a heartbeat of light. It illuminates the parts of you that have been aching unnoticed. Jesus reaches inside and removes a small fragment of something shaped like a memory or a wound you thought you had buried too deep. He holds it in his hands, and instead of judging it, he cradles it gently. "This hurt you," he whispers, "and I saw it." You feel emotion rise, not overwhelming, but freeing, like a door opening inside your spirit. The tears that form in your eyes feel safe here, safe to fall, safe to be seen, safe to be understood. Jesus continues, "You were never meant to carry hidden pain alone." With a soft motion of his hand, the fragment dissolves in his light, leaving no trace, only warmth where pain once lived. He reaches into the jar again. Another fragment, another hidden ache, another memory you thought you had forgotten but still shaped your heart. He heals each one with the same tenderness, the same patience. Piece by piece, the hidden parts of your heart come into his hands. Piece by piece, they are healed. Piece by piece, you feel lighter inside, deeper than words can touch. Jesus looks at you and says, "Nothing hidden is too deep for my healing. Nothing silent is unheard by me." You sit down beside him at the table, tears falling softly, but they no longer feel heavy. They feel cleansing. They feel like release. They feel like truth finally allowed to rest. Jesus places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads soft, steady, healing in places you didn't even know needed healing. Places you thought were too old, too hidden, too complicated. He whispers, "I heal what you don't show anyone." Your breathing slows. Your body softens. Your spirit settles. You lean your head gently against his chest, hearing the steadiness of his heartbeat. The room grows quiet, comfortingly quiet. The kind of quiet that feels like being held, not alone. As sleep begins to draw near, wrapping you in peace like a soft blanket, Jesus whispers one final truth. "Rest, I am healing what you've carried in silence." Rest now, beloved child of God. The hidden hurts are being mended, the quiet wounds are being touched with divine tenderness, and your soul is finally free to breathe again. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let it settle softly into your chest. There are fears you've spoken out loud, fears you've confessed in prayer, fears you've shared with people you trust. But there are other fears too. Quieter ones, deeper ones, ones you've never been able to put into words. These fears live in the spaces between thoughts, in the tightness in your chest, in the heaviness that appears without warning. Tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and freeing. He is holding every fear you haven't been able to put into words. As you breathe, let yourself acknowledge those unspoken fears, the ones that rise at night, the ones you tuck away during the day, the ones you don't know how to explain. Maybe they're fears about the future, maybe fears about loss, maybe fears about your own strength or your own worth. These fears don't make you weak, they make you human, and God sees every one of them. Imagine yourself standing beside a quiet lake under a clouded sky. The water is still, holding a soft reflection of the dim light above. You feel a heaviness in your chest, not painful, but persistent. You walk to the edge of the lake and sit down on a smooth stone, pulling your knees close. The air is cool and still, and the world feels paused. You whisper, "Lord, there are fears I can't even describe." A soft breeze moves across the lake. Then Jesus appears beside you, his presence like warmth gently breaking through cold air. He doesn't speak immediately. He simply sits next to you, close enough for his presence to steady your breathing. After a moment, he holds out his hand. "Give them to me," he says quietly. You look at him with uncertainty. "How can I give what I can't explain?" Jesus' eyes soften with understanding. "You don't have to explain them," he whispers. "I already know them." Suddenly, he opens his hand and a small glowing sphere begins to take shape, like a soft ball of light forming from the air. You instinctively know what it represents, your unspoken fears. Each one gathers into the light, drawn out gently from the places inside you where they have been hiding. You don't have to speak. You don't have to name them. You don't have to understand them. They just rise, one by one, quietly, tenderly. Jesus receives every fear in silence, with a compassion deeper than language. The sphere grows brighter as the weight inside you grows lighter. As he holds the glowing bundle, he whispers, "These fears were never too complicated for me." Warmth spreads through your body, first in your chest, then your shoulders, then your mind. Tension softens, your breath deepens, the air around you feels safer. Jesus stands and walks to the water's edge. You follow him. He holds the sphere over the lake and gently releases it. It sinks into the water, dissolving into ripples of shimmering gold that slowly expand across the surface. Each ripple carries away something heavy inside you. Each movement of water feels like a burden leaving your soul. The lake grows still again, but this time the stillness feels peaceful, not heavy. Jesus turns to you and places his hand over your heart. "You don't need to fear the things you cannot name," he says. "I am with you in every unknown place." You feel tears forming, not tears of panic, but tears of release. The kind that come when your heart finally realizes it doesn't have to carry itself anymore. You lean into him, resting your head against his chest. The steady rise and fall of his breathing calms you, grounding you, reminding you that fear has no power where love holds you. Jesus wraps his arm around you and whispers, "Even the fears hidden from your own understanding are held in my hands." The clouds above the lake begin to shift, letting a soft glow of moonlight spill across the water. The world feels gentle. Your spirit feels lighter. Your mind feels quieter. As sleep begins to drift over you like a soft blanket, Jesus speaks one final truth into your heart. Rest now. Nothing unknown can harm you in my care. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your fears are held. Your heart is safe. Your spirit is protected in the hands of the one who understands every word you never spoke. Hey, child of God, take a soft, steady breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle over you like a warm covering. Loneliness is not always about being physically alone. Sometimes it's the feeling of carrying something no one else can see. Sometimes it's the silence after a long day, when your heart aches for understanding. Sometimes it's knowing people care about you, yet still feeling like no one truly knows what you're going through. Tonight, God wants to remind your tender heart. He is staying close to you in the moments you feel most alone. As you inhale slowly, recognize that loneliness is not a sign of faithlessness, nor is it a flaw. It is a human ache, an ache that God is not ashamed of, not threatened by, not disappointed in. He moves closer, not away when you feel isolated. He sits with you in the spaces where no one else has access. He hears the thoughts you never speak and feels the weight you try to hide. Imagine yourself sitting on a quiet hillside beneath a vast, starry sky. The night is still. The grass beneath you is cool and soft. The world around you is silent except for the faint sound of wind moving through distant trees. You wrap your arms around your knees and look up at the sky, feeling the familiar ache of being alone with your thoughts. You whisper into the open air, "Lord, why does my heart feel so alone?" A gentle warmth settles beside you. Jesus sits down quietly as though he has always been there, simply waiting for your heart to notice him. His presence feels like a soft blanket being draped around your shoulders, warm, grounding, comforting. He doesn't rush to speak. He doesn't try to fix your feelings. He just stays. After a moment, he turns his head toward you and whispers, "You are never alone, not for a moment." You swallow gently, letting his words settle into the ache behind your ribs. "Then why does it feel so empty sometimes?" you ask softly. Jesus looks at the stars above you, the same stars he once spoke into existence. "Because your heart longs for connection," he says, "and longing itself is not a sign of absence, it is a sign of depth." He stretches his arm behind you and gently pulls you closer until your shoulder rests against his. The closeness feels safe, healing, steady. You breathe in deeply, and for the first time all day, your heart loosens just a little. Jesus continues, "Loneliness is not a separation from me. It is the space where I draw nearer." You look down at your hands, feeling emotion rise quietly. How can you be this close and I still feel alone? Jesus smiles gently, brushing a loose strand of hair from your face. "Because the world has taught you to measure closeness by what you feel, but I measure it by what I know, and I know you." His words reach something deep inside you, a place you've kept quiet for a long time. You feel seen, not as someone who is failing, but as someone who is hurting, longing, trying. Jesus points to the sky. The stars shimmer like diamonds scattered across velvet. "When you feel alone, look at how vast the sky is," he whispers. "My presence surrounds you even more completely than this." As you gaze upward, the sky seems to wrap around you, stretching endlessly in every direction. You feel small, but in a way that brings comfort, not insignificance, but belonging. Jesus places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads rhythmically, as if his heartbeat is guiding yours. "You were never meant to carry loneliness by yourself," he says. "I sit with you in it until it softens into peace." A quiet tear slides down your cheek, not a tear of despair, but of release. You lean your head against his shoulder. He doesn't move away. He adjusts slightly so you can rest more comfortably against him. In his presence, your loneliness becomes a space of connection, a space of being held, a space of being known. Your eyelids grow heavy, the night air gentle against your skin. Jesus wraps his arm around you more fully, pulling you into a tender embrace. Just before sleep draws you into its quiet, he whispers into your heart, "When you feel most alone, that is when I am closest. Rest now. You are held in my nearness. Rest now, beloved child of God. You are not alone. You have never been alone. And you will never walk a single moment without him beside you." Hey, child of God, take a slow, steady breath and allow your tired body to soften into this moment. Strength doesn't disappear suddenly. It fades quietly, little by little, the way daylight dims before nightfall. You may not even realize your strength is slipping until simple things feel heavy, until tasks that once felt manageable begin to drain you, until your spirit feels thin and worn. Tonight, God wants to speak gently into your weary soul. He is refreshing the strength you didn't know was diminishing. As you breathe, allow yourself to acknowledge how tired you truly are. Not just physically tired, but emotionally tired, spiritually tired. Tired from fighting battles no one knows about. Tired from carrying responsibilities that others take for granted. Tired from showing up, holding on, trying your best and rarely feeling like you can stop without everything collapsing. God sees this exhaustion, not the kind sleep fixes, but the kind only his presence can soothe. Imagine yourself sitting near a quiet stream flowing through a peaceful valley. The air is cool and fragrant, and the sound of water trickling over smooth stones feels like a melody designed to calm your spirit. You sit on the soft grass, shoulders slightly hunched, your hands resting loosely in your lap. You feel drained, though you can't even point to a single reason why. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know why everything feels heavier lately." Then Jesus appears beside you, quiet, gentle, like the warm breeze that moves over the surface of the water. He kneels in front of you, his eyes filled with a compassion so deep it almost makes your heart tremble. He reaches out and takes your hands in his. The warmth of his touch flows through your arms, settling into your chest, loosening tightness you didn't realize you were holding. Your strength didn't fail. He whispers, "It was poured out in places no one saw." A breath leaves your body, slow, shaky, releasing something you've been holding far too long. Jesus guides you to lie back on the grass beside the stream, your head resting gently against his shoulder. The sound of the water becomes a lullaby, soft and steady. Jesus places his hand over your heart, and a quiet warmth spreads through your entire being. "Let me restore you," he whispers. "Let me give back what life has drained from you." The stream beside you begins to glow faintly, as though reflecting a light that isn't coming from the sky, but from his presence. He gathers a handful of the shimmering water and drizzles it gently across your forehead. The moment it touches your skin, something shifts inside you. The weariness loosens its grip. The heaviness lifts slightly. The numbness begins to warm. Each drop feels like a breath of life entering your spirit. Jesus continues, "Strength is not something you create. Strength is something I renew within you." You feel your breathing deepen. Your body softens. Your heart feels held rather than strained. He touches the center of your chest again, and the warmth grows brighter, spreading slowly through your ribs, your shoulders, your mind. You whisper, "Lord, I didn't realize how tired I was." Jesus smiles gently. "I did, and I am here to refresh you." You rest in silence with him for a moment, letting his presence do what your own efforts could never accomplish. There is no striving here, no pressure, no expectation. Just rest, holy, peaceful, restorative rest. Before your eyes grow heavy, Jesus speaks again, his voice a soft whisper. Your strength is returning, not all at once, but steadily, beautifully, from my presence. You exhale deeply, peacefully. As a soft breeze moves through the valley, Jesus adds one more truth. You don't have to walk the next steps alone. I am with you, refreshing you day by day. And just as your mind begins to drift towards sleep, he wraps his arm more securely around you, holding you like the precious child you are. Before sleep takes you fully, I want to speak gently, just as tenderly as this moment. If this peaceful space has brought rest to your heart, you're welcome to stay connected. You may subscribe, comment, or share so more weary souls can find a place of rest with God. No pressure, just an invitation, offered softly from one heart to another. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your strength is being renewed, your spirit is being restored, and you are held in his presence. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow your spirit to soften. There are parts of your life you keep in the light parts you share, parts you understand, parts you know how to manage. But there are other places too. Quiet corners inside you that haven't felt light in a long time. Places you've ignored or forgotten. Places you've adapted to rather than healed. Tonight, God wants to whisper something tender to your weary heart. He is bringing light into the places you forgot or dark. As you breathe deeply, notice the subtle spaces inside, feelings you push aside, old memories you avoid, thoughts that surface only when you're tired. These are not places of failure or shame. They are simply rooms in your heart that haven't been visited in a while. Rooms that became dim over time. Rooms God longs to illuminate with gentleness, not force. Imagine yourself walking through an old house at dusk. The floors creak softly beneath your feet. Dust floats in the air like tiny flecks of memory. Some rooms are warm and filled with light, but as you wander deeper into the hallway, you notice doors you haven't opened in years. One door, especially, feels heavy with forgotten moments. You stand before it and whisper, "Lord, I don't know what's behind this anymore." Suddenly, you feel a presence behind you, steady, peaceful, unmistakably loving. Jesus steps beside you, holding a small lantern in his hand. The light from it is soft, soothing, warm, not harsh or blinding. He looks at the closed door and then at you. "We will open it together," he whispers. You swallow gently, your heart quivering at the thought of facing what you've avoided. "What if it's too heavy, Lord?" Jesus smiles, placing his hand over yours on the doorknob. "Nothing is too heavy when I am with you." The door opens slowly. Inside, the room is dim and quiet. Old emotions sit like covered furniture shapes you recognize but haven't touched in years. Memories hover like shadows. Parts of you that once felt too overwhelming begin to stir. Jesus steps into the room first, lifting his lantern high. Light spills into the corners softly, patiently, lovingly. The shadows retreat, not because they are forced away, but because his presence makes space for truth and healing. You step in beside him. It feels vulnerable, but strangely safe. Jesus walks to an old wooden chair sitting in the corner, a symbol of a forgotten wound. He places his hand on the chair, and the wood begins to warm, soften, glow. He whispers, "This pain was never too dark for me." You feel tears gather, tears not of fear, but of recognition. "So, you were here even when I wasn't?" Jesus turns toward you, his lantern illuminating his gentle smile. "I never left this room." He moves to another corner where an old memory lies covered in dust. With one gentle motion, he removes the covering. The memory softens under his light. Your chest loosens, your breathing deepens. I am not here to make you relive pain, he says softly. I am here to redeem it. One by one, he touches the hidden places, old disappointments, buried fears, unspoken griefs, long-ignored wounds. Each one brightens under his light, becoming lighter, softer, more bearable. He turns toward you and places his hand over your heart. Warmth radiates through you, filling every dim place inside you with gentle brilliance. Nothing inside you is beyond my light, he whispers. Nothing is too dark for me to make new. Your body relaxes. The room feels brighter, safer. It no longer feels like a place to avoid it. It feels like a place being restored. Jesus leads you to the center of the room and sits beside you on the floor. You lean against him, feeling his steady heartbeat against your shoulder. The lantern rests beside you both, filling the room with quiet, healing warmth. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your mind quiets. Your soul exhales. As sleep begins to draw near, Jesus whispers one final truth into your spirit. Where my light enters, darkness loses its power. Rest now, I am lighting every corner of your heart. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your hidden rooms are being restored. Your spirit is being renewed, and your heart is glowing again under his gentle light. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and let the air settle gently into your chest. Uncertainty has a way of shaking even the strongest heart. It disrupts your peace, unsettles your thoughts, and makes the future feel blurry and fragile. You try to hold on, but the ground beneath you shifts faster than you can find stability. Tonight, God wants to remind you of a tender truth. He is steadying your heart when life feels uncertain. As you breathe, allow the tension in your shoulders to soften. Think about the questions that have been weighing on you, the decisions that feel unclear, the paths that seem hidden, the concerns that rise the moment you try to rest. You don't have to pretend these things don't shake you. God isn't asking you to be unbothered. He's asking you to let him be your steady place when everything else feels unsteady. Imagine yourself standing on a cliff overlooking a vast open sea. The waves crash rhythmically against the rocks below, powerful and unpredictable. The wind gusts, pulling at your clothes, making you feel small and unstable. You wrap your arms around yourself, trying to remain grounded, but the uncertainty inside you feels just as strong as the wind around you. You whisper, "Lord, everything feels unsure. I don't know what to hold on to." Suddenly, you feel a warm, steady presence behind you. Jesus steps beside you, placing his hand gently on your back. Instantly, the wind seems to soften, not because it stopped, but because his presence steadies you in a way the earth beneath your feet never could. He stands close enough that you can feel his peace anchoring the rushing thoughts inside your mind. He whispers, "You may feel uncertain, but I am never uncertain about you." Your breath shakes slightly, not from fear now, but from relief. You lean into him without thinking, feeling his strength where yours runs out. Jesus steps in front of you and extends his hand. You place yours in his, and immediately your heart feels steadier, calmer, grounded. "Let me steady you," he says. "You were never meant to stand in this alone." He leads you closer to the edge, not to frighten you, but to show you something. Together, you look at the waves below, powerful and unpredictable. The water churns, crashes, rises, and falls with no clear pattern. "This," Jesus says softly, "is how life feels sometimes." Then he points to the rock under your feet. "But this is what you're standing on when you stand with me, unmoving, unshifting, unbreaking." You feel the truth sink into you like warmth spreading through your chest. Jesus wraps his arm around you, and the uncertainty inside your heart begins to settle, not because the waves stopped crashing, but because you're no longer facing them alone. He whispers, "Your future is not unknown to me. Your path is not hidden from me. Your life is held securely in my hands." You close your eyes, letting his words wash over your spirit like a calm tide. The fear that once pressed against your chest begins to loosen. The anxious thoughts quiet. The questions lose their sharpness. Jesus gently guides you to sit on the solid rock behind you. He sits beside you, his arm still around your shoulders. You feel small, but safely small-like, a child resting under the protective wing of someone who can handle what you cannot. "Lord," you whisper, "what if I make the wrong choice?" Jesus turns your face gently toward him. "I am bigger than your choices," he says. "Walk with me, and you will not walk off the path I have for you." A deep peace fills you, not a peace built on having answers, but a peace built on being held by the one who is the answer. Your breathing slows, your body relaxes, your heart feels steady again, not because life became predictable, but because you are resting in the one who never changes. As your eyes grow heavy, Jesus lays his hand over your heart once more. His touch is warm, grounding, protective. "Rest now," he whispers. "The world may shake, but you will not. I am your steady place. Rest now, beloved child of God." Your uncertainties are held, your future is safe, your heart is anchored in him, the one who never shifts, never falters, never lets go. Hey, child of God, breathe slowly and let the quiet of this moment wrap around your heart. There are parts of your life that felt final. Chapters you believed were closed forever. Dreams you quietly buried. Prayers you stopped praying because the waiting felt too long or the disappointment too deep. Maybe you've said to yourself, "That season is over. That hope is gone. That story ended." But tonight, God wants to whisper something beautifully unexpected into your spirit. He is rewriting the story you thought was already finished. As you inhale deeply, let your heart soften. You don't have to pretend you didn't feel the loss. You don't have to act as though you were never disappointed. God saw every moment your hope dimmed. He heard every sigh you didn't say out loud. And yet, he was never limited by your endings. Where you saw a period, he saw a comma. Where you saw a closed door, he was quietly preparing a new one to open. Where you saw finality, he saw the beginning of something redeemed. Imagine yourself walking through an old library filled with tall wooden shelves. The air smells of parchment and memory. Books line the walls from floor to ceiling, each book representing a story, a season, a moment of your life. You run your fingers across the spines until you see one book that catches your attention. It's worn, edges frayed, pages weathered from the weight of time. You gently take it down and open to the last page. There, in your own handwriting, is a sentence. "It's over." You sigh softly. "This part of my life is finished," you whisper. Then suddenly, you sense someone behind you. Jesus steps close, his presence warm and steady. He looks over your shoulder at the book in your hands. He doesn't shake his head or correct you. Instead, he gently takes the book, turns it around, and holds it as if he's been waiting for this moment. "May I show you something?" he asks tenderly. You nod. Jesus opens the book not to the last page, but beyond it. Pages you didn't know existed. Blank pages full of possibility. Unwritten chapters overflowing with grace. He smiles softly and whispers, "You stopped writing, but I didn't." Emotion rises in your chest. The the kind that brings warmth to your eyes. Lord, I thought this story was over. Jesus touches the empty page with his fingertips, and words begin forming, not rushed, not forced, but gently, like a brush dipped in light. I make all things new, he says. Not some things, not a few things, all things. He hands the book back to you, now heavier with hope than with history. Lord, you whisper, what about the pain? What about the mistakes? What about what I lost? Jesus places his hand over yours on the cover of the book. His touch is warm, compassionate, unwavering. Your story is not defined by what broke you, he says softly. It is defined by what I can restore. You lower your head, feeling something inside you awaken, a gentle spark of possibility, of redemption, of newness. Jesus guides you to a wooden table and sits beside you. He opens the book to one of the blank pages and places a pen in your hand. You don't have to write this alone, he whispers. Every new chapter begins with me. You breathe in deeply, feeling a long, closed door inside you open just a little. Not all at once, just enough for hope to slip back in. Jesus leans closer, his presence wrapping around you like a warm cloak. The library grows quieter, softer, more sacred. The story is not over, he says again. Let me show you what I can do with unfinished places. You rest your head gently on his shoulder, the weight of old endings melting into his peace. The book lies open in front of you, blank pages glowing under the soft lantern light. Your eyelids grow heavy, your heart feels lighter, your spirit breathes easier. And as sleep begins to draw you in, Jesus whispers one final truth. Where you saw the end, I am writing the beginning of something beautiful. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your story is still unfolding. Your future is still alive. And God is rewriting every chapter with love that never ends. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the tension inside your chest to soften. Sometimes the loudest storms are not the ones outside you, but the ones within the swirling thoughts, the sudden waves of emotion, the inner turbulence that rises without warning. You hold yourself together for so long that eventually the storm becomes familiar, almost normal. But tonight, God wants to whisper something tender and strong into your spirit. He is calming the storm you've been carrying inside. As you breathe deeply, become aware of the things that have been swirling within you. Thoughts that spin too fast, fears that rise like waves, worries that crash again and again before you've even recovered from the last one. Maybe you haven't told anyone how overwhelming it feels. Maybe you've carried it in silence because you didn't want to burden others. But God has seen every tremor in your heart, and He is not afraid of your storm. He is stepping into it. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast ocean at dusk. The waves are restless, rising higher and crashing harder with each passing moment. Winds whip through your hair, tugging at your clothes. The sky above you is darkening, clouds thickening, the air heavy with the weight of an approaching storm. You wrap your arms around yourself, feeling small and swallowed by the chaos. You whisper, "Lord, I can't quiet this storm inside me." Then, through the roar of the waves, you hear a familiar voice. Jesus approaches you, calm, steady, unshaken. His footsteps make no sound against the sand, but his presence stills something deep within you before he even speaks. He stands beside you, eyes fixed on the churning water, and his robe moves gently in the wind. He reaches out and takes your hand. Instantly, your breathing steadies, not because the storm has stopped, but because you're no longer facing it alone. "I'm here," he whispers. You swallow, your voice small. Lord, what if this storm never ends? Jesus turns toward you, his gaze full of compassion. Storms end in my presence, he says, and even when they rage, they cannot control you when you're holding on to me. He steps closer to the water, still holding your hand. With his other hand, he lifts his palm toward the ocean. The wind stills. The waves slow. The sky softens. You watch in awe as the sea responds to him, not dramatically, but gently, like a child calming under the touch of a loving parent. The once tempestuous waves begin to settle into soft ripples. The air grows warmer. The clouds begin to part. Jesus turns back to you and whispers, "The storm inside you listens to me too." These words sink into your heart, like an anchor dropping deep beneath the waves. You feel the turbulence inside begin to quiet, the racing thoughts slowing, the fear loosening its grip, the emotional waves calming enough for you to breathe again. You step closer to him, and he wraps his arm around your shoulders. The ocean, once violent and overwhelming, now reflects a peaceful sky. The horizon glows with soft light. Jesus whispers, "You've been fighting this storm alone for too long." He places his hand on your heart. "Let me be your peace." The warmth from his hand flows through your chest, spreading into every part of you that once felt chaotic. Your inner storm softens, not because you forced it, but because his presence makes peace possible where chaos once lived. You lean your head against his shoulder, arms no longer wrapped tightly around yourself. Your body loosens, your breath deepens, your spirit exhales. "Lord," you whisper with a trembling sigh, "thank you for calming me." He rests his cheek gently against your head. "I always will," he replies softly. "Every time the storm rises, come to me. I will speak peace over you again and again." As the night grows calm and the gentle rhythm of the waves lulls your mind, sleep begins to draw near. The peace you feel is not fragile. It is anchored in a Savior who never leaves, never wavers, never grows tired of calming your storms. Jesus whispers one final truth as your eyelids grow heavy. Rest now. The storm inside you is quiet in my presence. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your peace is returning. Your heart is steady. Your storm is calmed by the one who commands even the wind and waves. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let it settle softly into the deepest parts of your being. Life has a way of wearing you down, not all at once, but gradually, quietly, in ways you don't always notice. Responsibilities that never pause, disappointments that chip away at hope, emotional battles that drain your energy, seasons that ask more of you than you have to give. Tonight, God wants to whisper something gentle and restorative into your heart. He is restoring the parts of you that life has worn down. As you inhale gently, imagine the places in you that feel tired, not just physically tired, but soul tired. The part of you that keeps showing up even when discouraged. The part of you that holds others together while quietly falling apart. The part of you that gives and gives and gives until you feel hollow. God sees these places. He sees the weariness in your bones, the heaviness in your spirit, the thinness of your emotional strength. And He is not here to demand more from you. He is here to give back what life has drained. Imagine yourself walking into a peaceful workshop filled with warm light. Wooden shelves line the walls, holding tools that shine with gentle purpose. In the center of the room stands a long wooden table, smooth and worn like a place where countless beautiful things have been restored. You approach the table and see something lying on its surface. A small wooden box cracked along one side, faded by years of wear. It's you, a picture of your heart, a symbol of all the parts of you time and life have exhausted. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know how to fix what's been worn down." Suddenly, you hear footsteps, quiet, confident, unmistakably comforting. Jesus enters the workshop dressed in simple robes, his sleeves slightly rolled as though he came ready to work with tenderness and care. His eyes soften the moment he sees the box on the table, not with pity, but with affection, with understanding, with an eternal commitment to restore what is precious. He places his hand gently on the box. "You've been through much," he whispers, "but nothing is too damaged for my hands." With a soft brush, he begins cleaning away the dust of exhaustion, layers of emotional fatigue, old disappointments, unspoken fears, quiet discouragement. Each stroke feels like something inside you is being lifted, lightened. Then he takes a small carving tool and works delicately along the cracks. He doesn't erase them, but fills them with a glowing resin, as if turning each fracture into a vein of gold. Your wounds become part of a new beauty. Your weariness becomes part of your strength. Your brokenness becomes part of God's restoration story. You watch him in silence, breath steadying, as you feel his work not just on the box, but inside your own chest. "Lord," you whisper, "why restore something so worn?" Jesus pauses, looks up at you, and replies softly, "Because you are worth restoring, not using, not fixing, restoring." The word settles deep in your spirit, restoring, not rushing, not forcing, not demanding, restoring. He continues working, smoothing the edges, filling the hollow places, strengthening the weak spots. With every touch, he pours back into you the things life has drained away. Grace, where there was pressure. Peace, where there was tension. Joy, where there was numbness. Strength, where there was depletion. Hope, where there was fading light. The workshop fills with a warm glow coming, not from the lights, but from him. Finally, Jesus lifts the restored box and places it in your hands. It feels lighter, stronger, beautiful, not because the cracks disappeared, but because they were transformed by his touch. He whispers, "You are not worn beyond repair. You are being renewed." A soft warmth moves through your chest, like a deep breath you didn't know you needed. Your shoulders loosen. Your heart settles. Your soul sighs with relief. You lean gently into him, and he wraps his arm around you, letting you rest quietly against his chest. "Let me restore you," he says again, day by day, moment by moment. Your breathing deepens, your eyelids grow heavy, and the peaceful hum of the workshop fades into a comforting silence. As sleep drifts over you like a soft blanket, Jesus whispers one final truth. "Rest now. What life has worn down, I am making new again." Rest now, beloved child of God. Your restoration has already begun. Your strength is returning. Your spirit is being renewed in the gentle, loving hands of the one who never tires of healing you. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow yourself to settle into the quiet of this moment. Peace does not always arrive as a feeling. Sometimes it comes first as a truth, soft, steady, surrounding you long before your heart catches up. You may look at your life and think, "I don't feel peaceful at all." But tonight, God wants you to know something deeply comforting. He is surrounding you with peace, even when you can't feel it yet. As you inhale slowly, acknowledge the parts of your spirit that feel unsettled. Maybe your mind keeps circling the same worries. Maybe your heart has been stretched thin by uncertainty. Maybe your responsibilities feel heavy and your emotions feel tired. It's okay. God's peace is not dependent on your strength or your clarity. His peace is a covering one He places over you even when you are unaware. Imagine yourself sitting in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. The late evening sky glows with the last traces of sunlight, casting gentle colors across the forest. You wrap your arms around your knees, listening to your thoughts swirl faster than the breeze. Even though the forest is quiet, your inner world feels loud. You whisper, "Lord, I don't feel your peace. Why does everything still feel so heavy?" A soft rustle moves through the trees. Jesus steps into the clearing, His presence shifting the atmosphere instantly. It becomes warmer, softer, like someone turned down the volume of the world. He walks toward you and kneels beside you, His eyes full of tender understanding. He places His hand gently on your back. The warmth of His touch spreads slowly, calming the noise inside you. "My peace is around you," He whispers, even when your heart hasn't learned how to feel it yet. Your breath trembles. "Then why do I still feel anxious, Lord?" Jesus sits beside you, letting your shoulder rest against His. "Because peace begins in me before it settles in you." He gestures toward the clearing, toward the quiet trees, the still air, the fading sky. "Peace is already here," He says softly. "Your heart is simply arriving slowly, and that is okay." You close your eyes. Even though you don't suddenly feel a wave of calm, you sense something shifting, like the beginning of warmth in cold hands. Jesus reaches out His arm, and the entire clearing begins to glow with a soft golden light. Not bright, not overwhelming, but gentle, the way dawn touches the earth. The glow encircles the trees, fills the air, surrounds you completely. "This is my peace," He says, "and it has been around you long before you noticed it." You breathe in again, and the air feels different, lighter, warmer, softer. Your thoughts slow, your shoulders relax, your heartbeat steadies. Jesus continues, "Your feelings take time to quiet. Your thoughts take time to settle. But my peace does not depend on your pace. It covers you even in your slowness." You feel tears build, not from sadness, but from relief. Relief that you don't have to force calmness. Relief that peace is not something you earn or maintain. Relief that God surrounds you even when you cannot feel Him. Jesus gently lifts your chin so you meet His eyes. "You have never been without my peace," He says. "You only felt without it." He wraps His arm around you and pulls you close. Your head rests against His chest, and you hear the steady rhythm of His heartbeat, a rhythm that seems to quiet everything inside you. The clearing grows dimmer as night settles in, but the golden glow of His peace remains, wrapping around you like a warm blanket. Your breathing slows, your spirit softens, your mind quiets. You whisper, "Lord, thank you for staying with me even when I can't feel you." Jesus replies gently, "My presence is deeper than your feelings. Rest in my peace even before you feel it." As sleep begins to draw you into its gentle arms, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. "My peace surrounds you, carries you, and holds you always." Rest now, beloved child of God. Your heart is learning to receive His peace. Your mind is softening. Your soul is settling in the quiet, steady presence of the one who never leaves. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let it soften the places inside you that have been tense for far too long. Life has been asking you to move faster than your heart can handle. You've been running, thinking, worrying, responding, barely giving yourself space to breathe. Maybe you've grown used to the rush, the pressure, the constant movement, even though your spirit has been whispering for rest. Tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and gentle. He is resting beside you while your heart learns to slow down. As you inhale deeply, notice the way your body reacts, the tight shoulders, the busy mind, the heart that beats a little too quickly. None of this makes you weak. It makes you human. Your heart has been trying to keep up with everything. And God, in His kindness, is not demanding that you instantly become calm. He is simply sitting with you, letting your heart unwind at its own pace. Imagine yourself in a small, open field beneath a sky slowly turning from gold to deep blue. The grass is soft beneath you, the air warm, and a gentle breeze moves like a lullaby across your skin. You sit with your knees pulled close, feeling the remnants of the day swirling inside your chest, thoughts unfinished, feelings unprocessed, tasks waiting for tomorrow. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know how to slow down. My mind won't stop." The air shifts softly. Jesus appears beside you, not standing, not instructing, but quietly sitting down next to you in the grass. He doesn't rush toward you. He doesn't tell you to calm down. He simply sits with you, His presence steady, grounding, peaceful. He leans back slightly, resting His palms on the grass behind Him. You copy His posture almost without thinking. Your shoulders drop a little. Jesus turns His head toward you and smiles gently. "Let your heart slow down with me," He whispers. You take another breath, and it feels just a bit easier this time. Not perfect, not fully calm, just softer. Jesus stretches out His legs and looks up at the evening sky. You follow His gaze. The world above you is changing colors, fading into deeper hues. The first stars appearing like delicate sparks of hope. He whispers, "You don't have to chase peace. Let peace come to you." Your breath catches a little at the truth of it. You've been trying so hard, trying to be okay, trying to stay strong, trying to be productive, trying to keep moving, even when you're exhausted inside. Jesus shifts closer and gently places His hand over your heart. Warmth spreads through your chest like a slow, steady glow. Your heart has been running for too long, He says softly. "Let me teach it how to rest again." Your shoulders soften even more. Your breathing deepens. Your mind begins to quiet, not because the thoughts are gone, but because His presence makes them less heavy. He continues. Healing happens slowly, breath by breath. Rest is not a command, it is companionship. Stay with me, and your heart will learn the rhythm of peace again. You lean gently against Him, letting your body rest in the support of His presence. He doesn't rush you, doesn't pressure you, doesn't expect you to suddenly feel calm. He is simply with you, and that is enough. The field grows quieter as night wraps around you like a soft blanket. The stars above multiply, shimmering like promises of peace waiting to unfold. Jesus tilts His head toward you and whispers, "Even when you feel restless, I am resting with you." You feel something release inside you, a subtle uncoiling of tension you've carried for longer than you realized. Your eyelids grow heavier. Your breathing becomes slower, steadier. Your heart begins to follow His rhythm, not rushed, not anxious, but peaceful. Jesus places His arm gently around your shoulders, pulling you closer into His side. "Let go," He whispers. "I am here. I'm not rushing you. I'm not pushing you. I'm resting with you." As sleep begins to draw you into its quiet embrace, you feel your entire being soften into Him. He leans close, His voice a soft breath of love. Rest now, beloved. Your heart is safe to slow down with me. Rest now, child of God. You don't have to hurry. You don't have to hold everything together. Your heart is learning peace in the presence of the one who loves you completely. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the tension in your heart to soften. Not knowing what comes next can be one of the hardest places to be. You want clarity, stability, answers, reassurance. But sometimes the path ahead looks foggy, unclear, hidden behind uncertainty. You don't know what to expect, and your heart feels caught between hope and fear. Tonight, God wants to whisper something steady and comforting into your soul. He is holding your future, even when you can't see what's ahead. As you breathe deeply, let yourself acknowledge the uncertainty you've been carrying. Maybe you're unsure about a decision. Maybe you're waiting for something you can't control. Maybe life has shifted, and you no longer recognize the road you're on. You don't have to deny these feelings. God doesn't ask you to be fearless. He invites you to trust Him with your fear. Imagine yourself standing on a quiet path at dawn. The sky is dim, painted in shades of blue and lavender. The air is cool and still. But ahead of you, a thick fog covers the trail. You can only see a few steps forward. The rest is hidden, mysterious, unknown. You feel a mixture of longing and hesitation. Your heart whispers, Lord, what if I walk the wrong way? What if I make a mistake? What if I'm not strong enough for what's coming? Before your thoughts can spiral further, you sense a presence approaching. Jesus steps beside you, His face warm with reassurance. He doesn't try to pull you forward or push you into the fog. Instead, He stands quietly with you, letting your heartbeat settle into the rhythm of His calm. He reaches out His hand. You place your hand in His, almost instinctively. Warmth fills your chest. You don't need to see the whole path, He whispers. You only need to walk with me. You glance at the fog again. Lord, what if I'm not ready for what's ahead? Jesus turns to you, His eyes full of tenderness. I prepare your future, and I prepare you. He steps forward, guiding you gently, and something beautiful happens. Where His foot touches the ground, a small circle of light appears, just enough for the next step. Not the whole path, not the entire journey, just the next step. He looks back at you and smiles. This is how we walk, He says softly. One step with me, then another, and another. You take a hesitant step forward. The fog doesn't lift, but the ground beneath you glows softly with His guidance. You realize something profound. You don't need to know the whole future when you're holding the one who already stands in it. Jesus tightens His hold on your hand. Your future is not uncertain to me, He whispers. I am already in every tomorrow you fear. Your breathing steadies. The fear loosens its grip. A gentle peace begins to fill the spaces where anxiety once lived. You continue walking with Him. Little by little, your trust grows, not because the fog disappears, but because His presence becomes more real than the unknown ahead. After a while, Jesus leads you to a small clearing. He sits beside you on a smooth stone and invites you to rest. The fog still surrounds the clearing, but it no longer feels threatening. It feels like a veil, a mystery held safely by someone who loves you. Jesus places His hand over your heart. Warmth spreads immediately, comforting, grounding, steady. You are not walking into the unknown, He whispers. You are walking into my plans. Your eyes soften, your shoulders relax, your spirit exhales. He continues, when you trusted me in the past, did I not carry you through? A tear forms. because you know it's true. He hasn't failed you. Not once. Not ever. Jesus brushes the tear gently from your cheek. I will be faithful again. You rest your head on his shoulder, feeling the reassuring rise and fall of his breathing. The fog around the clearing glows softly, no longer a symbol of fear, but of the beautiful, unknown God is preparing for you. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your heart feels safer than it has in a long time. Peace settles over your thoughts like a warm blanket. As sleep begins to wrap around you, Jesus whispers one final truth. Rest now. Your future is already held in my hands. Rest now, beloved child of God. The unknown is not empty. It is filled with him, and your tomorrow is safe. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow your spirit to soften in this peaceful moment. Strength doesn't always arrive with noise or sudden breakthroughs. Sometimes it comes quietly, so quietly you don't even recognize it at first. It grows in hidden places, in small choices, in moments when you keep going even though you feel weary. And tonight, God wants to remind you of something deeply encouraging. He is strengthening you in the quiet ways you haven't noticed yet. As you breathe, think about the times you whispered prayers through tears, the times you stood up again after life knocked you down, the times you reached for hope when everything felt heavy. Those moments didn't feel powerful while you were in them, but heaven saw them as victories. Each one grew something inside you, something steady, something strong, something sacred. Imagine yourself walking into a peaceful greenhouse late in the evening. Warm light fills the space, spilling gently over rows of growing plants, some tall and flourishing, others small and just beginning. You walk along the pathway, noticing a tiny sprout pushing through the soil. So small it could be overlooked, yet undeniably alive. Jesus stands beside it, his fingertips brushing the new leaf with tenderness. He looks up at you with a smile. This is your strength, he whispers. You blink, surprised. Lord, this? It looks so small. Jesus shakes his head softly. Small things become mighty when I breathe on them. He motions for you to kneel beside him. You do. And as you look closer, you see something extraordinary. The roots beneath the soil are far deeper and stronger than the sprout above the surface. You hadn't noticed before. Jesus whispers, you feel small because you're only looking at what's visible. But my work in you goes deeper than you realize. You swallow gently as the truth washes over you. Every silent prayer, every quiet surrender, every moment you chose faith over fear, every tear you lifted to him became roots, strong roots, hidden roots, roots that will hold you through future storms. Jesus reaches for a small watering can and pours warm, glowing water over the sprout. It absorbs the light instantly, growing just a little taller. This is how I strengthen you, he says softly. Not all at once, not loudly, slowly, quietly, deeply. You feel something shift inside you, not a dramatic surge, but a gentle awareness that you are stronger than you were 6 months ago, or even last week, or even yesterday. Jesus rises and walks deeper into the greenhouse. You follow, noticing more sprouts, each one glowing faintly, each one representing another part of your heart. There's a sprout for your resilience, one for your faith, one for your hope, one for your courage, one for your healing, one for your ability to love again, all small, but growing. Jesus pauses and turns toward you. You have not failed, he says. You have grown. Your lips tremble slightly. Lord, why don't I feel strong? He steps closer, placing his warm hand over your heart. Because strength doesn't always feel like strength at first. It feels like breath returning. It feels like standing when you'd rather fall. It feels like choosing me again and again. A quiet tear slips down your cheek, not from sadness, but from the relief of recognizing that your journey has not been invisible to heaven. Jesus gently wipes the tear away. "You are stronger than you think," he whispers, "and I am still strengthening you." He leads you to a resting bench in the greenhouse, one surrounded by soft vines and blooming flowers. As you sit, he sits beside you and lets your head rest gently on his shoulder. The warm glow of the greenhouse wraps around you like a soft embrace. Your breathing slows, your mind quiets, your heart steadies. Jesus whispers, "Rest now." Strength grows even while you sleep. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your body relaxes. Your spirit feels safe. As sleep begins to take you, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. You are being strengthened in ways you cannot yet see. Rest now, beloved child of God. Strength is rising within you quietly, gently, beautifully, because he is growing it. Hey, child of God, take a soft, steady breath and allow the weight on your shoulders to loosen, even if just a little. You've been carrying so much. More than you say out loud. More than most people will ever know. Some of the weight was handed to you. Some of it you picked up because you felt no one else would. Some of it you carried because you didn't want to disappoint anyone. Tonight, God wants to speak gently and deeply into that heavy place inside you. He is lifting the weight you were never meant to carry alone. As you breathe slowly, feel the truth settle in your bones. God never designed you to live pressed beneath burdens that break your spirit. He never asked you to be endlessly strong. He never expected you to hold everything together. You have a tender heart, one that feels deeply, loves fully, and tries sincerely. But even the strongest heart becomes weary under a load that is too heavy. Imagine yourself walking along a quiet mountain path. The sky is painted with soft evening colors, and a gentle breeze cools your skin. But on your back sits a large, heavy pack filled with worries, expectations, fears, responsibilities, memories, and pressures. You feel each step growing heavier, your breath shortens, your strength thins. Finally, you stop and whisper into the fading light, "Lord, I don't think I can carry this anymore." In the silence that follows, you hear footsteps approaching. Jesus comes up behind you, soft, steady, compassionate. He doesn't tell you to keep pushing. He doesn't ask why you waited this long to stop. He simply rests his hand on your back, and the warmth of his touch melts a tightness inside your chest. "You were never meant to carry this alone," he whispers. Before you can respond, he gently unbuckles the straps of the heavy pack. For a moment, it clings to you because you're so used to its weight. But then, finally, it falls away. The relief is immediate. Your spine straightens. Your breath deepens. Your whole being exhales in ways you haven't felt in years. Jesus lifts the pack with ease, as though it weighs nothing in his hands. He turns to you and says, "Let me carry what has been crushing you." You feel tears rise, not from sadness, but from the sudden, overwhelming release. "Lord, does this mean I've been failing?" Jesus steps closer and wipes the tears from your cheeks. "No, child. It means you've been trying to do life without enough help." He gestures toward the horizon. "Walk with me, now lighter, freer, unburdened." As you begin walking again, something extraordinary happens. The world looks different. The path feels gentler. Your steps become easier. Not because the mountain has changed, but because the weight is no longer yours. Jesus walks beside you, carrying the pack on his shoulder as if it were merely a blanket. He looks at you with warmth and whispers, "Every burden is lighter when you let me hold it." You feel peace spreading slowly through your heart. Soft, deep, lasting peace. He continues, "You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove your strength. You only have to stay close to me." You nod, your breathing becoming calm, your heart unclenching. Every part of you feels held, safe, seen, loved. Jesus stops again, places his hands on your shoulders, and looks deep into your eyes. From now on, when the weight grows heavy, don't carry it. Give it to me. You rest your forehead gently against his chest. He wraps his arms around you, holding you with a perfect, comforting strength. As night settles gently over the mountains and your eyelids grow heavy, Jesus whispers one final truth into your soul. Rest now. I am carrying what once carried you. Rest, beloved child of God. Your burdens are no longer yours. You are free to breathe, free to rest, free to be held by the one who lifts every weight with love. And before sleep pulls you into peace, I want to gently say, if these moments of rest and healing speak to your heart, you're welcome to stay connected. You may subscribe, share, or comment so this quiet corner of comfort can reach others who need it too. No pressure, just an invitation, softly given. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow yourself to simply be here in this quiet moment. You don't have to be strong right now. You don't have to pretend everything is fine. You don't have to hold yourself together with sheer willpower. God sees the places inside you that feel fragile, cracked, overwhelmed, and stretched thin. And tonight, he wants to whisper a truth that your weary heart has needed to hear. He is holding you together in the places you feel like you're falling apart. As you inhale deeply, acknowledge the places inside that feel unstable, the emotions that rise too quickly, the fears that tighten your chest, the exhaustion that makes simple things feel heavy. You may think, if one more thing goes wrong, I won't be able to handle it. But God has already stepped into those trembling places. He is holding the pieces of your heart, not with force, but with tenderness. Imagine yourself standing in a small, ancient chapel made of stone. Candles flicker softly along the walls. The air is warm, still, sacred. You walk slowly to the center of the room and sit on a wooden bench worn from years of people seeking comfort here. You rest your hands in your lap, feeling the ache in your chest rise like a quiet wave. You whisper into the stillness, "Lord, I feel like I'm breaking inside." Your voice cracks, and then you hear soft footsteps. Jesus enters the chapel and comes to sit beside you. He doesn't ask you to explain. He doesn't ask you to be brave. He simply places his arm gently around your shoulders and lets you lean into him. "I know," he whispers, "and I am here." You breathe in shaky, uneven breaths, but his presence steadies you. He places his hand over your heart, and warmth spreads through you. Gentle, steady, healing warmth. "You are not falling apart," he says softly. "You are being held." You close your eyes, letting his words sink into the pieces of your spirit that have been crying for reassurance. Tears begin to fall, not because you're weak, but because you finally feel safe enough to release what you've been holding. Jesus tightens his embrace, holding you closer. He whispers, "Even in your most fragile moments, I am your strength." You look up at him, your voice small. "Lord, I don't feel strong. I don't feel steady. He cups your face gently in his hands. You don't have to feel strong. My strength is holding you. Suddenly, you notice something glowing in his hand's light, warm and soft like a flame. He brings it toward your chest, and the light sinks into you, filling the cracked places, the tired places, the fearful places. Every breath becomes easier, every heartbeat steadier, every worried thought quieter. Jesus speaks again. What you think is falling apart is actually falling into my hands. You exhale slowly as the tension releases from your shoulders. The chapel feels warmer, the light softer, the air peaceful. Jesus shifts so you can rest your head on his shoulder. He places his hand over yours, lacing his fingers with your trembling ones. You don't have to hold yourself together, he whispers. That has always been my job. You sit there with him, feeling his presence wrap around you like a gentle shield. And for the first time in days or maybe weeks, you feel something inside you loosen, soften, breathe. He continues speaking, his voice low like a lullaby. Nothing in you is too broken for me. Nothing in you is too fragile for me. Nothing in you is beyond my healing touch. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your breathing becomes deep and slow. Your spirit settles into the safety of his embrace. As sleep begins to draw near, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. Rest now. I am holding you together. I will not let you fall. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your cracks are not failures. Your fragility is not a flaw. Your broken places are held securely, lovingly, completely in the hands of the one who never lets go. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let it settle gently into the deepest parts of your heart. There are emotions inside you that you've learned to silence, feelings you push down because they seem too heavy, too messy, or too overwhelming to face. You've been strong for so long that even admitting you hurt feels like a risk. But tonight, God wants to hold a tender truth before you. He is healing the emotions you've been afraid to feel. As you breathe again, allow yourself to acknowledge, even quietly, the emotions you avoid. Maybe it's sadness you don't know how to express. Maybe it's anger you were taught to hide. Maybe it's grief that feels too deep to touch. Maybe it's fear that tightens your chest each night. Whatever it is, God sees every corner of your heart, and he does not turn away. He moves closer. Imagine yourself standing in a softly lit room with translucent curtains gently swaying. The space feels warm, gentle, safe. In the center of the room is a cushioned seat, and you lower yourself onto it, knowing something inside you needs attention, something tender, something fragile, something untouched. You whisper, "Lord, I don't know how to deal with what I feel." The curtains shift, and Jesus steps into the room. He carries no judgment, no demands, no urgency, just love, quiet, patient, compassionate. He kneels in front of you, his eyes meeting yours with deep understanding. "Show me," he whispers. Your throat tightens. "How, Lord? I'm scared to feel everything." Jesus gently takes your hands into his. His touch is warm, grounding, steady. "Then feel them with me," he says. No emotion is too much when you're in my presence. As his words wash over you, something inside cracks open, not painfully, but like a window letting in air after being shut for too long. You close your eyes, and suddenly you see your emotions not as chaos, but as small glowing orbs, each one representing something your heart hasn't dared to express. Some are dim, some bright, some flickering. Jesus reaches for the first orb, one that glows faintly blue. "This is your sadness," he says softly. He presses it gently to his heart. The light steadies, then he takes another golden but trembling. "This is your hope," he whispers. "It has been shaken, but it still lives." Then a darker orb, deep red. You flinch. Jesus looks at you gently. "This one is anger," he says. "Not sinful anger, just the ache of being wounded." He touches it, and instantly the redness softens to warm amber. Then he lifts a pale, faintly flickering orb. "This is your fear," he says, and it has been speaking too loudly. He brings it close to his chest, and as he does, the flicker steadies into calm light. You begin to cry, not from pain, but from relief. Relief that nothing inside you scares him. Relief that nothing you feel pushes him away. Relief that even your emotions are safe with him. Jesus gathers all the orbs gently in his hands and places them back inside your chest. Not raw, not chaotic, not overwhelming, but healed, soothed, and held. He presses his palm over your heart. Warmth flows into you like a soft river of light. "Your emotions are not your enemy," he whispers. "They are signals, invitations, places where healing begins." You breathe deeply for the first time in a long time. Jesus sits beside you on the cushioned seat, pulling you gently into his embrace. Your head rests on his shoulder. Your breathing slows. Your heart softens. "I am healing what you've been afraid to feel," he whispers. "You don't have to suppress it anymore." His hand rests over your heart, calming every trembling place within you. The room grows quieter, warmer, softer. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your spirit leans into his presence. As sleep begins to draw you in, Jesus whispers one last truth-soothing, freeing, deeply tender. "Rest now. What overwhelms you is being healed in my hands. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your emotions are safe. Your heart is healing. You are held, fully and gently, by the one who understands you completely." Hey, child of God, take a soft, steady breath and allow the gentle quiet of this moment to wrap around you. There are times in life when loneliness settles in like a heavy fog, slowly, quietly, almost unnoticed, until you feel its weight pressing against your heart. You may sit among people and still feel unseen. You may carry responsibilities no one else understands. You may lie awake at night, wondering if anyone truly notices how tired you are. But tonight, let this truth settle deep inside you. God is watching over you in the moments when you feel most alone. As you inhale deeply, allow yourself to acknowledge the ache loneliness brings. It isn't weakness. It isn't failure. It is simply your heart longing for connection, understanding, and presence. And while people may not always see the fullness of what you're going through, God sees every part, every sigh, every silent tear, every unspoken need. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a quiet overlook beneath a star-filled sky. The world below you is silent, still, sleeping. A faint breeze brushes your skin, carrying with it a whisper of night's gentle calm. You wrap your arms around yourself, feeling the familiar ache of solitude. You whisper, "Lord, it feels like no one truly sees me." As soon as the words leave your lips, you hear soft footsteps behind you. Jesus comes to stand beside you, not in a rush, not with explanation, but with presence warm, steady, undeniably real. He doesn't speak right away. Instead, he simply stands next to you, looking out at the vast sky with you, as if sharing the silence is his way of saying, "I understand." After a moment, he turns to you and gently asks, "Do you know where I was when you felt unseen?" You shake your head. He points to the sky, to the stars scattered like diamonds across the darkness. I was here, he whispers, watching over you, counting every tear, listening to every thought you were too tired to say aloud. Your breath catches softly. A small tear slips down your cheek. Jesus reaches out, wiping it gently away with his thumb. Loneliness doesn't mean you are alone, he says. It means your heart is longing for the one who has always been with you. You lower your head, voice trembling. Then why can't I feel you sometimes? Jesus moves closer, placing his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads instantly, slow, steady, comforting, because your pain speaks loudly, he says softly. But my presence stays even when you cannot feel it. He invites you to sit beside him on a smooth stone near the cliff edge. You do, leaning slightly into him. He wraps his arm around your shoulders, his embrace gentle but strong. When you felt alone in your room, I was beside you. When you cried quietly so no one would hear, I heard you. When you longed for comfort but didn't know who to turn to, I was waiting. When you felt forgotten, I remembered you. The words sink deep, filling places you didn't realize were empty. Jesus continues, I have never taken my eyes off you, not for a moment. You lift your head and look at him. In his eyes, you see something you've been longing for. Recognition, understanding, unconditional love. Lord, you whisper, I don't want to feel alone anymore. He pulls you closer, letting your head rest against his chest. His heartbeat is calm and steady, like a rhythm designed to soothe your soul. You're not alone, he whispers into your hair. You never have been. You never will be. The night grows quieter. The stars above shimmer as if bearing witness to his words. Your breathing slows as the weight of loneliness gently lifts, not because circumstances changed, but because you finally recognize the presence that has always been with you. Jesus holds you a little tighter as your eyelids begin to grow heavy. Rest now, he whispers. You are seen. You are known. You are held even in the silence. As sleep begins to wrap around you like a warm blanket, his voice becomes the final soft echo. You are never alone, beloved child. I am watching over you. Rest now, dear one. You are surrounded by his presence, cradled in his love, and guarded by his eternal watchfulness. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow this quiet moment to settle over you like warm light. When burdens sit on your heart for too long, they begin to change you. Not just your mood, but the way you carry yourself, the way you think, the way you hope. Pressure builds, worry calcifies, disappointment stiffens your spirit, and slowly, without noticing, your heart grows guarded, tight, tired. But tonight, God is whispering a tender promise into your weary soul. He is softening the burdens that have been hardening your heart. As you breathe again, let yourself acknowledge the weight you've been carrying, the expectations, the regrets, the frustrations, the unanswered prayers, the pain you don't talk about because you're not sure anyone would understand. These things have pressed against your heart for so long that part of you has started to numb just to survive. But God does not want you to live with a hardened heart. He wants to restore your softness, your warmth, your ability to hope deeply and freely again. Imagine yourself walking slowly through a quiet meadow at dusk. The grass brushes gently against your legs. Fireflies flicker softly, their golden light floating like tiny lanterns in the fading evening. You walk with your head lowered, your chest heavy, your heart feeling like a stone heavy, dense, tired. You whisper into the cool air, Lord? Why does my heart feel so hard? I don't want to be like this. A moment later, you feel a warm presence beside you. Jesus walks next to you, matching your pace, slow, unhurried, patient. He doesn't push you to lift your head. He doesn't rush you into feeling better. He simply walks with you through the tall grass, his presence alone beginning to soften something inside you. After a few quiet steps, Jesus gently touches your shoulder. You stop walking. He steps in front of you and places his hand over your heart. Warmth spreads instantly, not hot or intense, but soothing like warm balm melting the tension within you. He whispers, "You've carried more than your heart was made to hold." Your eyes sting, tears brimming. "Lord, I think I've grown numb." Jesus shakes his head softly. "Not numb, just tired. Your heart has not hardened out of rebellion. It has hardened out of exhaustion." He presses his palm more firmly over your chest. The warmth deepens, flowing through cracks you didn't know were there. You feel a soft loosening like the first thaw after a long winter. Jesus whispers, "Let me soften what life has hardened." Suddenly, the meadow around you glows with gentle golden light. It swirls around your body like warmth woven into the air itself. The heaviness in your chest begins to dissolve, not all at once, but slowly, layer by layer. Jesus looks into your eyes with tenderness. "Your heart is still good," he says, "still beautiful, still capable of deep love and deep hope. Let me restore its softness." You inhale deeply, and the air feels different. Lighter, brighter, more alive. You feel something inside reopen a softness that hasn't been there in a long time. Not fragile softness, but sacred softness. Softness that comes from being healed, not from being vulnerable to pain. Jesus steps closer, wraps his arms around you, and holds you against his chest. Your tears finally fall, quietly, freely, safely. He holds you as long as you need, as long as your heart needs to melt again. "You don't have to protect yourself from me," he whispers. "Let my love soften you." His embrace feels like warmth sinking into every corner of your spirit. Your burdens loosen, your walls lower. Your heart begins to beat with gentleness again. Jesus gently strokes your back, his voice a whisper against your ear. A soft heart is not a weak heart. It is a healed one. You rest against him, your breathing slowing, your heart finally letting go of its tight grip. The meadow quiets. The fireflies glow softly around you. Peace wraps around you like a warm blanket. As sleep begins to drift near, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. "Rest now. I am softening every burdened place within you." Rest now, beloved child of God. Your heart is becoming gentle again. Your spirit is healing. Your softness is returning, not as a weakness, but as a miracle of his love. Hey, child of God, take a slow breath and let its gentle rhythm settle into the tired places within you. You've walked through seasons where survival was your only goal. Seasons where you didn't have space to rest, to heal, or to feel. You simply endured. You did what you had to do. And even though you made it through, those seasons took something from you. They drained your strength, dulled your joy, and stretched your heart thin. But tonight, God wants to remind you of something tender and powerful. He is rebuilding the strength you lost during seasons of survival. As you breathe again, acknowledge how far you've come. You survived moments you thought would break you. You kept moving even when everything inside you felt heavy. You held on when your spirit trembled. But survival mode, though necessary at times, takes a toll. It leaves you tired long after the storm has passed. And God sees that. He isn't disappointed in your weakness. He is proud of your endurance. And now, He is bringing restoration. Imagine yourself standing in an old workshop filled with warm golden light. Wooden beams stretch overhead, and tools hang neatly on the walls. In the center of the room sits a large, beautiful structure, partially built, partially worn. You walk closer and realize it represents you. Strong in some places, worn in others, held together, but tired. You whisper, "Lord, I made it through, but I don't feel strong anymore." You hear slow, steady footsteps behind you. Jesus enters the workshop, sleeves rolled, his eyes soft with compassion. He walks toward the structure with a calm sense of purpose, like a master craftsman who knows exactly how to restore what time has worn down. He places his hand on the wooden frame. The wood glows faintly beneath his touch. "You survived," he whispers. "Now let me help you live again." You feel something in your chest loosen, like a knot you've carried for years, finally beginning to untangle. Jesus picks up a small tool and begins gently restoring part of the structure. You watch him sand away old splinters, symbolizing the wounds you carried silently. He strengthens weak beams, your courage that faded. He replaces worn pieces, your hope that grew thin. Everything he touches becomes new, sturdy, beautiful. You whisper, "Lord, why do you care so much about rebuilding me?" Jesus turns toward you, his eyes shining with kindness. "Because you gave so much just to survive. Now I want to give back what life took from you." He motions for you to sit beside him on a small wooden bench. You lower yourself into the seat, feeling the softness of the moment settle around you. "Strength is not something you create on your own," he says softly. "It is something I rebuild within you." You feel his words enter your heart like warm light. He continues working slow, gentle, deliberate. Every stroke, every touch, every repair symbolizes healing happening inside your soul. After a while, Jesus sets down his tools and sits beside you. He takes your hand, holding it with firm tenderness. "You don't have to be strong right now," he whispers. "You only need to stay close to me while I rebuild you." Your eyes warm with tears, not from pain, but from relief. You lean your head against his shoulder, letting his presence hold you securely. "You lost strength in survival," he continues, "but you will gain deeper strength in my restoration." His hand rests over your heart. Warmth spreads through you like a slow, healing tide. Every breath becomes easier, every thought softer, every wound quieter. You whisper, "Thank you, Lord, for not leaving me where I was." Jesus smiles gently. "I never will." The workshop grows dimmer as evening settles, the golden light glowing softly around you like a warm blanket. Your body relaxes, your breathing deepens, your soul begins to rest. As sleep draws near, Jesus leans close and whispers one final truth. "Rest now. I am rebuilding your strength from the inside out." Rest now, beloved child of God. Your survival season is over. Your restoration season has begun, and you are being rebuilt stronger, steadier, and more whole than before. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and allow this moment to soften the places in you that have forgotten how to hope. Hope is fragile. It can fade quietly after disappointment. It can dim after waiting too long. It can shrink after being hurt. And sometimes, without realizing it, you begin to live with less hope than you were created for. But tonight, God wants to speak something tender and powerful into your spirit. He is restoring the hope you thought you lost forever. As you breathe again, Think about the areas of your life where hope feels thin or distant. Maybe it's a prayer unanswered, a dream delayed, a wound that healed slowly, or didn't heal at all. Maybe you stopped expecting good things because disappointment felt easier to bear than hope. But God has not forgotten the seeds of hope He planted in your heart. He has not abandoned the dreams He whispered to you long ago. He is returning to the places inside you that feel empty and planting new life. Imagine yourself walking into a quiet garden at dawn. The air is cool, the earth soft beneath your feet, and the sky just beginning to glow. But as you walk deeper into the garden, you notice patches of dry soil, wilted flowers, and places where nothing seems to be growing at all. These areas feel familiar. They mirror the parts of your heart where hope once bloomed, but slowly withered away. You kneel beside one barren patch of earth and whisper, "Lord, I don't think anything can grow here again." Before your words fully fade, you hear footsteps behind you. Jesus walks into the garden, carrying a small basket of seeds that glow faintly with golden light. His smile is soft and knowing, like he's been waiting for this moment with gentle anticipation. He kneels beside you and touches the dry soil. "Hope doesn't die," he says quietly. "It just waits for me to breathe on it again." He reaches into his basket and places a glowing seed into your hand. It pulses warmly against your skin. You look at him, uncertain. "Lord, I'm afraid to hope again." Jesus cups your hand gently between his palms. His warmth surrounds the seed, making it glow even brighter. "Hope is not something you create," he whispers. "It is something I restore." He guides your hand toward the soil. Together, you plant the seed. As soon as it touches the earth, the ground beneath it begins to shimmer with soft light. Small green shoots push upward, slowly at first, then with surprising strength. The dry patch begins to transform before your eyes. You feel your breath catch. "Lord, I didn't think this was possible." Jesus smiles. "That's because you were looking at the soil. I was looking at the seed." He moves to another barren place and motions for you to join him. Together, you plant another seed, then another, and another. Everywhere he touches, life begins to return. Not instantly, not forcefully, but gently, beautifully, faithfully. You watch the garden slowly awaken, each new sprout a reminder of what God can restore. Jesus turns to you and places his hand over your heart. A warm glow spreads within you, gathering in the places that have felt empty for far too long. "Your hope is not gone," he says softly. "It is being renewed." Tears fill your eyes, not from sadness, but from the relief of realizing that God still has beautiful things planned for your life. "Lord," you whisper, "I want to hope again, but I'm afraid." Jesus gently wipes your tears with his thumb. "Then hope in me," he says, "not in outcomes, not in timing, not in your own strength. Hope in me, and your heart will never be empty again." He pulls you into a gentle embrace. You lean into him, feeling your spirit soften, stretch, and open like a flower turning toward the sun after a long winter. The garden glows softly around you. Life returns. Hope takes root. Your heart begins to beat with quiet expectation again. As your eyelids grow heavy and the warmth of his presence settles over you like a blanket, Jesus whispers one final truth. Rest now. Hope is growing in you again. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your future is not empty. Your heart is not barren. Hope is returning because he is restoring it. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and allow the quiet of this moment to settle into your spirit. There are questions inside you, questions that sit heavily in your mind, ones you don't know how to resolve, questions about your future, about your relationships, about your purpose, about why certain things happen the way they did. These questions follow you into the night and rise again in the morning. But tonight, God wants to remind you of something deeply comforting. He is holding the questions you haven't been able to answer. As you breathe again, let yourself acknowledge the uncertainty you've been carrying. You don't have to pretend you're not confused. You don't have to pretend you're not searching. You don't have to pretend you have clarity when all you feel is fog. God is not intimidated by what you don't know. He is not frustrated by your confusion. He is patient, gentle, and fully aware of the journey your heart is on. Imagine yourself walking through a quiet hallway lined with shelves. On each shelf sit small wooden boxes, each marked with a simple symbol. You walk slowly, noticing how peaceful the space feels. Eventually, you reach a box with a symbol that looks familiar because it represents your unanswered questions. You hesitate, then gently lift the lid. Inside, you see slips of parchment, each containing a question you've whispered in prayer or wrestled with in silence. Why did this happen? What am I supposed to do next? Will things ever get better? How do I know the right path? Where are you leading me, Lord? Your heart aches softly as you look at them. Then you hear footsteps, gentle, familiar. Jesus enters the hallway and walks toward you with a warm, understanding smile. He doesn't rush. He doesn't ask you to close the box. He sits beside you and looks at each question with the same tenderness he gives to your prayers. He picks up the first slip of parchment and reads it. You feel embarrassment rise, but he places his hand gently on yours. You don't need to hide your questions from me. He unfolds another slip. Why does it feel like I'm waiting in the dark? Jesus reads it slowly, then meets your eyes. Because sometimes your spirit grows best where your eyes cannot see. He takes another slip. What if I choose wrong? Jesus holds the parchment between his fingers and whispers, "When you walk with me, I guide even your missteps." Then he reaches into the box with both hands, lifting every slip of parchment, every question, and holds them against his chest. "These are mine to carry," he says gently, "not yours to solve alone." Your breath trembles as his words settle deep inside you. "Lord, but I want answers." Jesus nods with compassion, and you will have them in the right time, in the right way. For now, let me hold what feels too heavy for you. He places the questions back in the wooden box, but now the parchments glow with soft golden light, as if his touch infused them with peace. He closes the lid and places his hand over it. Your questions are safe with me. You feel something loosen in your chest, not because you finally understand everything, but because you realize you don't have to. Jesus sits beside you, gently pulling you into a calming embrace. Your head rests naturally against his shoulder, and you feel his steady breathing, slow, reassuring, grounding. You don't have to rush for clarity, he whispers. I am leading you even when you can't see the path. You feel your heart soften, your mind quiets, your spirit settles. Lord, you whisper, is it okay that I still don't know what to do? Jesus presses his cheek gently to your forehead. Yes, he whispers, because I know, and that is enough for now. The hallway grows dimmer as a soft, warm light fills the space around you. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your breathing deepens. Your questions no longer swirl, they simply rest. As sleep begins to draw you in, Jesus whispers one last truth into your soul. Rest now. You don't need all the answers when you're held by the one who does. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your questions are safe, your future is guided, and you are completely, tenderly held. Hey, child of God, take a slow, gentle breath and let the air relax the tightness inside your chest. There are situations in your life that feel impossible, problems with no solution, paths with no clear direction, circumstances that seem unmovable no matter how hard you pray or try. You've looked ahead and seen nothing but walls. You've looked within and felt nothing but limitation. But tonight, God wants to remind you of a truth as steady as His love. He is making a way through places that feel impossible. As you breathe again, bring to mind the situation that has felt too heavy, too confusing, too overwhelming. The one you don't talk about often. The one that keeps you awake at night. The one that whispers, "There is no way forward." You've carried this for so long that part of you has begun to accept the impossibility. But God wants you to know, impossibility is where His power begins. Imagine yourself standing before a tall, massive stone wall stretching endlessly in both directions. You place your hand against the cold surface. It feels unbreakable, immovable. You whisper into the quiet air, "Lord, I don't see a way through this. I've tried, I've prayed. I don't know what else to do." The air shifts gently behind you. Jesus steps forward and stands at your side. He doesn't ask you to ignore the wall. He doesn't ask you to climb over it. He doesn't ask you to pretend you're strong enough to break it. Instead, He places His hand next to yours on the stone. His touch radiates warmth. "This wall is not too great for me," He whispers. You swallow. "But Lord, I've been stuck here for so long." Jesus turns to look at you with soft eyes that understand every waiting season, every frustration, every tear. Just because you don't see a way, He says, does not mean I am not creating one. Suddenly, the wall begins to shift, not with force, but with light. A faint golden glow spreads beneath Jesus' hand, traveling along the cracks you never noticed before. The wall is not as solid as you thought. You step back in awe, watching the light move like a living thread through the stone. Jesus steps closer to the wall and whispers, "Watch what I do with impossibilities." A soft rumble echoes beneath your feet. The stone begins to separate, not violently, but gently, like a curtain parting to reveal what was always hidden behind it. A narrow passageway forms, small, but unmistakably a way forward. Your breath trembles. "Lord, I never saw this path." Jesus smiles, His voice gentle and full of certainty. "Because it wasn't time to see it yet." You move closer to the passageway, feeling a mixture of awe and relief. Will this path be safe? Jesus takes your hand in His. "Where I lead, safety is not the absence of difficulty. It is the presence of me." His words settle deep inside you, creating peace where fear once lived. You step toward the opening, but Jesus stops you gently, not to hold you back, but to stand in front of you. "You will not walk this alone," He says. "I go before you. I walk with you. I follow behind you." He steps into the passage first, His light filling the narrow way. You follow, feeling the atmosphere shift, from fear to trust, from confusion to clarity, from impossibility to holy possibility. As you walk, the walls beside you glow softly. The path widens, air grows warmer. You feel your spirit lifting, not because the situation is easy, but because you sense God shaping something new in front of you. Jesus looks back at you with a tender smile. "Every step is part of the miracle," He whispers. Tears form in your eyes, not out of fear, but out of hope returning, out of realizing that God has been working underground, unseen, unheard, yet always faithful. Finally, Jesus brings you to an open space, wide, peaceful, filled with light and fresh air. He turns toward you and places his hands on your shoulders. What was impossible for you, he says, was never impossible for me. You exhale deeply, releasing a weight you've carried far too long. Jesus draws you into a gentle embrace. His presence surrounds you like warm light. Your breathing slows, your heart steadies, your soul softens. As sleep begins to pull you into rest, Jesus whispers one final truth into your spirit. Rest now. I am making a way where there was none. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your path is opening. Your burden is lifting. Your impossible is becoming possible. In his hands, in his timing, in his love. Hey, child of God, take a slow, deep breath and let your entire being soften into this quiet moment. There are longings inside you, gentle, persistent longings that have lived in your heart for months, maybe years. Some of them you've prayed for. Some you've whispered through tears. Some you keep tucked away because you're afraid to hope too boldly. And tonight, God wants to speak softly to those hidden places. He is quietly preparing what your heart has been waiting for. As you breathe again, think of the desires that have remained unfulfilled, the prayers you've repeated countless times, the dreams that seem close yet out of reach, the healing you long for, the breakthrough you hope for, the peace you crave. None of these longings are forgotten. None of them are ignored. God has been working slowly, purposefully, lovingly behind the scenes of your life. Imagine yourself sitting by a still lake at night. The water is smooth like glass, reflecting the moonlight in gentle waves. The air is cool, calming. You pull your knees close to your chest as you stare across the quiet water, feeling the ache of unanswered prayers resting inside you. You whisper, "Lord, I've been waiting so long. I don't know if anything is happening." A soft breeze sweeps across the lake, and you hear footsteps on the shore. Jesus walks toward you, his reflection shimmering across the surface of the water. He sits beside you without rushing, without speaking at first. He simply places his hand gently over yours, and warmth spreads through your fingers. After a quiet moment, he whispers, "Just because you cannot see my work does not mean nothing is happening." You swallow as his words press gently into your heart. He points toward the lake. The surface looks calm, still, undisturbed. But beneath the surface, currents are moving, carrying, reshaping, preparing. What you see is stillness, Jesus says, but beneath the surface, the water is alive. You look at him, your voice fragile. "So, something is happening, even now?" Jesus nods gently. "Especially now." He motions for you to stand with him. You walk to the water's edge, and he places his hand over your chest. "Your longing is not a burden to me," he whispers. "It is a seed I planted." He kneels and touches the water. A ripple spreads outward, slow, beautiful, expanding in widening circles. Every waiting season, he says, is a season of preparation, not absence. You feel a soft ache rise inside you, hope stirring where discouragement once lived. Jesus stands and steps closer. He lifts your chin gently so your eyes meet his. "I am preparing what you have been praying for," he says with a quiet authority that settles every anxious thought. Nothing is delayed. Nothing is forgotten. It is simply not ready to bloom. You lower your head, emotions warming your eyes. "Lord," you whisper, "what if I'm not ready?" He smiles with deep tenderness. "I am preparing you too." He places his hand over your heart again, and you feel warmth, soft, steady, transformative spreading through every part of you that has been weary from waiting. When the time comes, he says, your heart will recognize my timing as perfect. You exhale slowly, as though releasing months of quiet tension. The air grows warmer. The moonlight sparkles across the water like scattered diamonds. Jesus pulls you close, wrapping his arm around you. Your head rests against his shoulder, and your body relaxes completely in his embrace. You have not been waiting alone, he whispers. I've been waiting with you. Your breathing deepens. Your heart settles. Your soul finally rests. The lake's surface grows even calmer, reflecting both of you in shimmering light. As your eyelids begin to grow heavy and the quiet of night wraps around you like a soft blanket, Jesus leans close and speaks one final truth, gentle, assuring, and full of promise. Rest now. What your heart has been waiting for is being prepared with love. Rest now, beloved child of God. Your waiting is not empty. Your hope is not misplaced. Your blessing is in motion, even now, even here, even as you sleep. Hey, child of God, take one slow, tender breath and let everything inside you begin to unwind. You have traveled far. You have felt deeply. You have carried burdens, whispered prayers, waited in hope, and walked through shadows, through joy and ache, through questions and longing, through strength and fragility. You have made it here, to this sacred moment. And tonight, God wants to give you something precious and complete. He is wrapping your entire being in his peace. As you breathe again, feel the weight of the world loosen its grip. Whatever has been loud, pressing, heavy, or restless in your mind, let it soften now. This is the moment where you stop holding everything together and simply allow yourself to be held. Peace is not a concept. Peace is a person. And he is here. Imagine yourself stepping into a quiet sanctuary lit by soft, warm light. The air glows like the last moment of sunset. In the center of the sanctuary lies a great woven blanket, radiant, shimmering, made of threads that seem alive with gentle light. You walk slowly toward it, drawn by a peace you haven't felt in a long time. Before you reach it, you sense someone behind you. Jesus walks toward you with a smile that feels like home. He gently picks up the blanket, the one woven from grace, rest, healing, and love, and opens his arms wide. Come to me, he whispers, and I will give you rest. You step into his embrace, and he wraps the blanket around your shoulders. The warmth is unlike anything you've ever felt, not just physical warmth, but the warmth of being known, wanted, cherished, and safe. As the blanket settles over you, something inside you surrenders. Your thoughts stop racing. Your heartbeat steadies. Your breath becomes soft. Peace settles into the deepest corners of your soul. Jesus guides you to sit beside him. No rush, no pressure, just presence, just love. He places his hand gently over your heart. You are not alone, he whispers. You have never been alone, and you will never be alone. Your eyes fill with tears, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming relief of finally being fully held. Jesus continues softly. Every burden you carried, give it to me. Every fear that lingered, place it here. Every unanswered question, rest it in my hands. You feel each word dissolving pieces of tension you've carried for far too long. He brushes a tear from your cheek with his thumb. Tonight, you don't need strength. You only need rest. You lean into him, letting your head rest on his shoulder. His presence feels like a deep exhale, like sinking into warm water after a long day, like finally coming home. The sanctuary grows quieter. The light around you softens into a golden glow. The peace that surrounds you feels endless, like an ocean without waves. Jesus wraps his arm around you and whispers, "This peace is my gift to you, not just for tonight, not just for this moment, but for every night, every morning, every breath." Your eyelids grow heavy as his voice settles into your spirit. He holds you closer, and the blanket of light wraps even tighter around your heart. "Rest now, beloved," he whispers, "for you are safe in my arms." And before sleep gently pulls you under its wings, I want to offer a soft, warm invitation. If these moments have brought comfort to your heart, you are welcome to stay connected. You may subscribe, comment, or share this space so others can find rest in God's presence too. No pressure, just a quiet invitation for your journey ahead. As Jesus leans close one last time, his words become the closing whisper of all 100 chuang. "You are mine, you are loved, and my peace is wrapped around you forever. Rest now, child of God. Your soul is home."